of the best. One warrior up against the world, and they survive a moment longer. The fight is going to happen right here, right now. The dance of the butterflies, it's a tango of doom. Will they stop this? Will they end this and try to push through? Oh! Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
Welcome one and all to the not-so-sunny Atlanta City as we get ready to kick things off here at Marvel Rivals Ignite for Day 2 of the group stages. I'm Got Moxie, I'm joined this time around by That One Dan, and we have the absolute pleasure of bringing you through the first 2 games of the day.
Yeah, we are so excited. This is Day 2 already. Day 1 felt like an absolute blur. So much action happening. And it's only Day 1, we've got so much more action, we've got so much more matches, and what better way as we head into Day 2, where the stakes do start to ramp up a ton.
I mean, those Day 1 results, oh boy, let's have a look at them because we have to start talking about them. Dan, did you expect that we would get to be seeing these sort of results coming on through here? Citadel dropping a map to Crazy Raccoon, Na'Vi dropping a map to OUG, the Chinese and the Asian teams really stepping up to the plate in comparison to their showings at the mid-season all the way back in the last part of Stage 1.
Yeah, we definitely had a lot of variety in these matches. We've had our favorites doing what we really expected them to do. They did their job, they did what they had to do best, and they took over. But then some teams definitely didn't meet the expectation that we all expected. I know we are only showing Group B, but if you look over in Group A, if you remember correctly, Envy. That was probably the biggest shock for most of us and most of the viewers back at home. And yeah, so favorites doing what they do best, but also we also had teams that kind of fell flat, but obviously it was only Day 1, and again, 2 more days full of group stage action.
Yeah, and I mean, these matches, like you said, are really going to matter as we can have a look and see our overall standings, especially for the side of Crazy Raccoon and OUG, right? They have to find wins today,
yes.
Otherwise they're going to be in real trouble. As 6 teams go into both our Group A and Group B, only 4 from each side are going to be able to make it out.
Yeah, and now we are going to soon head into the scheduling of things, but yeah, like you said, top 4 move on. Crazy Raccoon and OUG are in some hot water. They are in a tougher, more competitive group. So yes, they are 0-2, but you do have to add in a little bit of grain of salt because like you said before we even got on, they got a little bit unlucky in their draw.
Yeah, OUG and FlyQuest are going to be the first game of the day for us here on Group B. If you want to follow the action of Choppermag, the team from OCE, taking on Iconics, you're going to be wanting to move over to Marvel Rivals America as they'll be following that one alongside Virtus Pro versus Reject afterwards. I know Reject is a team that's been making a lot of waves, both here in the audience and in the caster green room too, as they have had some amazing results coming on through from, I think, not a lot of expectations at the beginning of this. It really took a lot of people by surprise what exactly the Asia teams have been able to do. But when we're in a dive meta, Dan, let's be honest, the Asia teams, they know dive. They've been playing dive for absolute years. This is truly their time to shine.
Yeah, and as a person that followed the Asia region throughout the entirety of this entire season, starting from back in Ignite Stage 1, yeah, like you said, these teams in Asia really have a lot of emphasis on the dive compositions, but yeah, we do set our sights on the Asia region, but we do have to shift over a little bit overseas into the China region, where we look at OUG, who are in a bit of a tough situation.
Yeah, unfortunately, due to some travel complications, OUG have been able to retain 3 of their core players, and they've had to look elsewhere for the other parts of the roster. We've got 2 players coming on through from the team that picked up 4th and EMEA Chopped, and then we have Dudu coming on through from Dream Esports Club that were actually 4th in the China region as well. Unfortunately, we did start to see a little bit of a language barrier developing between those players because of this, but OUG, every single time we see them in action, just seem to be getting stronger and stronger, to the point that here for Day 2, I think we could really actually see OUG come through with quite an upset if they can play that game.
Yeah, and now we set our sights on the opponents. FlyQuest, one of the heavy hitters from the Americas region. A team very, very competitive here in the Grand Finals. We saw how well they can perform, and a little bit of a fun fact, we got one of the players also coming in from Atlanta. They are from here, so their home is not too far away, and it's going to be Vest, the star vanguard of FlyQuest. He has been on an absolute tear on so many Vanguard heroes, most notably the Magneto.
Yeah, notably the Magneto for Vez, and then Sparksy plays pretty much everything else. We've seen him on the Venom, we've seen him on the Cap. Those tend to get banned out, so he has to move over towards that Angela, and he's really been picking up a lot of traction with that hero, especially on domination maps like Hell's Heaven, where being able to push people off into those environmental knocks with the Assassin's Charge has proven to be incredibly difficult for teams to deal with in those overtime pushes. But I really want to look at how these two teams are approaching this new meta, because we have the dive teams, we have the counter dive teams, and then we have the teams in the middle who are trying to innovate, and I feel like we still really haven't seen the meta fully develop yet. It's still very much in an experimental stage. So for any team that manages to work out what exactly is the golden ticket of a composition, I think we're going to be seeing those stakes skyrocket.
Yeah, it's still a big up in the air kind of thing from this current meta, right? If Season 4.5 dropped not too long ago, this is in fact the first tournament really on that 4.5 patch, and a lot of these teams definitely are experimenting, so this is probably the best time to experiment, figure out what's good, what's not as good as most people have considered. And like you, Moxie, you've covered so many of these heroes, and you said there are so many good options, and it really does come down to the draft. If you are able to pop off in the draft, especially here in Season 4.5, you have a huge advantage.
And especially if you can work out as well how to outdraft your opponent in the early stages of the LAN, which means that we're going to be seeing the ripple effect come through against those same teams for every single match afterwards. Citadel had that happen to them over in the mid-season, where it was Envy who worked out, okay, instant banning Poly is the way that you absolutely dismantle this team, and they kind of had a little bit of a reverse situation yesterday against Thieves, which I'm sure we're going to be seeing in the second game of the day, when they just absolutely target banned out Delena's hero pool, forcing him on the Invis woman. But there's one thing that you can't really do against OUG, and that's ban out Molan Ram, because we have to talk about it. We saw some out-of-pocket picks, shall we say, coming through yesterday. We had Black Widow with the Mantis damage boost from Crazy Raccoon Vital, and if you missed that, oh boy, do you have an neutral path to go back and watch. That was, as we say it, let's get it at the same time, absolute cinema. But let's have a look and see at our map pool coming on through. We're going to be starting off on Domination, and it is going to be Burning T'Challa, which is a very good map for dive. That means that Molan Ran might well break out the Iron Fist yet again.
Yeah, we talked about Vital for a little bit with that Black Widow pick, but OUG also doing pretty much the same thing in terms of whipping out some of these pocket picks that we didn't really expect to show. Like we said, the Iron Fist, most notably on Molan Ran on the side of OUG, and on Burning T'Challa, you staged it perfectly. A great place for those dive compositions. And
I mean, it was so brutal as well that it took a map off of Na'Vi. That was how OUG were able to find that win against Na'Vi on Midtown, by running both the Iron Fist and the Psylocke as we get ready to head into our draft, and it's immediately going to be the Mantis removed from both of these teams, allowing the Jeff to get through. Now, do FlyQuest go for a mirror Jeff save?
Yep.
Yes, they absolutely do, and now OUG are going to have to use this ban slot on Venom to be able to mirror and deny both symbiotic shenanigans.
Yeah, usually there's been a pattern, at least in day one, right? Both teams, either they get the Mantis on one side or the Jeff on one side, sometimes both. Usually it's both, but this time it's a little bit of a different approach. FlyQuest now banning the Mantis off the rip, but OUG also doing the same, which allows that Jeff mirror matchup.
Save on the Emma coming, or rather the Invis coming on through from FlyQuest. Denial on the Emma coming on through from OUG. So that whichever dive Vanguard makes it out, normally it's going to be the Angela that we would expect to see coming on through from the side of FlyQuest now, is still going to be peppered with that Carbon Crush. Denial to stop any dive potential towards the back line. As here is a surprise. We talked about versus Magneto. We said it was a staple, and it's been removed from play by OUG. So not only do you not have Magneto's Meteor M to keep a track of the Jeff ultimate, you also don't have the bubble to be able to try and save your own Jeff when he's using his ultimate to get everybody off the map.
Yeah, and speaking of Vanguards, so much emphasis on the Vanguards on the side of OUG, just trying to limit the pool of Vess. We covered Vess as well, the hometown hero, you could even say, on that Vanguard position. He has been on an absolute tear, and here, OUG, they know that their part of their win condition on FlyQuest is Vess. So if you limit his pool, you essentially nullify the effectiveness of Vess, but you never know. He probably has a deep hero pool, and with 3 of those Vanguards gone, what does Vess really pull out of the hat?
Strange. It looks like it's going to be a Strange coming on through, and with that is going to be pulling a portal out of the magic hat from the Sorcerer Supreme to kick things off in our first fight. So OUG, I like this adaptation. They're running that Atom, so if a portal opens up onto one of their players, they're all going to be stacked up. Soulbind's going to be able to come on through, and they're going to be able to absorb all of the incoming damage.
Yep, quick look on FlyQuest's composition. You do spot out the Penny Parker and the Rocket Raccoon. We will most likely not see the Penny Parker, unfortunately. I know there's a few Penny mains out there.
Not gonna run triple Vanguard? Oh.
Unfortunately, we only see triple Vanguard in those Convoy and Convergence, but Vess, like you mentioned, starting to swirl that hand, opening up the portals, and will take that high ground position right in the middle of the map.
This is huge because now you've actually got that angle immediately for both your Hela and your Namor. OUG's players, they're not on the point yet. They have to walk into all of the poke angles that those 2 duelists are going to be able to control. So they're currently sidelining themselves off in those side rooms to be able to use the walls as natural cover to avoid it without having the shields. Out comes the Emma looking for that brawl fight against the Strange! And that's the problem of the Sorcerer Supreme. Diamond Form into Carbon Crush with all of that incoming damage, but FlyQuest doing such a good job of sustaining him with both the Luna and the Invis.
We didn't cover it too much. FlyQuest are also opting for the Hela Namor composition, a composition that FlyQuest really like to run, and Vision shows them why they love that composition as he gets the first pick of this entire fight.
You can tell as well that FlyQuest, they saved the Jeff. OUG were not expecting this style of composition to come on through, and they absolutely weren't expecting those headshots from the Hellethorns coming out from Energy. He is absolutely devastating on this hero, and they might be able to find a late pick onto the Jeff as well. Staggering out Molan Ran as the swaps come on out. Taro Cookie is going to move over to the Phoenix. Thinks about it, actually goes over to the Winter Soldier instead to be able to put pressure on both the Angela, but also the Strange.
Energy at an all-time high right now for FlyQuest, as Energy is able to pick off 2. Vision and Vess have their ultimates available. Cooper and Zelos also have theirs available as well. But look on the flip side, Molan Ran and Svald have counterplay available. But now you have to set your eyes on Taro Cookie, who is on that Bucky that has been a strong pick, as Molan Ran tries to find something but uses it to reposition instead. But he still gets caught and taken out of action. Vision and Energy teaming up once again to try to find the man advantage, but FlyQuest already got that point and are already up to that halfway point as the Gods of Death immediately shut down as MASH does open up the dance floor.
But it forced out OUG's fate of both worlds, so Cooper gets his later for the damage boost from the Horn of Proteus, and OUG are stuck in one small space against a very large whale. Out comes the Angela with the Heavenly Descent. We hear the sound of the Comic Revival coming on through. OUG trying to keep that space safe with the Sonic Seduction. Do FlyQuest have an answer? At the moment, it looks like it's just disengagement play as they've still got control of the point, and they don't even need to burn the Invis Boundary. Out it comes now against the Kraken Impact instead.
Dudu now has the Heaven's Retribution. Savald tried to keep everyone alive. Pastor Adam says, all rise, but it looks like OUG will have to sit back down for the time being as Vess and Spark Chief, the two vanguards of FlyQuest, just rip apart OUG. Staggered and bruised are OUG as they need to find a desperation play. It's going to be a desperation portal as Galacta lights that overtime candle. Can OUG make it through?
Do they have an ultimate to look towards? No, they don't, because that Angela was hard focused down. Taro Cookie, the next one to go, and FlyQuest are starting to clear the board. Molan Ran gets the HTF off, will be able to give the 100 heals per second to come up from the team, but the hit of Horn of Proteus is directly there on the Jeff. There's always a bigger fish in the sea, and it looks like FlyQuest are here to be the kings of the food chain, as that is a 100-0 dominant shutdown on OUG.
A complete shutout in favor of FlyQuest. Vess coming in with that Eye of Agamotto, tagging the two strategists of OUG, and that just sealed it for that first round. Savald and Mash couldn't really do much, and now the momentum now heavily into FlyQuest. Look at Vess right now. He is absolutely on fire. Has not gone down a single.
Look at the casualties. Energy is the only player on the entirety of FlyQuest for that round that revisits spawn. And do you know what he does? He swaps over to the Psylocke so he can come back faster because the hell is just a little bit slow once you burn out that Astral Flock Shift cooldown. OUG, like, they tried to go with the Winter Soldier because they spotted that the Vanguard line from FlyQuest were just being distractions to buy the space for Energy and Vision to be able to pepper all of the shots in through. Unfortunately, Winter Soldier really struggles into a poke fight as he's strong at the mid to close distance, not so much the far range, which is where Hela and the Nemo excel. So once again, FlyQuest are going to portal themselves into position to avoid all of that uptime.
Oh, great Carbon Crush into the knockout from DRP. OUG will start things off with a man advantage right off the get-go as FlyQuest need to find a way back in. But then again, it is D'Angelo getting taken out, so and Spark Chief will have no problem joining this fight relatively soon as the site does open up. But Molan Ran wants to try to find the disruption but cannot find any sort of pick. Will just back away and then re-engage yet again, but now Spark Chief, he's back in the fight as the dance floor opens up. Mash does have the chance to equalize this dance battle coming in, but Savald does pop the invisible boundary, but here comes the meteor. Will it land? Will he find the mark? But Energy with that Goddess of Death will get shut down, but still takes out that Taro Cookie.
They're just shutting down every avenue of ultimates coming on through here. OUG were looking for the assassin style play as well with Molan Ran on that Psylocke. Wanted to be able to hit the backline strategist. Good force physics comes on through from Zealous, buys the time Spark Chief to be able to reposition in with the shield, and immediately that plan is sunk, as we're still seeing, however, OUG trade positions on this point, denying FlyQuest the opportunity to scoop it on through. Taro Cookie's going to be able to come back in with the Kraken Impact. He's not going to have to worry about the strategist ultimate right now. This is the moment for OUG to truly shine, but the breeze coming on through from Cooper into the Eye of Agamotto shuts down any window of opportunity, and this should just be FlyQuest cleaning things up now.
Taro Cookie, yeah, like I said, had the ultimate and was the perfect opportunity for him to use it, but Vess, again, the star, the hometown hero of Atlanta, comes in with that eye, spots out Taro Cookie, and gets absolutely wiped. And just like you predicted, FlyQuest just steamrolled through OUG, but then again, they only just now got the point.
But now they have the angles. Now they can increase the distance. They're going to be able to put the pressure onto OUG's walk up, trying to force Dudu to use that Sonic Seduction just to get their foot through the door. And then FlyQuest, they don't even need to use the Lunar Ultimate. They can just disengage it entirely, still holding onto their ult bank to be able to match up with Mashes.
Yeah. Like you said, quick ultimate checkup, 3 available on FlyQuest. OUG only have 2, but that Meteor is available for DRP. OUG are in a tough spot. They have to look for a retake, and there's going to be the Meteor M actually going to be the initiator. Tries to find a pick, but Vision in that bubble shields himself from that DRP Meteor, and that might signal a push coming in, but FlyQuest are already at a man disadvantage. The Horn of Proteus has to be absolutely perfect, but he gets sunk down into the waters as Energy tries to pick up the pieces. Taro Cookie looked for a hook, but could not find it as Dudu trying to keep the team alive from that Goddess of Death, but Energy still finds that pick as the gauntlet comes down from Taro Cookie, as and he is back up as well, has the reset, and Cooper will just fall, and it looks like FlyQuest have to hit that reset button.
They try to put Taro Cookie in timeout with the Heaven's Retribution against the Winter Soldier mid-Kraken impact, but OUG will finally be able to scoop up point control on the board. However, FlyQuest have been able to bag 64%. Vez still has that Eye of Agamotto ready to be able to go, and all eyes fall now onto OUG's Svalve. He has to be able to come on through here with a Force Physics to deny the Eye of Agamotto, as they don't want to use the Invis boundary because Wealth is just going to mirror and overlap.
Yep, Vess does have that Eye of Agamotto, but like you said, there is counterplay available for OUG, Invisible Boundary, as well as the Force Physics. Vess, he's been absolutely perfect with these Eyes of Agamottos. Yeah, the bubble coming in early, like you just said. Vess now needs to find a way in. Savald actually needs to protect himself. Great push coming in from Savald to deny the Agamotto from stunning up everyone of OUG. And now OUG, they have the space available to them, but Energy will take out DRP. A hook does come in, but we'll see what the plan comes in as Energy just slams down the gauntlet, goes for it again, but might not have to reset. Actually, he does, but Mesh saves them with that Fate of Both Worlds.
OUG still have Fate of Both Worlds up, like you mentioned, but what's the follow-up here? At the moment, this is just sustaining, but that Lunar Ultimate is about to be muted entirely. Cooper still got it. He's not even going to need to use it. It's just a brute force push forward with FlyQuest having the numbers advantage, no ultimate required. And now we're going to see Merlan Ran move over to the Iron Fist, but surely for OUG, it's a matter of getting the space to get through this choke. There's the Iron Fist putting the pressure onto Vez, forcing the Strange back. The Maelstrom is going to lead into the Stagger from the freeze coming on through from Cooper, and FlyQuest are just draining more resources from OUG, rebuilding the ultimate economy to have the Invis boundary up, but there's the Sign of Seduction before it can come on through. Sparksy finds the first pick though, through the Meteor M.
Dance floor opens up, Taro Cookie slams down the gauntlet, but he gets taken away. Energy will pop things off. The Eye of Agamotto not even needed, as everyone on FlyQuest, they do what they do best. Vess twirling his fingers, but it's all inevitable. FlyQuest take over. Burn into T'Challa.
FlyQuest looking incredibly strong in these performances, going to show the synergy of those players as well, like the reads that they had, the ability to be able to peel their players back. Angela is such a good vanguard for just that, because one of the problems that Emma has, if you're trying to peel dive right, is that she has to give up her position. You either choose frontline to be able to act as a buffer or anchor an objective, or you go for a peel, which is a more defensive position, which then opens up that front line to be walked upon. And Angela, because of how fast she's able to move and get in and out of those different spaces, gets to essentially do it all, because she still gets the shield when she's moving, and that's one of the reasons that we see Spark Chief literally only go down 3 times. Vez, by the way, the entire round doesn't go down once.
And if you want someone to root for, if FlyQuest do make it to that playoff stage, you've got your man right here, Vess, the hometown hero, 25-0, getting 9 final hits as well, doing a significant amount of damage as well, almost going into the 18,000 mark. Energy and the Vision also matching that as well. But my goodness, FlyQuest, that momentum just keeps on going, and they do not look to stop.
They had such good baits too, like the fact that they went with the Jeff and it looked like, okay, maybe they're going to be going for a little bit of an undiveable composition coming on through, and then no, but if they did get forced off of the Helenemo, because that's a risky comp, right? If you lose that first fight, you lose that space, you lose the angle control, and you just get jumped upon in half turns rather than full turns. And we're going to get to see, as we look through some of our highlights, how exactly FlyQuest were able to work around the weaknesses of the composition with things like the Strange. And I mean, when Energy is hitting shots like that, that Hela is going to be an absolute menace to deal with. Soul Drainer, I've always been saying it, one of the most underrated cooldowns, as too is Horn of Proteus sounding off against its Jeff as a way to stop the Land Shark.
Yeah, great plays coming in from FlyQuest. It almost seemed like OUG just could not find a way to solve the Vanguard problem that FlyQuest were offering to OUG. Vess, with these Eyes of Agamottos, have been absolutely perfect, spot on, onto Savald and Mash as well. Spark Chief also, in that tail end of that second round, was able to skewer both of the strategists. And they were able to just absolutely take over.
Well, we'll see if FlyQuest will be able to complete the takeover with a 2-0 shutdown, as we'll be back with map number 2 after this short break.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best? The fight is going to happen right here, right now.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready to kick things off for map number 2 of day number 2 of game 1 here at the Marvel Rivals Ignite. We can hear the players behind us all warming up, making sure that they get all of their before game rituals done. And OUG, well, they're going to be in the drawing board room at the moment, trying to come up with a way of shutting down FlyQuest down, as one of the good things about losing the first map is that you get to choose not only the map type that you go to, but the map and also the side. So here we can have a look at a wonderful buffet selection choice of our map pools. Convoy and Convergence is currently up for play. What would you choose here if you're OUG?
Oh, OUG. I mean, they did take a map over Na'Vi on one of these maps, so definitely probably a more convoy-oriented composition. Maybe because both Convoy and Convergence both really like to run that triple Vanguard, triple strategist composition. We've seen some deviations from it, some people just resorting to that 2-2-2 composition, but right now, with the addition of that Heart of Heaven map, that could be a wild card in terms of what OUG decide to pick up.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be Midtown. So do you know what? Let's see if we can do our jobs. And if we predicted this correctly, let's see where exactly OUG decided to take us.
Boom!
And hey-ho! There we go. Good job, Dan. We get it right. It is indeed going to be Midtown. And like you said, we're very likely now going to get to see that triple Vanguard, triple strategist hold. It's just a matter of how long it's going to be able to last, right? That's not a composition designed to win you all of first point. It's literally just designed to stall the attacker side out so that they start losing steam and momentum when we get into the later stages of the map.
Yep, exactly what the plan is for that triple composition, right? Just stall and just wait for the right moment and then just try to just burn the clock as long as possible. And we've seen some teams also just adjusting to that kind of map where Strange very well could get banned out here.
Yeah, Strange could indeed get banned out here, and so too could Emma, because when you have triple Vanguards, that's going to be triple the amount of targets for your Emma to be able to look at, with Carbon Crush to be able to prevent them from delaying and immediately stalling on that point, as we're going to be seeing FlyQuest now having to react to that Emma save. What's the ban going to still be here? We've still got Adam, we've still got Loki, we've still got Jeff, we've also still got Venom, but no more. Eddie Brock has been removed.
Yep, and FlyQuest, as we mostly expected, will pick up that Jeff, but OUG, a great pickup with that Emma Pig. Midtown naturally just has so many lanes that this Emma Frost can just control, and that's going to allow OUG a little bit of breathing room if they have to go for a push or they have to look for a retake.
FlyQuest going to be banning out the Captain America, starting to limit OUG's stall potential, especially when we get into the later stages of the map. Captain America being able to flank all the way around the back and just push himself onto that objective can be really frustrating for a lot of players to have to deal with, especially when you don't have Emma to be able to shut him down. So that's a very strong ban, as we're going to be seeing the save onto the Invis Woman yet again. OUG going to be removing the Hela, as they remember that FlyQuest did shut them down, and when you have Convoy on Convergence, you also have to have a defensive round, which means that the Hela and Namor have eternal angles to be able to choose from when they begin those fights.
And with that Hela Namor gone, that's really FlyQuest's most comfortable composition that they really run. And with the Hela gone, you can't really play the Namor anymore. So, like you said, just covering those off angles will no longer be the case. I wonder if that Thor will finally come through, but then again, with a lot more emphasis from OUG on the Vanguards and the strategists, look at Vess. It opens up a lot more for him compared to what happened.
Vision as well. We're going to be looking at him, and I'm sure Cooper is going to be looking at him potentially to copy that Karmic Revival cast with the God of Mischief coming on through from the Loki. He's got two good targets to be able to choose from, the Invis boundary, potentially to be able to stop an aggressive play coming out from OUG, or if they want to literally just go the Eternal Soul strategy, then you just come on through with the multiple reses as well as multiple soul binds. And we're going to see Spark Chief actually roll out with this for. I know Leg Day Someway is absolutely losing his mind that we get to see this far in, but it's a very good read actually of a lot of these teams going for the Groot to be able to combine with either a Moon Knight or potentially a Torch or a Winter Soldier, anything that allows you to play off of the Triangle Prison, because Thor is going to be able to go in, he's going to be able to displace, but he's also going to be able to use Font Surge to get his way out if he gets wall isolated.
Yeah, Spark Chief playing one of the more mobile Vanguards in this entire roster. It also provides a little bit of extra damage in favor of FlyQuest. Thor does a surprising amount of damage now, being able to provide a little bit more flexibility. And speaking of damage, Vess just takes down that first pick, but the BRB from Savald will bring things back, but that is a big cooldown burned early.
There's the Thunder Surge, because Spark Chief did indeed get wall isolated coming on through from Dudu, and FlyQuest are still going to be full 6 players strong to be able to keep holding on this corner, delaying Molan Ran as well the opportunity to flank around and try and hit the backline, which means that Koopa's already got the God of Mischief ready to go. Speedily is going to, or rather Energy is going to go down, but we're going to be hearing the copy from that Loki ultimate for the Comic Revival cast, and all of a sudden, blink and you'll miss it, everyone from FlyQuest are brought right back, but this time they've got high ground control too.
Bird ulti does come out, but Energy did use that Eye of Agamotto and got cancelled by it because he went down. But thankfully, Vision actually was able to bring it back, but Cooper did steal it away. So now FlyQuest still have another Karmic Revival available to them. As the Jeff does eat up one member, but for now it looks like FlyQuest still taking control, but that Born Again voice line haunts the players of OUG as everyone of FlyQuest rise again, and they look for attempt number 2.
Marvel Rival Zombies, eat your brains out! FlyQuest are back on the streets of Midtown, and Sparkchief is back being a menace against this Vanguard line. FlyQuest complete the hold, and OUG, despite a really good play coming on through, it's Jeff combined with Psionic Seduction so that FlyQuest are forced to move on forward. The eliminations were just 2 stacked close together.
Whoa.
FlyQuest got an opportunity to revive everybody in one fell swoop, as OUG are going to go back to the spawn room, back to the drawing board, and come out with a different composition and a different win strategy.
We did see a glimpse on OUG. We'll see if they decide to pull through with the Thor. They saw what Sparkchief was doing. It's like, yeah.
Just like, write that down, write that down!
Oh, write that down, pick that right now. And it looks like that's what OUG really need to do. They are getting held up, they're getting bottlenecked in their own spawn room, and with these adjustments, it's just going to be a big question mark, right? Of how can OUG really adjust to solve this problem with FlyQuest just having so much damage, so much mobility, so much utility even.
Yeah.
So it's just an all well-rounded machine on FlyQuest, and somehow OUG need to find a way to throw a wrench in that engine.
Yeah, low-key players right now are going to be in absolute shambles because they're going to be like, what, he's nerfed, he's awful, he doesn't do enough damage, he doesn't do enough healing. He's got regen domain, guys, he's got doppelgangers, he's still incredibly strong against dive as well as being able to copy that Adam cast. And now that you get 2 Karmic Revivals with all of the additional health, there's nothing really that OUG can actually use to be able to get on top of those Adam locations and punish their revive, because one of the things that was actually keeping Adam, I say, in check in terms of meta, he was still incredibly sought after, was things like Ultron and Phoenix, because of Ensong Inferno destroying overhealth from shields, which means that everyone brought back by the Karmic Revival loses that overhealth immediately, and so too does Ultron get to do more damage with Rage of Ultron into those players with shielded and overhealth. But those 2 things got booted out of the meta because of the previous nerfs, which means that Adam stocks have only grown stronger, and Loki has kept climbing alongside him too.
Yeah, whatever Adam does, Loki will follow, right? The double resurrection just being an absolute nuisance for many of these teams. Luckily, we haven't seen too much of it. I know some Loki players, at least in day 1, have been copying the Invis Woman.
Yes.
Ultimate instead, and that does also provide a lot of disruption, a lot of different approaches for these teams. But yeah, like you said, that double resurrection still a very strong combination.
I mean, it's so good for stall holds too. Like, it's so good for stall holds. And it puts you in a really rough position, right? Because if you ban out the Mantis, you at least ban out that full damage boost potential of the regen domain, but then you have to burn bans on things like the Adam and the Loki, and we're just in a meta that it does not allow you to be able to do that. So as we head back into game, let's have a look and see how OUG decide to actually go through with this. Is it going to be a commitment onto the 4? It does indeed look like it. DRP is going to be locking the Asgardian, and they're going to be looking to try and find a dive, hitting the backline rather than the front this time.
A little bit of a rotational play coming in from OUG, just trying to find a way from the outside in as Savald kicks things off with the Cosmic Yarn. But can OUG take advantage of it? FlyQuest don't have many ultimates to work with, but I say that as Cooper steals away that Invisible Woman ultimate. Cooper also health bar going dangerously low, but still is able to stay strong, stand tall. But energy is threatening with that Eye of Agamotto, but OUG's ultimates are coming back very soon.
Yeah, he went for the copy of the Invis boundary for the slow factor, given the fact that OUG was so deep into FlyQuest's players to be able to bait out the regeneration domain. Vision has been picked, and unfortunately so too has Taro Cookie right at the beginning startup frames of his ultimate. Out comes Heaven's Retribution paired with God of Thunder though, and if that didn't find the eliminations, the follow-up from it, Jeff, surely will be the coup de jour for Mash to be able to find those eliminations and finally set OUG on that path.
Keep everyone in that funny circle. Sparkchief comes down with another circle, right? Great wombo combo coming in.
There's another
from
circle.
Yep, another circle as well. The portal coming in as well. Great combos coming in from OUG, but they need a little more than that, as that hold needs to be perfect for FlyQuest if they want to deny OUG from that first point. And they only need to for 20 seconds, but OUG, Molan Ron, just with that Fist of Fury, just tear apart FlyQuest, and they are split apart, staggered away, and OUG, by the skin of their teeth, will take that first point.
By the skin of their teeth, or potentially the palm of their hand, as Molan Ran has been absolutely crucial with the Iron Fist ultimate of being able to take FlyQuest players down, and they're going to be hunting for more. DRP though might have overextended a little bit too far into the Invis Woman's distance for the Force Physics, and is going to get fully punished off of the back of that. Energy's now over to the Winter Soldier as well to be able to hook into the fall, and off of the back of that it looks like OUG are done with that strategy. Still, the Winter Soldier is going to be able to keep a check on Molan Ran instead now.
Yep, Molan Ran still opting to stay on that Iron Fist, but the CYA, that 40% damage boost is very threatening, so they will take care of it almost immediately. But the Haymaker from Spark Chief, if Molan Ran can do the Fist of Fury, Spark Chief will do you one better, as he just goes right in and will just sprint right back, and FlyQuest look to complete the hold, and look at the economy coming in from FlyQuest. They have so many resources. If you remember, it just in that little skirmish alone, not a single ultimate used.
Vision does have its Jeff, which could be targeted here against either Mash or Taro Cookie. The problem for them is if he goes for an Eat onto the Luna to deny the fate of both worlds, it's going to be a green light for the Kraken Impact to come on through. Either way, the Jeff is going to be something to keep your eye on as these fights start to ramp on through. Energy's looking for that opening, wants to get someone low. Bionic hook into Trooper's Fist with the meteor, and comes on through from DFP. Damage boosted by Mash, and that's going to be a clean house from OUG. Finds the eliminations even through the Invis Boundary on FlyQuest's end.
OUG just slam into the fight again and again. Taro Cookie, like you mentioned, perfect opportunity to go right in with that Fate of Both Worlds. Yeah, Fate of Both Worlds was able to just timed it perfectly, and now OUG looking to make it towards that halfway point to that second point, but FlyQuest, they still have ultimates to work with. Keep in mind, Energy still kept that Kraken Impact, but look at OUG making the offensive move.
Clobbering time into follow-up from Jeff. Isn't going to be able to find anything. Molan Ran's able to come on through with the block. Does have the ultimate currently up, as well as getting the shield coming on through from his Magneto. This is still stall strategies though coming through from FlyQuest, and guarantees the defense will be able to regroup and get another fight before OUG can find themselves getting a wider time back as we head towards OT. And that's going to benefit Cooper, who gets the copy of God of Mischief for the Invis Boundary, holds the ultimate as long as he possibly can, and tries to buy the time for Energy to come through. Playing off of the slow to set up the Kraken Impact. DRP falls. Dudu is going to be the next, surely. Small gets to bring one Vanguard back with the BRB, but it's gone for now.
Yep, BRB gone and not available on the side of OUG. The portal might have to come into fruition very, very soon, but that overtime meter still alive and well, so OUG have a little bit of breathing room. But right now, FlyQuest looking to take over, but Saval comes back with the CYA, combo it with the Kraken Impact. That 40% boost just wipes out Spark Chief, but Taro Cookie needs to wait a little bit to wait out that invisible boundary, but that is the signal, that is the green light as Taro Cookie tries to go right in. The dance floor opens up for OUG. FlyQuest want to use that meteor to shut down the dance floor, but they are not able to, as everyone on FlyQuest desperately, frantically trying to find a way back in, but Energy has that Kraken Impact, and look at the numbers right now. It is perfect timing for FlyQuest to strike, but the Carbon Crush just shuts down Energy before he can do even a single bit of damage.
Vision gets Taro Cookie. Cooper gets to come on through with a copy coming on through with the rocket compy to get another BRB, but also the 40% damage jump, so the FlyQuest can finally have the damage to burst through OUG's players. But Molar has got another ultimate. He's finding the pressure onto the Loki at the backline. Regen Dominator is forced off of the objective. All of the strategists are having to peel the Iron Fist, which opens up the front line for OUG's own Cosmic Amplifier, and they might be waving a hearty goodbye to FlyQuest presence, as I think OUG in overtime are going to be able to pick up second.
There's still members still hanging around on the site, so that second point has not secured just yet, but Molan Ran, man, just coming in hot right now, swinging those hands and making sure FlyQuest are kept at bay. OUG now secured that second point again by the thinnest of margins. If you looked at that overtime meter, that was so thin. You can even see a bit of yellow in there.
Okay, here comes FlyQuest with the emergency measures. There's 1 minute left on the bank for OUG. If they lose one of these fights, FlyQuest are in such a good position to be able to hold, so they're going to swap over to the group for the isolations. Now that Thor's not in play, they're going to swap Vision over to the Adams so that they have Soulbind to play defensively against everything that OUG have aggressively. This is a really smart smart decision because they're also 50% over to the ultimate for the Karmic Revival. And OUG have to commit the Iron Fist. It's the only one who's going to be able to go deep enough, which then baits Molanran's position for energy to peel and find the elimination.
But unfortunately, Molanran still going to be a nuisance yet again, thanks to the BRB. But now a supernova of ultimates is very much inbound. Everyone on FlyQuest has their ultimates available. OUG also have ways to clap back, but it's going to be a little bit of a staggering of these ultimates as FlyQuest look to find a way to break through the offensive of OUG. But Vess, being the man from Atlanta, trying to stay tall for his own team. But OUG with Molanran has that living chi. Goes for the right clicks, goes for the Dragon Defense, but he's just going to become a little bit of a helicopter as he waits for all the cooldowns to be burned as he does use the bubble to get away to safety. But FlyQuest have a way back, but unfortunately, Cooper gets taken out in his own domain as OUG find 2 picks, but Vision comes in. Everyone on FlyQuest rising to the occasion, and that's exactly what they need to do as overtime pops up yet again.
They don't have the soul binds though. Sparksheath is able to build a wall between themselves, literally, but that wall now falls, and the floodgates have opened. Regen Domain is going to be weaved coming on through from Cooper, so that FlyQuest have the opportunity to disengage safely around the corner without losing another one of their players, trying to shore up the time to build the Strangling Prison and the Kraken Impact. The one thing that can stop OUG's push right here, right now, as they do not have Fate of Bowards from Nash. It all comes down to this. Can the Winter Soldier and the group pull through?
That is the big question mark right now. Spark Chief is the green light in this entire fight, but Dudu has the Cynox Seduction, will keep energy at bay for a little bit, but the Strangling Prison comes in, and then the Wombo, and then the combo as Energy and Spark Chief try to shut down this defense, but OUG, thanks to that BRB coming out of cooldown yet again, will keep OUG in this fight, and they have to resort to Cooper, who had to steal the Fatal Bow for DRP. Can he land this Meteor? The bubble will buy a bit of time, and it will just stray the Meteor away, but look at OUG. This is their clapback. This is their chance, but Vision, again, wants everyone to rise again, but he falls, but not before everyone on FlyQuest respawn in the nick of time. But FlyQuest, can they get the defense going? But OUG still have a huge advantage right now. Half of the members of FlyQuest are down, and OUG with the Fists of Fury, they complete the triple, and now FlyQuest need to match that push.
Legendary Chi, and they said our battle between OUG and FlyQuest will be legend. Wait for it. Derry Molanran has been making us wait overtime by the skin of their teeth every single point, but the Iron Fist ultimate pulling through. The fact that he was able to get so deep into FlyQuest's backline, take Vision out through the Karmic Revival. However, he hadn't been able to get the elimination before, so Vision still had the regenerative cocoon to bring himself back, which is why all of those revives kept going even after Vision had fallen. But that was still the buffer window for OUG to finally be able to target focus those players down, as FlyQuest had to funnel one player by one player by one player onto the objective just to prevent OUG from moving a little bit far forward. And if we go to a map number 3, Dan, I think we're going to be seeing a first and a potential Iron Fist ban on the Ignite stage.
That would make things a lot spicier. It would cause a bit of variety in these picks and bans. We've been seeing the same pool of heroes contributing to these bans, but if that Iron Fist does come in, that would make things a lot more spicier. But FlyQuest need to right now match what OUG did in round number 1. They have to complete the triple for themselves if they want to force an overtime scenario, but the push starts right here.
It's all going to be about how much time can this free composition burn off FlyQuest's bank, and FlyQuest are going to be having none of it. They've got the Moon Knight, they've got the Punisher, they're just trying to melt through all of that sustainability with damage output. However, OUG doing a very good job of actually hiding from it, utilizing the walls of these inside buildings to deny any damage uptime coming on through. Energy is going to have to hunt the punch, but it's looking a little bit slower given the lack of Loki on the side of OUG. There's no doppelgangers for the Onks to bounce off of.
Yep, Sival will pop that CYA, but Due will say CYA to Vest. Energy and Spark Chief will follow suit. gets sent back to the spawn room, and FlyQuest, quick and you miss it. Just like that, already wiped out, but still have a lot of breathing room. It's 3 minutes left. You can take a breather, figure out if you want to stick with this composition or you press the emergency button and try to look for something else. But right now, FlyQuest, they do have the Groot, they have the Moon Knight, the Groot Knight Wombo combo,
Whoa.
but Molan Run comes
first?
in with it, and they try to find a way to break through the offensive of FlyQuest before it even comes into fruition. But FlyQuest, look at the resources they have available. They only burned Zelos' ultimate, but Taro Cookie a little bit early on the Karmic Revival, you could argue, and that just means FlyQuest can just wait it out, wait until that giant sphere goes away, and that will be that go button for FlyQuest as the Meteor comes right in. But the Invisible Boundary is going to buy a bit of time, but the Strangling Prison will tag up to 2, but the Groot Walls tries to buy a bit of time, but Vision in the back line, he sees everything, he sees you all, and he will try his damn best to try to wipe out what is left of OUG.
The Cosmic Gun Amplifier, though, it was on the other side. The Punisher wasn't able to actually find a line of sight onto it, which means that OUG did lose some players, but not all of them. Taro Cookie was also able to bring himself back, and they think that this is still going to be, if not winnable, stallable. Out comes the Psionic Seduction, and they're trying to burn as many ultimates as they possibly can for FlyQuest. Out comes the Invis Boundary. Energy finds the pick onto Molan Run before the heal tick can kick on through, and it's going to be stopped both by the Hand of Khonshu and also by that pause, as FlyQuest are going to try and use it to cover the disengagement out of the slow, as we're going to be seeing FlyQuest having to yet again commit ultimates just to be able to keep this objective moving forward.
It's going to be difficult right now for FlyQuest, right? The pressure is really on them right now. OUG completed that triple back in round 1, but now FlyQuest have to find a way to back in. But right now, they're suffering the same fate that OUG did back in round number 1. They got a little bit bottlenecked back in their own spawn room for quite a few minutes, really. And now FlyQuest, now in that same scenario, have to find a way back in. The Groot Knight combo kind of worked, but it was really Vision with that final judgment just in that backline, just lasering down as many members as possible before any sort of a reaction comes out from OUG. And with that Karmic Revival gone, that was quite literally the go button.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't actually been really using the Groot Knight combo. We've actually got to see, you know, that Hand of Khonshu was played first off of the slow, coming on through from the Invis Boundary, and Strangling Prison was actually saved in the pocket to have to combine with the Final Judgment coming on through from the Punisher. However, Molan Ran, both the star of the show on the attack, but also the savior of the fight on the defense, on that group, bought so many walls that, yes, the Final Judgment did absolutely melt through all of them, but it gave that little bit of time for OUG to be able to adjust, break away from the CEC of the Groot ultimate, and get into a position where the Final Judgment would only be able to pick up players that they could bring back, either with things like the BRB or with the add-in self-res, so they were able to hold their position and then use things like the Magnetos Meteor M, as well as the Sonic Seduction to be able to hold the fort down on the space, and not allow FlyQuest, despite using every single aggressive combo that they have in the pocket, to be able to move that cart forward.
And we'll see how much farther they do go in. There is a bit of a clapback coming in from OUG, but we'll see if they are able to break through for the time being. But yeah, like you said, Vision using that Final Judgment, but there was that great response coming in from OUG. These micro plays, we keep talking about it again and again, right? These micro plays really make a huge impact, and as far as we know, the players like to really love it if we find and spot out all those micro plays. That's really why we're here. That's really why we're providing you the guide of throughout this entire fight. And now we are soon enough going back into action.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to see Midtown in action, we're getting to revive strategies in action, but there's another way that you can revive, and in the spooky season, it's by becoming a zombie. Let's have a look at all of our wonderful PvE modes with Marvel Rivals Zombie.
Time to make the undead dead again. In Spectre's name! Told Spectre I'd carry on his legacy. Time to live up to the promise. I was born ready. A thousand gods!
Oh my goodness, Marvel Rivals Zombie. I'm so sad I haven't gotten to actually try
Really?
it yet because I was traveling when it released. But the second that I get back, I'm going to be sinking my teeth quite literally into that mode because I'm a strategist main, which means that, Dan, I'm going to be playing Jeff.
Jeff is a very fun a fun hero to play. I know me and my friends have been experimenting on some funny builds. There is one where you just stay underwater and then you just do as much damage as possible
The
like
submarine.
that. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, just staying under there, just doing whatever, and then you're just finding ways to take out those hordes of enemies, and just like that, Marvel Rivals, very very fun game. But I got the chance to try it.
Did you get to Nightmare 4?
Not yet. Actually, I did get to Nightmare 4, but I didn't get to beat it yet because we have been a little bit. It's been rough.
Bit busy, you know, with a little bit of something called Marvel Rivals Ignite Atlanta DreamHack Grand Finals. That's definitely been keeping you and me shipshape in terms of that meta. But speaking about Jeff, let's have a look and see how exactly you can play the Landshark in style this spooky season, because we have, I mean, he's always given such amazing skins, but I think my personal favorite has to be the Jeff-O-Lantern. Not only is it absolutely adorable, the name alone, for me, a lover of puns and dry wit humor, I appreciate it when they go that extra distance with a costume.
It's such a cute skin. It's so good. The Jeff-O-Lantern. The effects also just as good as well, especially in the Ultimate Circle, bright and orange, and it's very suited towards that Halloween. How do I say this? Halloween. I guess flavor.
Do you think if you say GG at the end of games, instead of saying good game, it stands for good game?
Maybe. That's a good approach to go by it. And look at that MVP. That is such a beautiful one, such a cute one, and
And it is available in the store right now. You'll be able to get it from here until November 21st. That is absolutely one you don't want to miss out on. I know the Christmas season is coming up, but hey, we all know that sometimes a little spook around Christmas goes a very long way. And speaking about going a long way, OUG could be taking us a very long way in I said it. I can kind of sound a little bit smug here. I said that I thought OUG would potentially pull off a surprising upset, but I don't think a lot of other people expected to see this one potentially go to a free mapper.
Yeah, perhaps that match versus a Na'Vi might have been a little bit of a signal, a little bit of a red flag for most of these teams, seeing that OUG have been really doing well on this big stage. This is quite literally the biggest stage in Marvel Rivals, the pinnacle of Marvel Rivals esports, and what better way to do it than to show the world that you can play these unconventional picks, and just like that, Molan Ron putting on a show on that Iron Fist, even running the default costume as well. I think that's just absolute aura.
That's the aura. Let's have a look and see as we have a look at some of those replays and highlights brought to you by OUG. We are not going to be held accountable here at Marvel Rivals Ignite for any Iron Fist players that are now going to be locked subsequently because of this performance put on by Molan Ran in your competitive and non-competitive games. This is not on us. This is just Molan Ran being an absolute monster on the hero. Look at that. Out comes that legendary Chi, just managing to put so much pressure onto FlyQuest. He was the reason. He single-handedly kept 3 strategists at bay, getting to play rock, paper, scissors, punch with the entirety of FlyQuest's backline to allow OUG to pick up second and spiral into third, as we go back and have a look to see whether or not FlyQuest this time are going to be able to do the same and get this payload all the way through.
Stay at bay no longer, right? OUG now look on the defensive side. FlyQuest looking to match that triple that OUG did back in round number 1. So now with that stage set, FlyQuest now have to make it towards that step 1 position of taking that first point, as a turret does come in for vision, trying to find any sort of opportunity. But as the strangling prison comes in, there is a response from FlyQuest. Everyone responding to one ultimate after another. But Taro Cookie has that res to come right in. They even have a BRB from Saval just in case, but the Eye of Agamotto tags onto 2, but the follow-up is just not there. But Vision comes in with the strangling prison from Spark Chief, but Vision, his is 2020 right now as he picks up a triple. Energy will help contribute towards more frags, and FlyQuest complete step 1.
Okay, such as the strength of the Loki with the regen domain being able to pocket the Punisher, something that would normally need to use a Lunar Ultimate or an Invis or a Cloak and Daggers, and that is why he's going to be able to stay all the way alive through the entire duration of that Invis boundary, as Vision is now going to be swapping onto the Phoenix now that that free holder has been broken. Energy's going to be moving over to the Psylocke, Spark Chief, the Captain Americas. They have a lot of time to make up for, and they're going to be looking for dive into the backline to get that objective moving and split OUG's attention.
I saw a little bit of, I don't know if you saw that, right? Energy put up a wall to provide a ramp to go back into the spawn room to change into the Psylocke, and I think Vision as well, using the right click from the Punisher, the smoke bomb came back into spawn as well. So a little bit of a microplay coming in from FlyQuest, and that really means that they have the upper hand in this adjustment play as OUG look to try to break through, but Cooper comes in response, but the God of Mischief immediately canceled.
Oh, Molan Ran and Energy both having a Psylocke off over for that high ground control. FlyQuest will be able to win it out though with an intrusion of the Phoenix. And out comes the Invis boundary trying to hold up for healing against the Dance of the Butterflies. The stacks are good, but Zealous gets a later Invis boundary off of the back of it. Something that OUG are going to use to shut down Psionic Seduction to prevent FlyQuest picking up the momentum, and they manage to find the pick. Vision falls. Cooper does have the God of Mischief, but without the Gene, do they decide to try and rise from the ashes of this fight, or is it going to be a throw the towel in and reset for the next?
See what the play is. Cooper did pop that God of Mischief, did copy the Fate of Both Worlds, and it's just a matter of time until when he uses it. That timer coming down to 0 and will time it just perfectly. But OUG, they have their own dance floor available as well, as Vision does have the Endsong Inferno vest, has that meteor up and ready to go, but Taro Cookie, he sees that the time is now, but he can't find the frags as the Endsong Inferno comes crashing down as Energy also dancing in the back line of OUG, trying to find an opening of some sort, but that opening pick does come in favor of OUG. Another one falls as well, and Molan Ran with that living Chi again and again, just wipe out what is left of FlyQuest, but he does get taken out in the end. But FlyQuest still need to walk away, just take a breather and look for a different way in as Spark Chief looking to get a flank play coming in.
Do they mark the Captain America? FlyQuest are going to make a move. They're going to split OUG in half, so OUG go first and walk on the rest of the team call. Psionic Seduction is going to be blocked by the Magneto's Curtain for a little bit of time, but not the full duration of it, and that allows Molan Ran to come back into the mix. DFB does have the Meteor and could potentially use it here to shut down Cooper's God of Mischief, but that means that Zealous is going to be able to get a free of his boundary, as hold on a minute, that's not a strategist! Cooper goes for the Hail Mary copy of the Magneto, and now it's up to the lone Invis boundary to stand up against the might of OUG. Svald manages to pick up Energy so close to the Dance of the Butterflies, we were sort of punished. Mash failing to have the Fate of Both Worlds, and FlyQuest now are going to be up the creek without a strategist defensive.
This is the moment. Do OUG make another upset happen? Will they make the entire fan base of FlyQuest become a little bit worried right now as Mohamed with the Fist of Fury yet again goes right in, goes right out, and might look to go right back in as Spark Chief has to tank some of the punches, but Zelos is able to find a neutralization on that character as Vest looking to adjust onto the Thor. That overtime meter comes into fruition and is going down ever so slightly as Taro Cookie. Is he the difference here? Can he slam the gauntlet down, or is it Vision with his own Kraken impact as well? Cooper steals away that invisible boundary. The Eye of Agamotto only tagging onto Taro Cookie, but Molan Run, he has the living chi again. He's gonna go again and again as Dudu has the support with the Silent Seduction, and that overtime meter might just come down short. That spangled path from FlyQuest might not do a damn thing as OUG will take over Midtown and now tied 1 apiece.
Do you know what's absolutely crazy too? The buff that they gave to Iron Fist on the previous patch means because his damage is based on the health percentage, he actually does more damage than Wolverine. So by FlyQuest using the Freedom Charge from the Captain America, all they did was increase the damage output of Molan Ran's strikes against the entirety of the team. It's such a good way of countering sustained plays coming on through from your opponent, and that's an Iron Fist MVP on Midtown, something that no one expected to see. A total wildcard on the bingo board as he makes away with a whopping 40,000 damage, 57,000 damage blocked.
How? I'm having a loss for words. How many times do you see an Iron Fist top the damage charts?
Yeah.
Not almost
Over
the entire
a Winter Soldier!
Over a Winter Soldier, like you said. Both of them, actually almost Vision, but still. Molan Run. My God, what an Iron Fist performance you are putting on right now. It's not even in a ranked game. It's literally on the biggest stage in Marvel Rivals. And with that exposure coming in, OUG, they must feel like at an all-time high.
Oh my goodness. Let's take a look back at that last match, because we really do just have to take a moment to let it sink in and properly appreciate all of these amazing plays. Cooper there coming on through with the copy of the God of Mischief into the Comic Revival. This was the moment too where we got to see the combination of both the Sonic Seduction and the Itch Jab to be able to catch onto FlyQuest players, but the problem for them was that the eliminations came in too much quickly. It was 2 stacks, so the Reds was able to bring everyone from FlyQuest all the way back, but the start of the show, we really can't undersell it enough. It's Molan Run on the Iron Fist. What a performance put on by the Duelist.
Me personally, I started out playing a bit of Iron Fist. I thought he was a fun character to play, but now with all the changes coming in as well, and now receiving that buff where he does a little bit more damage to those tankier characters, Molan Run shows that this buff is no fluke. It might have been a small number, but it goes a long, long way. And Molan Run just shows us why this Iron Fist might be their key to maybe even taking over the entire group. But obviously, we are still in day 2. We are about to reach that halfway point, but still a lot more games to play.
I mean, look at that, just the aura of going against the Magneto mid-Meteor Arm, because all of your damage is up melee, so it goes directly through the Meteor Arm, but then you can also use the block to be able to prevent the Meteor Arm collapsing on one of your players, which would have been absolutely huge if you'd been able to pull it off. The problem for OUG is that, like you said, that Iron Fist has definitely been one of the key factors of their strategy. That is one Duelist, and that's likely going to be banned on out. We'll see whether or not we're going to get our first ever Iron Fist ban here on the Ignite stage, as we'll be back with map number 3 after this break.
which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is going to happen right here, right now. Hello everybody and welcome back as Dan is just trying to get over exactly what happened on Midtown, as I'm sure all of us are. What a convoy that we had. And Dan, I think you and I were both in agreement as we go through into our what has to be Convergence map. We think that there's definitely going to be an Iron Fist targeted ban coming on through against Merlin. Like, surely, right?
Surely. It really depends on what kind of map they decide to opt for. Obviously, now that Convoy is out of the picture now, we only can look at the maps of Convergence. Hall of Djalia, Symbiotic Surface, Central Park, and the newest addition, Heart of Heaven. And that map really suits not only Iron Fist characters, but also just dive compositions as a whole.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is that all of those maps suit dive characters.
That is true.
You can't go Central Park, right? Because of the tech with like flying characters, but also with Iron Fist, where you're able to, on attacker spawn, actually rotate around the cliffside of the point and pop up behind, and then thus split the defense's attention coming on through so that your Iron Fist pops up, the rest of your team walks from the corner into main, and you manage to box them on through. So that rules out Central Park. I think we're both in agreement there. Now that leaves either Hall of Djalia, Symbiotic Surface, or Heart of Heaven, our latest map. And one thing that you could potentially do if you're a team coming in is be working in secret on that latest map so that you have a strategy up your sleeve. And indeed, there it is. Heart of Heaven is going to be selected, and that's going to put even more pressure into removing the Iron Fist, right? Because otherwise, you're not playing Marvel Rivals, you're not playing Attack Shooter, you're playing a horror game simulator with all of the clouds not knowing whether or not when you move forward, there's going to be an Iron Fist waiting in the wings to jump.
Yeah, FlyQuest. This is FlyQuest's pick, right? They did opt to go to the newest map. If you've been watching us so far, this is the first time we've seen Heart of Heaven here on the global stage. Essentially, in the entirety of Marvel Rivals as a whole. And FlyQuest, staying true to their name, they go up sky high, and they will opt to choose that as their home base for map number 3. And like you said, these clouds really benefiting dive compositions. Obviously, OUG will take full advantage of it, but you gotta look at FlyQuest. They picked this map. Do they have something right now?
I feel like that might be a strategy, but we're going to have to see, like you said, whether or not they're going to be able to fly, but if it's going to be wings made of gold or made of wax. Are they going to be flying too close to the sun with a little bit of hubris, picking a map which is really going to benefit a lot of OUG's playstyles? They like to run the dive, they like to run the Psylocke, the Iron Fist, all of those things really do find a footing on Heart of Heaven, which makes sense. This map is literally all around Iron Fist. As OUG, they didn't go for the instant save onto the Iron Fist, they instead prioritized the Emma, as both of these teams are going to take out the Mantis, because a 12% damage boosted Molan run is a terrifying to prospect to face down.
Absolutely insane statistic coming in from that Mantis pick, obviously now being taken away from both sides. And similar to what we saw on map number 2, OUG claiming that Emma Frost and then FlyQuest taking the Jeff. But for now, FlyQuest, how long do you wait until you take out that Iron Fist, or even take it out at all?
Well, they're going to be removing the Captain America, which could set up for a dive duelist. Either the Iron Fist, the Psylocke, the Daredevil, all of these are potential duelists that we get to see on this lineup. Hela is going to be saved on the side of FlyQuest. Now, is that going to now force OUG to ban out the Namor to be able to deny the Tidal Dirge and the Crossfire set up between both the Hela and Namor in a 2-2-2 composition? There it is! Namor has been removed, but this is actually very smart from FlyQuest, because now Winter Soldier makes it through, and Winter Soldier is much more of a problem for Iron Fist to have to deal with.
We'll see what the play is for FlyQuest. They are down to one more ban, and OUG will secure that Hela for themselves, which means FlyQuest have to do the flip side. They have to take out the Namor if they want to deny that team up, and they do just that. And OUG hits them with the Uno reverse card. You have to ban Namor. You have to allow us to play whatever we want. We can play the Bucky, we can play the Iron Fist, even the Psylocke as
with
well.
the Emma as well for
Yeah.
the side of OUG, and Molan Ran is already teasing us with the Iron Fist. For FlyQuest though, you know what's coming, right? Not only do they get to choose the map, they also get to choose the map side. They're going to be starting off in the defense, and this time around, this is the test. You've lost once against the Iron Fist. Now you're expecting it. Now you're going to be marking every single one of your angles and positions. So I actually really like the duelist line that they're currently showing us because, yeah, Phoenix did get nerfed. However, the stun is still really, really strong, and she gets to play both off angle and with the team core. So you're going to have a lot of coverage of space for the Monopoly to be able to set up Zealous as well with the Invis to be able to shield whoever picks the off angle.
Bear witness to the first time on the global stage, Heart of Heaven being picked up by none other than FlyQuest, flying up to the mountain of Kunlun. And now we clock it down to 0, and OUG will be first to take on the offensive. And with these clouds, how do any of these teams play around this map? This is an element that no other map is currently have. So, a lot of unknowns right now here on the biggest stage.
A lot of spam damage coming on through from FlyQuest Energy, getting to hold a very aggressive angle over the rooftop terrace to spam the pressure onto OUG's approach before they fall back over towards point, keeping it between themselves and creating as much distance between the divers they possibly can to be able to react to it before it's directly on top of them. Bears on that mag is going to act as a buffer as Taro Cookie's going to be able to chase by Spark Sheet and get the pick on Division, and there's no rocket to be able to bring him back, which means that that elimination is going to stick. OUG have been able to get a foothold onto point, and now they have a clear off-angle rotation for the Psylocke to be able to collapse.
That's a big pick coming in from OUG. No rocket available, if I remember correctly. So, and you're on the defensive side on these kinds of convoy or convergence maps. If you're on the defensive side and you go down, you have a long way to go back. So that 10-second respawn timer really is like close to 20.
Yeah, unless it's Jeff, and it was Jeff.
Yes.
So at least
Make it
what we're
like-
probably
maybe
going
like-
to be
maybe like
able to
15.
see is like the weave in of going under the ground, getting the speed bubble, going under the ground, getting the speed bubble, which starts to look a little bit like a swimming stroke on camera, I can see, which I feel is very fitting, as we're going to swim right back into this fight. Tower Cookie once again clearing the angle from Spark Chief, Zulu getting the collapse onto Zealous, who must have gone for a counter rotation with the Psylocke, sending the Curve Emma aggressively forward with your dive component, and OUG are starting to pick a point percentage. Vision off of the Jeff on the Strange is going to be back with the pulse release, try and stall it out, but there's no win condition for FlyQuest to hold on for.
Somehow there was a trade that does kick in, but FlyQuest, they got a little bit staggered, so that portal should be up for long enough for everyone on FlyQuest to flood onto the site, but Savald wants to try to kick them right back out with that invisible boundary. But now their response coming in from Energy with that Unsung Inferno. There is a wild Doctor Strange in your face, just whipping you and taking you out. But Energy, despite the Unsung Inferno not going to plan, Vision comes in, stuns up Molan Ron, but the rest of OUG are still standing tall.
Molan Ran's back on the Iron Fist, does go down to Energy with the help of that Phoenix Stun, but the Meteor M manages to find the AoE collapse onto Energy, who pushes it low enough that he has to disengage, setting up the Strange to be isolated. Out comes the Fate of Foe Force from OUG's, and Tower Cookie has been taken down though with the Meteor M one-shot, and now they don't have the Lunar Ultimate against the Heaven's Retribution. It's reliance on Molan Ran instead to be able to deflect all of the incoming damage. Dudu has fallen, we've still got Invis Foundry and Legendary Chi coming on through from Molan Ran in the back line, as it's up to Energy to turn the fight for FlyQuest with the end zone.
Oh my gosh, Molan Ran just harassing the 3 strategists of FlyQuest, just being an absolute nuisance, and that allows Spark Chief, though, to just find a cleanup frag as FlyQuest still looking to find a way, a sign of life even, on the side of FlyQuest, just getting that defense coming in as Molan Ran. He's going to rest his hands. He's going to go right to the Psylocke now.
Yeah, Phoenix might have been muted in terms of Beyblade tech, but is still very vocal for the health reset of Ensong Inferno. So even with all of the focus from the strategist locked onto Molan Ran, FlyQuest still had sustainability to stop them picking up that last crucial bit of point. And now it falls to this last fight. 1 minute remaining, but FlyQuest very much in the driver's seat with the ultimate charges. Heaven's Retribution starting to build an up hit for Spark Shoot, but the strategist ultimates are going to be crucial as Cooper and Zelf and Vision are all about to get theirs, and OUG are currently a little bit too far away from an aggressive play to be able to force them.
FlyQuest don't opt to pull the trigger just yet. Mash now very close to Vault as well. OUG, they have a way in, but FlyQuest also looking to equalize the battlefield with their ultimates of their own as the clock runs thin. 25 seconds left on that timer as everyone on FlyQuest, every one of OUG just flood right onto the site. Ultimates coming in left, right, and center. Sensory overload for both of these players, but they have to play it out. They have to find a way in. OUG, can they get a push going? It doesn't seem so, but FlyQuest actually did take out Cooper, but OUG now look to try to be in that driver's seat with that psionic seduction from Dudu. Bolon Rod getting low, getting taken out, but Taro Cookie waiting in the wings, waiting for his moment, and will find the flyer, but the cloud, but the hook was absolutely perfect as Taro Cookie chunks out Spark Chief, but they don't find the pick as Taro Cookie trying to find a way through the fog, through the fogs of war as FlyQuest finally look to fall apart as OUG with 2 frags of their own, but Zelos has that portal coming in. His hands are shaky. It's getting a little bit desperate for FlyQuest, but OUG need to stay on this site, and Spark Chief looks to try and be that difference, but Savald will ease things out with that invisible boundary, but that Vision ultimate is absolutely perfect, but still absolutely neutralized.
This should be OUG finally starting to clean up house, and oh my goodness. I've heard of that, head in the clouds. I've never heard of Jeff in the clouds. Vision was hiding that entire time, utilizing the cleave from the primary Joyful Splash to be able to both damage OUG players, but also keep the Vanguards from FlyQuest up, alive, and contesting. It was only Taro Cookie on the Winter Soldier and that continuous pressure which allowed OUG the opportunity to finally bring the champs down and pick up that last bit of point needed to move themselves into the convoy part of this map. They've got ultimates as well to keep the snowball coming on through, but here is where we get to see that Hella Save come into play. Vision is going to be on a long linear angle with a high ground hold to stop the dive in its tracks.
Yeah, what's unique about Heart of Heaven right now is that point actually goes right under the path and it goes circles to spiral right back up, but DRP will take out Zelos during that entire skirmish as OUG keeping their train going. FlyQuest, though, need to find a way to clap back, and that Kraken impact from Taro Cookie might be the difference, but Vision and Molarron will equal up with a 1-for-1 trade so far, but Energy looks to keep it in favor of FlyQuest.
Yeah, FlyQuest just want this full fight reset right now, so that Vision's going to be in a good spot to be able to find a magic pick on the entry of these attacking teams. Spark Chief on the Angela's going to be able to do so much to disrupt, has to worry about the tainted voltage coming on through from Taro Cookie, does not want to get knocked down, but Angela with the shield is going to be able to hold the position long enough for both Vision to build ultimate, but also Energy and OUG. They've got the invis boundary, they're going to have to sacrifice one for the other.
Spark Chief almost found a pick onto DRP, but was able to get support from his fellow teammates. But Savald will kick things off with the invisible boundary, and that signals a push coming in. OUG, they don't wait for your opportunities, they take it for themselves as Vision tries to find an equalization, but will not find more.
The
as that
best
Goddess of Death
defense
will not even come into play.
The best defense is a good offense, as Asphalt would say, and OUG with that slow are able to pick Energy apart. It does buy them more distance, but now they have to buffer the time frame for Mash to be able to build up the fate of both worlds. Can he manage to do it? Out comes the Soul Drainer, managing to clear Molarran's position on the Psylocke. He does make it around the corner, but that meant that no one was keeping an eye on Energy. Out comes the Kraken Impact. Fate of both worlds comes on through from Mash. He's going to be able to damage amp up DRP's own ultimate, but Cooper and Zelos now get a free late to utilize the strategist ultimate from FlyQuest's side. Out comes the Invis boundary. The slow's going to be able to put the pressure onto Mash, and OUG are down to just Sval coming up through with the Invis healing. Molan runs about to hit the down to the butterflies, and FlyQuest don't have a defensive to be able to deal with it, but at the moment OUG just don't get the players through that they want. The body blocking through the portal is absolutely lethal for OUG's end.
All around the start of the show here on OUG, cannot get it done. The Meteor comes in and it finishes the job. FlyQuest did give up that first point, but a great hold after OUG took over that site.
But is it going to be enough? OUG picked up the full point and managed to get almost halfway through into the second half. FlyQuest now have to deal with an OUG team who are going to be in control of all of the angles with the stall comp that we can already see getting locked here with Molan run on the Atom and Mash over towards the Rocket if they really want the stall to go even longer too. The Loki was able to make it through the ban draft as well, but it looks like it's going to be more of a priority onto the Invis woman instead, being able to utilize the shields but also having the invisible boundary for the full heal but also slow impact in case FlyQuest try to run an aggressive dive to be able to break through this push.
FlyQuest, this is a lot more favorable of a position. They didn't give up a triple over to OUG back in Midtown, so FlyQuest is it's a very, very winnable situation right now, but OUG do have options under their belt. We'll see if OUG opt to go for the Rocket. It doesn't look like that will be the case, so they will just fully rely on Molan Ron, on that Adam Warlock, to keep everyone alive. And that is what the plan is as Spark Chief starts making some circles on the map.
Yeah, Portal's going to come on through. This is going to allow FlyQuest to break away from all of the defensive angles that OUG have favorably right now. Also means that Vision gets to be put on and off angle to have that Guardian Shield and pressure OUG's players hiding up on that roof for Taro Cookie to try and find as many stuns as possible onto those players and hypercharge up the end song. Astral Block is going to be used for Vision actually to directly challenge, but there's the hubris. He thought he'd be able to win with the Soul Drainer grabbing the Phoenix's position back, but DRP with the assist comes on through, and OUG have dealt with the Hela and dealt with the portal push.
So far, OUG are looking good in this defense. Taro Cookie still standing tall on that high ground of that temple, and will keep the choke point in control of OUG just for a brief moment, but Spark Chief is a little bit of a thorn on Taro Cookie's side. He has to keep tabs on this Angela pick as Taro Cookie, he slips off the roof, but flies back up to try to contest that space yet again. But Vision looking elsewhere, but now looks to set his sights on Taro Cookie, who is just dancing in and out of that high ground. And now Spark Chief trying to make a tough target for himself. He gets into the waterfall, and that will save him from going down. But Taro Cookie still raining down hell onto FlyQuest, who have to invest two of their ultimates to even get a chance to taste something on this site. But the Wombo combo does not find a single frag.
The Endsong Inferno and the Meteor managed to pressure FlyQuest off of getting to utilize the fate of both worlds, and Energy Burn Kraken impact in that fight as well. For them, they're going to be relying on things like the Invis boundary to play into these retakes, but they don't really have a way of getting forward onto the point unless OUG invite them in, and that's just all going to be a bait so that they can use the Sonic Seduction when FlyQuest are too deep to be able to disengage. Out comes the Invis boundary, but wait! Dudu got CC'd! Something prevented the Ember's ultimate from coming into play!
So many micros, so much factors that disrupt the general flow of the game as Energy takes out Dudu, but that signals Pastor Molanron to tell Dudu to rise again as he tries to find any sort of right click, any sort of opportunity, but even hitting targets will allow Molanron to keep sustaining the team with the flick of his hand.
Spark Chief and Energy can combine their ultimates, Heaven's Retribution and Kraken Impact, but no, it's just used to finally take control of this high ground. Out comes the Meteor M from DRP, staving off the momentum from both of the two ultimates from FlyQuest's end, and it's sets up FlyQuest being stuck yet again in the limbo of these chokes, and OUG have a composition which allows them to move aggressively forward with the fate of both worlds, pushing the attacker side out, and we go down to 1 minute remaining, and OUG are going to have the Emma ultimate for the shutdown, Taro Cookie with the end song Inferno for the full heal reset on the Phoenix if she gets pressured off of the high ground, and they're going to have the Soulbone from the Anthem.
OUG found the perfect pick on the likes of Cooper. He was so close to that fate of both worlds, but that pick alone meant that FlyQuest could not contest that point any further because Mash on OUG was able to pop his own fate of both worlds. But now FlyQuest, they need to use this fate of both worlds to absolute perfection, but Vision goes down early. That is bad news for FlyQuest. OUG, can they complete the upset? 20 seconds remaining for FlyQuest to scramble a way back in, but Energy looks to be that difference maker.
Energy manages to find his mirror. There's an Atom trying to creep his way into FlyQuest's backline, who does get punished for the overextension, but Molanran does have the self-res and may well commit it since they have the soulbind in the exchange of the invis boundaries. Molanran revives himself. DRP still has the opportunity for the Meteor M to absorb all of the damages coming on through from Vision's Goddess of Death, and it falls to FlyQuest. The Wombo combo, the homestand hero, Vez and Energy. Can they find the combination to be able to take this point? Because they still have to worry about OUG's portal recontest.
Great plays coming in from the duelist of FlyQuest. It might be sealing the deal here as OUG almost had to hold in, but wait a second, DRP, he's going to open up a portal for OUG to try to flood it right in as Molanran preemptively pops that Karmic Revival to try to find players to come back into the site, but that Karmic Revival is all the way back into the spawn room, so if anyone does go down, OUG still have to make the long march back onto the site, but Mash has that fate of both worlds, and Vest needs to find that Meteor, but it's not onto the Luna Snow, it's actually going to be onto that Molanran Adam Warlock, and now FlyQuest looking good, looking strong with that man advantage. No Cocoon, no chance for OUG to come back, and it's all written on the wall here as FlyQuest all but surely should be able to take this site, but that overtime meter still running short as OUG still have some fight end up with that Psionic Seduction. Molanran switches over to the Iron Fist now, already back into the fight, but Cooper finds Dudu, will shut down that Psionic Seduction, and finally, by the skin of their teeth, OUG also had that same scenario, but FlyQuest also sweating a little bit at now.
It's such a risk going for premature casts of Karmic Revival when that overtime had only really just started going, because that meant that FlyQuest could still stagger their positions onto the objective without putting the pressure onto OUG and looking for the eliminations until the end of that ultimate comes on through. Out comes the Force Physics. Sparkshift is going to be able to disengage it. There was no follow-up CC to be able to punish the Angelus position, as Vision is going to be able to come on through with the Goddess of Death, managing to push OUG's players members low enough that we're going to start to see them actually start to topple on over with the focus fire coming through from the rest of this team. That finish line, we can see it right here. Energy is already pushed so far up to make sure that OUG can't get presence onto the objective and stall it, as FlyQuest are in full control of card and have all of the free push currently.
FlyQuest slowly but surely making that point move, but look at that, it started to blink red for a little bit. OUG control that site for just a brief moment, and that might be the tiniest of stalls, but it could make a big impact as that point does move slowly but surely closer to the checkpoint, closer to the finish line. FlyQuest, they need to save themselves from utter embarrassment, as Vest is the man to do the job. The hometown of Atlanta on his back, as OUG now down a member, need to find a way, need to find an option back in. Cooper tries to deny them from any sort of chance. Taro Cookie, Molanran, and Mash team up, but somehow the time runs slow. Galacta wipes out the overtime candle, and FlyQuest will take over this third map, and they will be the first winners of Heart of Heaven.
First point looked a little bit dicey on the side of FlyQuest. We really did go down to the wire in terms of that overtime, but when we went into the convoy aspect of that map, full control. Like, they masterfully reacted to the invisible boundary coming on through with a mix of Heaven's Retribution to tie every single person in position for the Endsong Inferno and Medium to find all of the follow-up necessary, and then you've already forced the invis boundary. It's not going to be there. OUG have their positions forced as well again onto the objective, otherwise FlyQuest finish off the map regardless, and that's going to be them walking away. It was really problematic as well for OUG, because like when we rounded that corner, the sightline opened up massively for vision on that Hela, where there's hardly any natural cover in the hallways as well for the members of the defense to be able to hold themselves away from, and they had to just keep putting their position onto the objective, otherwise FlyQuest would just push it too far, and we'd see the ultimate trade manage to come on through on the side of FlyQuest, and the attackers would win.
And the only cover that OUG were able to seek refuge in were either in the clouds, but the clouds with that God's death kind of becomes a little bit of a problem, so the only way is to go under, and that's all the difference it makes. With that giant lane available for FlyQuest, they were able to just zone everyone on OUG away, and FlyQuest were just able to get the job done.
Yeah, Zealous had a really good force physics pull as well onto the Angela, because we got to see, right, we talked about it, Dudu went onto the Angela, tried to go on through, control the objective so that FlyQuest didn't get any more free push from the attackers, just naturally controlling the card, but then that put him in such a forward position that suddenly he was grabbable, and it was just leading into all of the follow-up damage coming on through, as we can have a look back and see how exactly Heart of Heaven became a little bit of a ninth circle of hell here for OUG, and FlyQuest, they were able to pull it out. It looked rough coming out of that first map. OUG really surprising us with the Iron Fist on the second, and then when we headed into third, Dan, what a series we got treated to.
It was a pleasant surprise indeed for this entire match as a whole. Over OUG putting on a show yet again. They took a map off Na'Vi, and now they took a map off FlyQuest. Arguably the two best regions here coming into this Grand Finals tournament, and unfortunately OUG yet again we're not able to cross the line, but you got to give huge props to them.
Oh, yeah.
Especially in the situation that OUG are in right now. This is beyond impressive.
Two of your players not speaking the rest of your roster's main language, and you're still able to coordinate dive. Like any other composition, you can kind of be like, okay, yeah, it's just going to be 3, 2, 1s, and you've got your front to backs and all of that fun stuff. Dive requires so much coordination coming on through. It's like the hardest composition whenever you're building rosters and trying to trial players. Dive is probably the most frustrating experience of a scrim to have to sit into, because you have to have utmost trust and utmost synergy with the rest of your players to be able to hit your timings and understand if someone says, I'm committing into this person, you have the trust to be able to follow them into the breach so that you can actually find that value and follow up damage. So the fact that not only were OUG playing Dive, but they made it not just competitive, but they made it viable for their entire team, where they really did look like they were a roster today that would have come in 6 players all chosen, all hand-picked to make it on the Ignite stage, is a massive commendation to this team.
Yeah, huge props for FlyQuest. Securing the win in the end will put themselves on the top alongside Citadel at 2-0, and unfortunately OUG do fall down. But they are 0-3, but they have been insanely impressive. But now we have to set our sights moving on forward as FlyQuest and Citadel now top the leaderboard.
Well, now we're getting ready to head into game number 2. Is it going to be another free mapper? We'll have to wait and see, as it's going to be Na'Vi versus 100 Thieves. We got to see them yesterday. We're going to get to see them head to head right after this break.
Hello everyone, Guang here. It's great to see you all again. In Season 4.0, Dr. Doom's plan to seize the heart of the dragon has been delayed by Shoulau's clever tactics, and as the Shenlong tournament preparation unfolds, Daredevil is set to join the battle. Is his true goal to help the Ice City regain its place among the capital cities of heaven, or has he already decided to commit a necessary evil for the greater good? Be sure to find out when Daredevil joins the Marvel Rivals roster in Season 4.5. As a duelist, Daredevil's iconic radar sense makes all evil visible. Nothing escapes his sight. In combat, he can pick a priority target based on the situation, use his agility to close the gap, and unleash rapid attacks with his speedy clubs. When facing tough opponents, Daredevil taps into the Beast's power, amplifying his martial arts for even more deadly strikes. Activate his ultimate ability, and Daredevil fully unleash the Beast. Any enemy who dares look at him will be gripped by fear, awaiting his cold justice. This update brings another round of team-up ability adjustments. We are removing Ragnarok Rebirth and taking Nemo out of Gamma Charge. 2 brand new team-up abilities are coming: Bestial Hunt.
Here they are, the fools.
And Deep Breath.
The deep. Namor does not lose.
The legions of hell are beyond.
Season 4.5 will also introduce an exciting new mode, with details to be revealed at the Thailand Game Show on October 17th. Plus, we prepared a special Halloween event and themed costumes so we can celebrate this mysterious and lovely season together. We've heard the community's requests for cross-platform progression. We have made it a top priority, and it's been frantically cooking in development behind the scenes. We're excited to share that the feature is now ready. However, to ensure a smooth launch, we'll first invite a small group of players to test and provide feedback during Season 4.5 before officially launching cross-progression for everyone in Season 5. You will be able to link your accounts from different platforms in Settings, Other, Account Linking. Once you set the main character from one platform, you will use it across all linked accounts. You can switch your main character, but there will be a cooldown between changes. Please note, your rank and leaderboard position will remain separate for each platform. When you play on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox, your career battle stats and rank are tracked independently for each device. To meet player demand, we're introducing home screen background customization. You can freely set previous season's main page animations and music, and even download high-res image of the login and lobby screens. Zhiyong is still hard at work on balance changes. Stay tuned for upcoming balance announcements and detailed team-up ability adjustments. And as always, ignite the battle.
Forgive me for what I am about to do. I see you. You've been judged. Face the devil. Wrath of the beast. Hellfire. On the hunt. Let the devil out! Ruthlessness is mercy.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best? The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Welcome back to the group stages of the Marvel Rivals Ignite Atlanta Grand Finals. As we're here after a barn burner of a match, we just had a free map series with a very relieved FlyQuest managing to win out in the end against OUG. And now we head into just as stressful a situation for our next two teams, 100 Thieves, and it's going to be Na'Vi, the current defending mid-season champions, who've been having a little bit of a tougher time as of late.
Yeah, they've been in a rough spot at the moment, not as strong as they used to be, losing some key members as well before Stage 2 came in, but luckily they were able to come into that, coming after mid-season finals, coming into Stage 2, and then making it here again to that Grand Finals is a bit of, again, another sigh of relief for Na'Vi as well.
Speaking about that again, let's bite into 100 Thieves because we have to talk about the Bucky, especially because Citadel were able to win against 100 Thieves yesterday and now have shown a clear strategy to be able to put this team into a really inconvenient spot, banning out Delena's hero pool, including the Winter Soldier that he started taking up so that Terra can be the flexibility.
Yeah, Terra being the backbone of 100 Thieves. Without 100 Thieves, it's not even 100 Thieves without Terra. Terra really has been the backbone of the entire team, carrying his 6 members, maybe 7 if you include the coach as well. So, but for now, the star really has been Terra.
I mean, Terra and I think TTK as well. Like we have to give flowers to TTK. Best Emma in the world, but 100 feels like I feel like you have to go for the duelist lineup in terms of banning out because everybody else is just so flexible. Harvey started out being known as the Loki and is now branched into so many different strategies. He's happy to take up the Invis. Delena probably not so happy to be stuck on the Invis after yesterday's ban draft on that last map. So I would expect when we go into the save parts of the ban draft, we're going to be seeing a little bit more focus on safeguarding some of Delena's picks rather than Terra's.
Yeah, like you mentioned it perfectly, all the teams have been starting to pick up on just focusing down Delena. You can't really stop Terra. He does so much of the work. He knows so many different heroes. He knows how to play most of them. And if you focus on Terra, you're just kind of just hitting yourself against the wall a little bit, trying to limit something that you cannot stop. So instead of Terra, why don't you just move on over down the roster and you look at Delena.
Well, let's move on from 100 Thieves and let's have a look at Na'Vi, because Na'Vi, back when they were known under the organization of Rad, they had a reputation for being one of the smartest teams in accordance to the ban draft. It was how they were able to win out mid-seasons all the way back in Guangzhou against Envy in those grand finals. So I would expect that we're going to be seeing them really looking at what Citadel started putting into play against 100 Thieves here today, as like you mentioned, this is not the same team. There's been a couple of movements here and there. Losing Melia was a huge blow to them, as too was the fact that their last series went the distance. Na'Vi were coming in the 3rd seed in EMEA, barely managing to qualify over Chopped, and then for the first match of their showing here in Atlanta, it went the distance and they dropped a map against a team I don't think a lot of people expected them to drop a team versus.
It is none other than the team we literally just watched play. It was OUG who did take a map off of Na'Vi yesterday in their match, something that all of us really just surprised essentially throughout this entire tournament, and they were so close to crossing that finish line, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. But for now, we set our sights onto that first map, which is always going to be Domination. Keep in mind that Domination will be the first map always in these series. As we move on to maps 2 and 3 is when things open up, as teams do have options to go either convoy or convergence.
Well, our random domination map is going to be Celestial Husk, and there are so many good compositions on this map. Flyers are incredibly strong here. We're probably not going to be seeing things like the Torch because he himself got torched with the latest nerfs, but the Star-Lord is still one of the strongest duelists in the skies. With all of the natural cover that you have around Celestial Husk, you can hide behind it, activate your Galactic Legend, and still be able to cover from all of the ultimates that it's going to greenlight as a counter. As let's see what is going to be able to make its way through. Mantis has been removed for both of these teams, but now the question becomes this first save. Is 100 Thieves going to prioritize something that Delena can play? Because Terra is so flexible in all of these other duelist roles, it's nigh impossible to be able to ban him out.
So far, the Jeff will be the option, and the Mantis as well. So no Mantis so far this entire day, but Na'Vi, they saved the Emma Frost, but 100 Thieves will secure themselves the Adam Warlock, which we have seen Delena play.
Yes, this is really good as well from 100 Thieves, because this is Adam Warlock on Domination, one of his strongest map types. Even if you're losing the fight, as long as you've got point control, you're still winning in regards to the fight over point percentage. Na'Vi have been able to secure themselves, however, one-sided Emma, so that's going to be really, really good at putting pressure on 100 Thieves in these retake situations with Silent Destruction to be able to walk your team forward, plus being able to help out in case there's a dive coming on through. As we see the Jeff getting banned out, which means that Na'Vi don't have to have one of their players with CC immunity to take out the ultimate, but 100 Thieves have got options here. Delena can play the Adam, but we've also seen him play the Winter Soldier. However, that's also Terra's own staple hero that he is arguably the best in the world at. This is a very good draft adaptation coming on through from Thieves.
Yeah, the Invisible Woman also being banned by 100 Thieves, so Na'Vi's options in terms of what they could go for is a little bit limited, but Na'Vi do find a way back in this draft as they take out Vinny, who is a very, very strong group player, and that is another crucial pick for 100 Thieves that they cannot have access to.
It does mean as well that you don't have Strangling Prison to combine with Kraken Impact, but it also means now that you didn't get to take out something like the Loki. Now, do 100 Thieves use this last ban to deny the Bucky, so that if they do want to play a Loki lineup with Harvey, they don't have to worry about the resets with the doppelgangers, but no, they're going to actually remove the Captain America coming on out from the side of Trust Me, forcing him onto the Venom. Now, you could argue that the Venom in this capability on this patch is stronger than the Captain America with the anti-heal now attached to the Feast of the Abyss, but what the Venom has is a walking hitbox in comparison to the Captain America, which means that he's going to be taking so much entry damage coming on through from both the Hela and, if they decide to play for it, the Adam too.
So many different options, so many different ways to approach the draft. This is a meta where so many of these heroes are so good. We could even argue every single one. we saw a Widow yesterday, we saw an Iron Fist just now. What else could really pop out here?
Okay, I'm going to put an asterisk there. We saw a Widow with a Mantis damage boost. That was the only reason that strategy was viable in the first place, with the one-shot capabilities to be able to find those eliminations in the downtime rotations, as we're going to be seeing absolutely no downtime here for Domination. It is all cards on the table to be able to secure this first fight. For Dive, they want to be able to disrupt from the second approach. For the counter dive, they want to be able to have the opportunity to mark the positions of both the Venom and the Psylocke to prevent them from going for the commitment onto that back line. We are going to see an absolute attrition warfare coming on through from these two sides, with neither giving an inch until they can secure this point.
And it looks like Na'Vi are quick to make their move. Trust Me swings right on in, still undetected. I'm not sure if Vinny was able to spot him out just yet, as Trust Me is just running donuts around the walls. But for now, 100 Thieves look to try to take early control of that high ground. And Vinny, we saw him hover over the Venom, but it looks like he's opted to the Captain America, as Rajaro gets dangerously low, but is able to get away in the nick of time.
TTK on that Magneto has already established his position on the front line as well. Now that Na'Vi are going to have to get past this Magneto, they do have the ammo for the rushdown potential to bully him out of that space. We still haven't really got to see the dive come into play. Instead, it's going to be 100 Thieves, Vinny on the Captain America, in and out. Disruption, one and done. Back over to the backline, fuels the Venom, now puts the pressure onto the Emma too, and this is what we were talking about. Both of these teams not going for the full commitment, both investing the ultimates the second that they've got them up. Cosmic Yawn Amplifier is the damage boost, and the 100 Thieves don't yet have a defensive against it.
Yep, Na'Vi were able to beat the entirety of the 100 Thieves roster to just get their ultimates going first, and Na'Vi will find their first touch at the point, and now 100 Thieves need to play retake, and without many of these good retake options, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Terra does have the Kraken impact, as does the rest of 100 Thieves' ultimates as well.
But how do you set it up? You don't have a stun to be able to force Na'Vi into stacking into this because the group was banned out from the side of Vinny. So this Kraken impact is likely going to be just putting pressure on the players, not wanting to let them have the stack. Out comes down to the butterflies. The heal and the soul bond though, alone not enough. Combined absolutely more than needed to be able to deal with the Psylocke ultimate. Invis boundary now to deal with the Feast of the Abyss coming over from the side of Trust Me, but Na'Vi have been able to keep their position on this point and not allow 100 Thieves in.
Terra sounds the voice line, but everyone else popping their voice lines as well. Vinny trying to use that Freedom Charge to keep his own team alive. Fate already sent to the sidelines, needs to make his way back into the fray. But 100 Thieves look to complete the retake, but look on the tail end as Na'Vi take out 3. But Terra, he's clapped things back with a double here as Na'Vi do have a man advantage, but it's not saying much as Terra still on a tear, but he finally gets neutralized by a laser from Rajaro. TTK follows suit.
Yeah,
and Na'Vi keep the defense going.
The dive coming on through from Trust Me before 100 Thieves are able to get Terra in a position with the Winter Soldier and let TTK rip with the Meteor M. And he's going to be off the Winter Soldier onto the Star-Lord just to have a better chance of being able to mark the Venom and the Psylocke's position as they play into these retakes. TTK does have the Meteor M, doesn't have to hold it for the Galactic Legend to be able to prevent it. That's likely going to be the ultimate 100 Thieves look to be able to buy themselves the space. The Star-Lord's already found the Venom. There's the marking coming into play with the Duelist swap, and he's got the mobility to make it back to his team, but in the interim, Vinny falls, and now 100 Thieves have to go aggressively forward with the Soulbind.
Terra trying to spin, but will he find a win? TTK does find the doppelganger of Terra on the likes of Naga, but Trust Me and Rajaro, the two front line of Na'Vi, are just going to put a wrench in their momentum. 100 Thieves, can they complete the heist? No, the TP does not come in time as Na'Vi shut out 100 Thieves in round number 1.
Yeah, Portal wasn't in time, no body block needed. You could see as well that Na'Vi Rajaro was already getting into position on the Emma Frost to intercept, Diamond Form into spinning kick, denying anyone getting through. And that means that the 100 Thieves don't have a portal option here to be able to drop themselves into a fight quickly and try and put the pressure onto level 1 Crook to use the fate of both worlds. And the problem here for Harvey now is that if they use the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier, they have to be able to combine the damage very, very quickly to take down someone on Na'Vi's side, as opposed to Na'Vi's side, who are going to be able to use level 1 Crook's ultimate to have the time to take Harvey's ultimate down, which has a health bar attached to it.
It's all going to come down to Harvey, where he places the Cosmic Yarn. We have seen some teams adapt to the situation where the Cosmic Yarn is just so easily focused down, and it's a lot more heavier of an emphasis. Now that the damage boost is now up to 40%,
yeah,
it puts a lot more of a exclamation point for Na'Vi to go for that object, go for it now, or else we lose this fight.
Terra's going to have a tough time too using this Galactic Legend because Rajaro's just going to use the Sonic Seduction to be able to entice the Star-Lord a little bit closer. TTK, like you said, already using that bulwark, which means he's not going to be able to come through with the ultimate until we get the next cycle. Feast of the Abyss and Dance with the Butterflies combine together to make a lethal duo, and all of the ultimates start to come out.
Oh my God.
Na'Vi have the upper hand though. The Star-Lord's already been able to find 2. They just get to push so aggressively forward with the Lunar Ultimate Safeguard, and as we talked about, the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier is but a blip on the 100 Thieves timeline. It's taken down so quickly.
Why play open air when close quarter does the trick? Na'Vi. They realized that Terra was popping the Galactic Legend, and Na'Vi just steamrolled through 100 Thieves, and that was the correct play. Now Naga and Fate have their ultimates available. Millennia does have the invisible boundary, so keep your eyes on that invisible boundary, because that could be the difference here in this next fight. But Vinny also having that freedom charge, as does Delena with the Karmic Revival. It all comes down to here, can Na'Vi make the hold happen?
Well, with eyes they not may have, Na'Vi unfortunately forced out with that invis boundary, and Harvey swapping over to the Cloak and Dagger is going to be able to put more pressure on the Venom with the Terracate blinds. Out comes the Galactic Legend, freedom charge from Vinny to answer in pursuit, pushing 100 Thieves' position so that they don't get boxed into those small spaces the way that Na'Vi punished them previously, because the Fate of Both Worlds wasn't there, but the Feast of the Abyss and Dance of the Butterflies could be so quickly generated that 100 Thieves would have been boxed into an ultimate combination they cannot afford to take. Finally, they get that point control, and now if Na'Vi sync the ultimates, Delena is going to be laughing. He's going to be able to make the stock exchange of the Karmic Revival coming on through to get the entire rest of the team back up.
Yeah, great defensive play coming in from 100 Thieves with the Soul Bond, just nullifying the damage that came out of Naga. Vinny as well, keeping these in favor of 100 Thieves with that freedom charge, and as soon as that ended, 100 Thieves come right back swinging, and 100 Thieves now completed the retake, but can they make the hold happen? He finds Juriki, who has to dash away from a diving Vinny, but trust me, is doing the same on 100 Thieves' backline as Juriki. Millennia will get taken out. Level 1 Crook will find another one as well, but Delena will bring everyone right back into the fray as Terra, yet again, trying to write his own legend as he tries to find any sort of frags, but it does zone away the rest of Na'Vi, but TTK with the stun. But the Fate of Both Worlds from level 1 Crook will keep everyone alive and well on the side of Na'Vi. Harvey as well, popping that Eternal Bond just to equalize the fight, and Na'Vi trying to find more ways in as they have so much more options available to them.
Invisible boundary is still held in the pocket, but Millennia knows that Fate's got the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, is waiting for the right moment to be able to use it so that Na'Vi get the opportunity to start landing those damages. BRB is going to be able to bring back level 1 Crooks. They think that this is their opportunity, but Millennia's ultimate buys the time for 100 Thieves to turn and yet again take down the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, and we're about to head into a final fight territory. Na'Vi know they have to reset quickly. They're going to come through with another fight. They've got the Stone Extraction to open up the space to use both the Galactic Legend to force Vinny's ultimate, and then come through with the later Dance of the Butterflies before 100 Thieves' balls are defensive. So for them, they have to take Jerky down.
Na'Vi make it to the site in time and will light up the overtime candle. 100 Thieves, though, they know that Na'Vi have to stay on the site if they want to contest this point for any longer, as Juriki kicks things off, as does his fellow duelist on the likes of Naga, both trying to rain down hell, trying to dance onto the 100 Thieves, but they cannot find all but one, as Millennia does go down early, but 100 Thieves have their own response as Terra finds one with the Galactic Legend, but they cannot find any more as Delena uses the Karmic Revival to bring everyone right back into the fight. Level 1 Crook as well, trying to keep Na'Vi, keep them in this fight as that overtime meter slowly but surely falling as Harvey comes in with what could be the perfect Eternal Bond, but Fate with that damage boost has to draw all the attention from 100 Thieves, but is that the difference? It's going to be a 1-for-1. No BRB available for Fate, so that means Jurki's out of this fight, out of the fray, as level 1 Crook, though, will find Terra, and it looks like things will die down as Na'Vi complete their own retake.
Was that Portal? TTK swapped onto Strange. Was that Portal attempted coming on through from 100 Thieves? If it was, they're not going to have it for the next overtime push when Na'Vi are sitting at 99%. No, it was not. Thank you, observers. I love it when we ask a question and they immediately give us the answer. The right click, the Portal for all is still very much on charge for 100 Thieves as Delena swaps back to the Atom, will have the Soulbind, is going to try to build up the Karmic Revival before we hit the overtime and overwhelm Na'Vi with numbers alone.
TTK, one of the 3 controller players in this entire tournament, has to move the sticks perfectly here as Na'Vi look to keep the defensive going. TTK very close to that Eye of Agamotto. He has done very, very well on this hero, but can he strike yet again? But Na'Vi climbing closer, closer as we head into a 99-99 scenario as Juriki finds TTK. That might be the biggest domino to fall in favor of Na'Vi, as Naga as well trying to find another frag, but Vinny finds the trade, but Delena also goes down, but has the cocoon, but has to come back quickly so we can try to charge it up, but it's not gonna matter as Na'Vi take over round number 2 and map number 1.
Celestial Hand was a little bit of a push and pull, you know? We got the tug of war coming on out from both of those two compositions, but Na'Vi perfectly target focusing down the players that they had to, right? Target Harvey because you know he's going to be close to an Eternal Bond when the fight moves over to objective, so that you can come on through with an unmatched Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, as well as that Galactic Legend putting in the damage. Feast of the Abyss already forced out the Invis boundary. That means that you get the opportunity to come through with the reactionary Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, so that it stays up longer as opposed to being absolutely exploded the way that it was prior to that in every single instance. And it was just really good cycling of the ultimates and the positions coming on through from Na'Vi's end, which meant that they got to adapt into the stranglehold that 100 Thieves had previously.
Yeah, I feel like most of these fights that really did go in favor of Na'Vi had just been extremely explosive. 100 Thieves, they like to go for the long game. They try to grind down Na'Vi and try to find a way to just slowly halt the train that is coming. But Na'Vi, they have had other options. They just go straight in. I don't care if you have an ultimate. We're just gonna go bam right in and blow up the entirety of 100 Thieves, and that was the difference here in this Celestial Husk, and Na'Vi now have the upper hand.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing some of those highlights so that we can properly talk through some of the things that Na'Vi's dives were getting to do. And one of the huge things that I really want to talk about that I spotted from this team was that they were mixing up the duration of the dives. Sometimes it would be a soft dive coming on through, just trust me, being there with the token resistance pressure of that Venom. And then other times it would be the instantaneous hit of him and Cherokee coming on through with those ultimates, to the point that 100 Thieves, when the dive came through, they didn't really know whether it was going to be a follow-up dive looking for an elimination, or if it was just a sort of push into 100 Thieves space to be able to set up the motion for something else a little bit later on down the line. And that is one of the things that dive really punishes, right? You're correct. Na'Vi was so aggressive that a lot of the time 100 Thieves had to panic react coming on through with the muscle memory, and that means that things slip through, right? Sometimes you overcommit when you don't have the time to be able to set up all of those boundaries. But we'll have to see whether or not there is going to be a boundary set between these two teams. Is it going to be a turnaround for 100 Thieves when we head into map number 2 after this break?
have what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Everybody, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Grand Finals group stages, as we are right in the middle of the first seed from America, 100 Thieves, versus the third seed from EMEA in Na'Vi. Na'Vi walking away with a win on Celestial Husk. 100 Thieves now get to react. What exactly do you think it's going to be? Is it going to be a convoy? Is it going to be a convergence? Either way, I feel like we're going to be seeing a triple Vanguard hold come through at some point.
Yeah, that's exactly what most of these teams have been running in this current meta, right? In these convoy and convergence maps, triple Vanguards, triple strategists really have been the name of the game. Obviously, the objective not to win all the fights, but just try to burn as much of that clock as possible. 4 minutes of that timer needs to be burned as much by that just that defensive bulwark of Vanguards, and then the supports coming in from the strategists who do have a bit of damage to their name. So this composition really does work out in terms of trying to get that defensive holding, but in terms of what 100 Thieves want to do specifically, there are a few maps that do come in mind.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves, they've had a rough go of it in terms of the matches that they've pulled. Being in a Group B, I feel like every single team, though, we can say that about them, right? It's like, congratulations, you won your region, now go up against all of these absolute juggernauts of Marvel Rivals Esports. They went against Citadel yesterday, and they've still got to, you know, finish off this one against Na'Vi. And then later down the line, they've got some even harder matchups coming up, right?
So many matchups available that they have to play out. We dubbed this the Group of B for good reason. So many stacked rosters here in this tournament, especially in this group, and with so much volatility happening, as well as 100 Thieves do have a lot more to work.
Yeah, they've got FlyQuest, which
they've got FlyQuest.
That's going to be one that I think everyone is going to be looking for a rematch of, right? Because America, they always take things a little bit personally when they get beaten by other American teams. So there's a couple of points to be able to be proven here. And like you said, let's have a look at the map pool, because there are certain options which I think would definitely help 100 Thieves' chances at being able to take Na'Vi down, right? We know that Na'Vi like to run a lot of these dive compositions. We know as well that they like to run a lot of Jeff strategies. So right off of the rip, let's just eliminate some of these places like Spider Islands and Araco.
Yeah, two of those are very, very tough to take control of. Spider Islands just has a lot of verticality, so a lot of high ground angles that Dive really struggles to take over, and same with Araco, with so many of these portals, so many shenanigans happening in that map. It's just too much for Dives to try to just locate where the targets are. But right now we are we're gonna see what 100 Thieves decide to opt for, and it will be the Yggdrasil Path, a map that 100 Thieves are so comfortable at playing.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those maps as well where you can run so many different things, which means that the draft system, it's so important. And oh, okay, that's a break from tradition. Na'Vi goes the right of instant banning Mantis. 100 Thieves prioritize the Emma because it means that their Vanguards aren't going to be shut down by things like the Carbon Crush. But that means that Na'Vi are going to get not one-sided Mantis, it's one-sided Strange. Actually, the team names are swapped. 100 Thieves are going to be able to get one-sided Strange, and Na'Vi are going to be able to not stop, or rather they will be able to stop 100 Thieves from picking up the Mantis if they so choose to do it now, I would imagine. But no, that is a gauntlet. That is saying that you can deal with 100 Thieves in a faster ultimate cycle, but also 12% damage boost in the neutral fights too.
Oh boy, yeah, like you said, breaking tradition from what we've been normally seeing. 100 Thieves do secure TTK's Doctor Strange as we move farther in. Do we see a Mantis pick? No, not just yet. Looks like Na'Vi, they were the innovators back in mid-season. It looks like they might be innovating something else. They could be having Trust Me, being the mad scientist himself, just trying to cook up a different strategy. But Na'Vi taking a different approach. Does this work out for them, or will it haunt them later in this map?
Okay, well, they get Emma, which is really, really good at denying 100 Thieves' stall strategy. They get Jeff, which is really, really good if they want to be able to cheese fights with the Jeff NATO strategies, the way that we've actually seen a lot of teams falling prey to. In fact, one of the teams was 100 Thieves losing out to Citadel on this very map because of the Jeff NATO strategy. So maybe this is trying to force a Storm ban, but 100 Thieves, they're not going to fall for it. It's going to be a strange ban, and I'm expecting this has to be Mantis, right? This has to be a Mantis
There's no
save.
way.
You've been able to secure one of the best strategists, one of the most banned out strategists, all the way up into second save slot, and there it is. Na'Vi lose the opportunity to ban her out and have to instead look at something that she's going to empower instead.
You don't see every day a Mantis all the way on the right side of the draft, but 100 Thieves also taking a different approach as well, getting that strange one-sided for themselves, and we've seen some teams take that approach as well, denying the strange, denying the portal comeback. If the team that could have had the option to get strange gets banned out, and that's exactly what 100 Thieves want to do. We want the rotational plays, but you don't get to have it. And that's exactly what 100 Thieves exactly do as they go on a heist and take away that Dr. Strange.
Are we about to see a renaissance? Terra is locking Iron Fist there. Are we going to see the curveball of Stage 2? Stage 1, it was Mantis and Jeff strategies. Is Stage 2 going to be Iron Fist? Is Iron Fist with that buff getting to do more damage than a Wolverine to the Vanguards, as well as all of the overhelp from the Adam revive? Is that going to be the answer to these long-term sustained compositions? I mean, I feel like they're just playing a little bit with the hero picks at the moment, given the fact that Millennia is likely not going to be locking Daredevil and letting the devil out of the kitchen or the spawn doors, so to speak, as Na'Vi get ready to buckle down the hatches. They've got the Loki, they've got the Adam, 100 Thieves, whatever the composition is, it has to win this fight fast, otherwise there's going to be a double res cycle waiting to meet them.
Delena now opts to go for the Winter Soldier. They leave Terra to play the Iron Fist. So we'll see some duelist action coming in from Delena here on the Yggdrasil path. This is a map, again, very, very comfortable for 100 Thieves. There is a reason why they chose this map here coming into map number 2, as Delena gets taken out immediately by a Naga right click.
No Rocket BRB to be able to bring him back in yet. Terra was on the Iron Fist for but a moment before swapping on over to that Punisher. He's getting the full pocket at the moment. He's going to have Storm damage boost and Mantis damage boost, and those stack, by the way, so this Punisher is going to be absolutely rocketing up to the first charge of the final judgment, and it's up to Vinny on the Venom to just disrupt the backline, keep the strategist looking at him and try and deny level 1 Crook from Balding, the God of Mischief. The regen domain, though, is but a cooldown for Na'Vi's players, so even with the Loki's attention turned, he can still keep his front line nice and safe, which means 100 Thieves haven't found an in just yet. But here's when they make the push, Dan. They're going to have final judgment, and that's the go sign.
The go button is going to be pressed very, very soon. Millennia might be the signal, but it's going to be Delena going to initiate things. But Na'Vi do have ways to back themselves up to survive the storm of Delena. Most notably, that Karmic Revival popped by level 1 Crook. So Naga on that Adam Warlock still has it available to them, but Fate swallows up one of the members, but is able to come back thanks to the Karmic Revival, and now 100 Thieves will just crumble to pieces. They only committed the Storm Ultimate, so it looks like 100 Thieves, they probably realized that now was not the time to go all in. They were just only using the Storm Ultimate to draw out key cooldowns.
They can't use Rajara's ultimate either to keep a lid of the final judgment because it's got CC immunity. Instead, it's used to peel the dive coming on through from Vinny on the Venom on the back end of the strategist. But that just means that you delay the problem. Out comes the Karmic Revival all the way around the corner. One does fall in the form of Trust Me, which means he's going to be brought back post-haste, as too is level 1 Crook. And the Adam ultimate has been able to find value. It doesn't have the Soulbind though, and 100 Thieves still have the ultimate cycles in their favor. Soul Researchers push forward. Damage boost and Feast of the Abyss is going to blend into the Hurricane coming on through from Delena, and it's going to be Na'Vi stuck in choke with a Storm in their backline, disrupting any regroup, which will finally allow 100 Thieves surely to pick up first.
100 Thieves have that choke point in their own grasp. We'll see if Na'Vi are able to find a way back in. Nope, no chance here, as 100 Thieves do secure that point. Delena even gets a double on the tail end as well. And now Na'Vi, what kind of adjustment do you go for? The Triple,
Psylocke.
now not the option here. Jerky will go back to his trusty Psylocke. And Na'Vi have to look yet again to find some sort of retake, some sort of defense going.
Yeah, I mean, this storm is about to full storm to the Psylocke coming on through as Jerky gets the Idol Aura. They're also going to have the Star-Lord too. They're going full counter-flyer composition. Delina's not going to have a fun time on the Ultron against his main nemesis of Hero. And we're going to see TTK with the Eye of Agamotto, but Rajara should be able to keep it in check with the Diamond Form into Carbon Crush. So for 100 Thieves, it's all about forcing the Emperor using the cooldown and then getting to move on forward. But the longer you wait, the more opportunity you give the Star-Lord. Galactic Legend has already been built, and off of the back of that, 100 Thieves have to double down. Final Judgment and Invis Boundary, but Na'Vi purely disengage both of them, and now get to come on through with one-sided Lunar Ult instead.
One-sided strategist ultimate available, and that might be the difference here as level 1 Crook starts to open up the dance floor as Trust Me with a double wipes out the strategists of 100 Thieves. And now Na'Vi complete the retake, and they will continue to hold. Do 100 Thieves look for an adjustment here, or do they try to go again? It looks like Delina does switch over to the Psylocke, so there is a slight adjustment here. Terra now back to that trusty Winter Soldier that we all know and love.
Yeah, the movement of Dive is just so stiff into these retake opportunities, especially for the Ultron, who just does not have that freedom of movement the way that the Torch does, as it's going to be Rajara chasing 100 Thieves back and Jerky with the dance. The butterflies cutting them down to size on the disengage. Run and hide from the Emma, go directly into the Psylocke. What a play coming on through from the Duelist and Vanguard.
Great looks coming in from Na'Vi. They were the innovators back in mid-season, and they look to do it here, albeit not as influential as they used to be, but they still are a force to be reckoned with, as Trust Me finds a chance to jump on the target, but Rajaro is the one to get the opening, forced to use the Soul Resurgence, but Trust Me claps back with a Freedom Charge of his own.
That means no Mantis ultimate to be able to stop the Galactic Legend. However, I was going to say they would still have Harvey with the regen domain cooldown, but they're going to swap him over to the Invis Woman instead, which now opens up the field for the Star-Lord ultimate to find the damage needed.
The hook!
There's the target focus. 100 Thieves knew the win condition of Na'Vi and focus it down fully. Fate comes on through with the Inchef. TTK looks for the meteor and can he find the connection? Two enemies in Fate's Gullet, and off the map he goes with both of them, but no! Somehow Millennium manages to dodge it!
And Terra comes back with the BRB, so Na'Vi come out empty-handed. Fake goes down, now he's forced to sprint right back, but what a hook from Terra! Denies the legend being written for Naga. He has to reposition. Now Terra has to be the difference here. He's already done so much work with that bionic hook, as Terra needs to find any more of an advantage, but Na'Vi have the response with the Psylocke Seduction, with that dance floor coming in from Jerky of all people.
Yeah, the split, they were disengaging, half the team running from Rajaru's ultimate, which meant half the team not there to absorb the dash damages coming on through from Jerky's end, and 100 Thieves yet again sent back to the respawn. 4 seconds left. No strange portal is going to be able to come through in time. It's up to Vinny on that Venom to just hold the line long enough for TTK to be able to set it up in time, but he has fallen, and Na'Vi should be able to prevent the portal coming on through entirely.
What a hold, what a play coming in from Na'Vi. Just combining their ultimates with that Dance of the Butterfly, with the Psionic Seduction, both in tandem with each other, were just able to take over all of these fights. And 100 Thieves, they just couldn't have a way in. They never had a chance to breathe. There were some bright spots in these fights, most notably Terra hooking Naga out of that Galactic Legend, but in the end, it just was not enough.
They did manage to get through first, but the problem on the Yggdrasil path is that they didn't get to the truly brutal spot for the attackers team, which is just past third, like just into the beginning of third, or potentially on the finish line of second, where we see so often attacking teams so worried about the defenders' respawns that they will just drop 4 or 5 ultimates in to be able to secure the fight win so that they don't have to play into the subsequent retakes, and that's going to be a problem for 100 Thieves. This stall hold has to be not perfect, but it has to be lengthy enough that it then bleeds into the second point. Otherwise, Na'Vi's time bank alone, they're going to have so much opportunity to just build up ultimates and bank them.
Yep. Having a little bit of a buffer on the side of 100 Thieves really does help a lot. Like you mentioned, they don't have to perfectly hold. They do have a little bit of wiggle room, but Na'Vi looking to try to disrupt that hold as they look for that Groot Knight Wombo combo. But 100 Thieves will give Vinny the thing as 100 Thieves try to look for a defensive play, but TTK getting dangerously low. Well, we'll come back thanks to the BRB, but Vinny not so lucky.
Tara gets picked on the Strange at least, so if 100 Thieves want to throw themselves onto the objective and stall it out as long as they can to be able to play for a portal recontest, they can make that move if they so choose. Yes, it is going to be indeed, yeah, everyone throws themselves onto the objective, one by one they will fall, but they've still been able to hold the cart for a little bit of time, long enough for a portal to be able to come on through, so you can already see, trust me, he's built up the Groot ramp just to make sure that they can park it onto the high ground if that's where Terra decides to drop the team. Looks, however, like we're not going to be seeing a high ground play, it's instead going to be onto
right
main road just to run directly at Na'Vi, but they're just going to disengage. They've got the Wombo combo, they've got the Strangling Prison and the Hand of Conchu, which means 100 Thieves have to play reactive rather than aggressive, and that means that they do manage to pick Jerky, but they still have to worry about all of the ultimates coming up through.
Everyone on Na'Vi not even investing a whole lot into this fight. 100 Thieves are slowly crumbling one after another. They're just falling one at a time. A little bit controversial if you can argue, but Millennia tries to regroup things, keep everyone together with that Soul Resurgence. But Na'Vi, they were able to get through the chicane, but TTK finds the slam dunk onto Fate. Millennia keeps that momentum with another pick. And finally, it seems like there's some signs of life coming in from 100 Thieves. They looked down, they looked almost out of it, but finally, with a little bit of adjustment, we're able to finally stop the push that came in from Na'Vi.
Good little bit of damage there taken through from Vinny, so he can channel it over to Harvey to build up the invis boundary and have it to counterplay Rajaro's ultimate. As Terror of the Galactic Legend is going to get a free puff to come through against the invis, but not the Emma. Storm is going to send that ultimate in deep, putting the pressure, forcing the invis boundary, and also trying to find the elimination onto the teleport disc coming on through for Terror so that he can't go in deep, force the ultimate reaction, and then back to the best of his team. As we're still going to be seeing the ultimates from Na'Vi, they've only lost the Groot, but they don't want to fully disengage around the corner because the 100 Thieves will look for more.
100 Thieves are slowly pushing that point right back to where Na'Vi just recently took control of. But now 100 Thieves, they need to find a way back in. It's most notably going to be that Galactic Legend, but Rajaro has the Silent Seduction. Can he find the Star Lord in the nick of time? It looks like Terra was just hiding up in the high ground, but Jerky jumps out into the back line, but Millennia does come back thanks to the Be Right Back. As Trust Me, putting up walls, putting up the options, as a Strangling Prison only finds one, but the CYA from Delena will buy a bit of time. A bubble comes in onto Vinny. That's a key cooldown on 100 Thieves gone, but Na'Vi look to make the push forward through that chicane, and Fate now comes in with the jaws of that land shark, but can he find a pick? No, he does not. Speech bubbles come in as Fate will all but just use it as a reposition mechanic.
Terror with the iframes of the Stellar Shift avoids the Jeff ultimate, and we've actually got to see as well the swap come through for Star-Lord now so that you're closer to that Galactic Legend. Millennia is going to have to, in accordance, hold the Soul Resurgence to wait for that to play into the retake, as it is going to still be 100 Thieves. One fight left before they get to head into a second defense. We can start to see the portal animation coming on through from the silhouette of TTK. Jerky looking for the dance of the butterflies to land onto these players if they funnel on through though.
This is for the map, this is for the win for 100 Thieves if they want to stay alive in this series. The portal, a bit desperate, but a necessary one indeed, as Terra takes to the skies but was not able to find one. A great sleep coming in, but now 100 Thieves, can you complete the heist? Can you rob Na'Vi of a map win here as they look to try to find a way back in, but Delena does get picked out early as the invisible boundary has to buy things a bit of time as Jerky jumps on in. The dance is lethal as two strategists of 100 Thieves crumble before 100 Thieves' eyes as Jerky has been this star player here on Na'Vi as everyone on 100 Thieves have to run and scram for the hills.
the patience of Jerky to wait for the strategist ultimates to be done to come through with the Dance of the Butterflies and land the damage onto the back line when 100 Thieves, their entire attention is forced to be on the objective, trying to prevent Na'Vi from walking it into first, and it gives them this opportunity, the second chance at life as we head into second. They're already all into the space that the 100 Thieves want to be able to control too. They've got the high ground, they've pushed this defense fully back, which means that that cut is moving closer and closer to a final fight, and they're just going to keep pushing the defense back even further. Psionic Seduction delays any fight forming, and 100 Thieves are about to go into a final fight territory with only Freedom charging Cosmic Gun Amplifier.
Both Captain Americas popping their voice lines at seemingly the same time. Delena tries to keep 100 Thieves beefy enough to survive what could be a onslaught of ultimates coming from Na'Vi, but they don't have anything available. So any key duelist ultimates available is the perfect time to shine, and that's going to be Terra's moment. When does he pull the trigger? When does he go for it? He goes for it now. Level 1 Crook, it's a race against time. Can Level 1 Crook get the invisible boundary in the nick of time? It doesn't seem likely, as Terra is just disrupting all of Na'Vi, and it looks like Na'Vi were quick to react, and they're going right into that little cave.
They've built the invisible boundary. They haven't fully disengaged either. They're going to be able to rotate, wrap around to the high ground, drop onto the objective, and have the slow. We go to a minute remaining. If the fight goes long enough, Jerky's going to be able to come through with the Dance of the Butterflies, as well as a free Galactic Legend. TTK falls, Millennia falls. The rotation from Na'Vi has been absolutely brutal. 100 Thieves had no way of being able to stop them. The It's Jeff is going to be able to put the pressure onto the backline, hiding away, but the line of sight break means that Harvey breaks away from the E and can still come on through with the save for the team. Invisible boundary needs to be built up, and it needs to come through now.
Invisible boundary does come in, but is it enough? The point comes closer, closer, and closer to the finish line, but all but 66 centimeters separates the two from a map win for Na'Vi or a map win for 100 Thieves, as this overtime meter might inevitably come in, but no, it's not even needed. That candle is not even lit as Na'Vi take over TTK's playground, and 100 Thieves fall to Na'Vi 2-0.
Jerky being the absolute standout there on the Psylocke. What a performance put on. And I mean, I'm sure we're definitely going to be starting to see a couple of those bans come through. Not potentially just onto the duelist herself, but onto the things that strengthen it, right? We got to see things like the save onto the Emma, which comes in absolutely clutch because Jerky gets the projection team up. He gets a Lunar as well for the ban drop, so he gets the Idol Aura Flake to be able to do whatever he wants, wherever he wants. He doesn't need LOS from his strategist, and he makes away with, not the overall amount of highest damage done, but look at the damage done to final hits picked up. That's a very precise Psylocke who's going in and getting out, and in the meantime, getting exactly what the team wants.
Yeah, Jerky was the man that was lethal for 100 Thieves, but you also gotta give props to Na'Vi's draft. We gotta look back a little bit. That save onto Emma Frost, you mentioned it, has allowed Na'Vi to create so many opportunities to either make space for themselves or forcing 100 Thieves away.
Yeah,
and just that dual wield of utility coming in has been the difference for Na'Vi. Jerky was the one doing most of the knockouts, but man, that Emma Frost really just killing all the control for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to be seeing both of those players when we have a look at our highlights of the entire match as a whole. And like you said, that's the smart way that you play it, right? You have an ultimate, which has one way of dealing with it, and then you have another ultimate, which punishes that then way of it, right? We call it spreads, or rather stacks and splits is what it is. So stacks is like if you go up against a Psylocke ultimate, you want everybody stacked so you can absorb all of the damages. If you're going up against an Emma ultimate though, unless you have a shield in front of it, you don't want to stack, you want to split so that she's only going to be able to enchant a precious amount of people rather than the entirety of the team. And that's exactly what Na'Vi were getting to take advantage of. Emma ultimate on one side of the map, Psylocke ultimate on the other, both of them getting the value that they were looking for.
The coordination is extremely important as well. But if you want two ultimates to do exactly like you mentioned, one ultimate to punish another and then stack it on top of it, it's really been the difference here.
This was so unfortunate.
Fate.
But hindsight 2020.
Yeah, maybe
Fate
Fate should
there.
have just committed to it. It looked like he was a little bit half of that, but you know, it is what it is. Navi did come out with a round win as we take a look at the standings after that match. 3 teams undefeated in Group B.
And that means that Thieves are kind of on the chopping block here, right? Because of how competitive Group B is. They were coming in, the first seed coming on through from America, but they've also found themselves on the tail end of 2 losses. Yes, they unfortunately pulled a very short straw, having to go against very strong teams, but every team in Group B is a very strong team. Every single straw in that pack is incredibly short.
Yeah, no room for errors is probably the name of the game here as we move further and further into this tournament. It is going to get even more intense. This Ignite tournament has been absolutely cinematic as FlyQuest, Citadel, and Navi obviously topping the charts, but 100 Thieves, Crazy Raccoon, and OUG also putting on a show of their own as Crazy Raccoon and OUG, albeit they still have to look for a win. They have been looking strong in this tournament.
I tell you what, we're all going to be looking, players included, at 100 Thieves versus Crazy Raccoon, because that is the game that's going to be played today. So for 100 Thieves, you now have to reset off of that loss against Navi and go against an entirely different opponent to have any hope of being able to stay within the safety of Group B. Both of those 2 teams are going to be looking for their first win. And Crazy Raccoon, oh boy, are their strategies a little bit, as the name would suggest, crazy, because that means that you have to worry about Vital's hero pool as well. But whether or not we'll be seeing more of the Black Widow or more of the Adam or Hela, we'll have to wait and see, as we'll be back with game number 3 after this break.
have what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Welcome back, everyone, to more Ignite Grand Finals action. We are slowly but surely heading into our next match, which arguably could be the match of the day. And what better way than have myself, along with the casta from Down Under, Matsy, joining us here as we navigate through to our next matchup.
That's it, a cross-regional combat and cross-regional casting coming at ya live right here today. And we have got a really exciting one on our hands, don't we, Dan?
Oh, I'm so excited. It arguably could be the match of the day. Citadel up against FlyQuest, a team that we've seen before in the likes of FlyQuest today so far. But Citadel Gaming have been destroying these teams as of now.
Yeah, they've definitely looked to be an impressive squadron, and I'd say the trouble with a lot of teams at the LAN so far is that, you know, they've looked so impressive, but then they've shown a bit of mortality in some of their matches. You know, they've been losing maps. You'd expect there'd be more clean sweeps, but it's just been unlucky timing for them there. Like, obviously, yesterday we saw some 2-1 endeavors come through from the likes of Citadel there, so definitely eager to see how things go. You can hear the energy in the back there. Definitely keen to see that energy in-game from our teams as well.
Yeah. The energy is insane. Yeah, all of these teams have been playing so well, especially here in the Group B, as all of these teams really have been surprising us, really. All of these teams, some of them we expect to play at the highest level, other teams not so much, but they have been picking up and just putting on pleasant surprises after another.
That's it, you know, getting a lot of pleasant surprises. It's like unwrapping a nice gift, you know. Christmas has come early, so to speak, or maybe trick-or-treat with some Halloween, but we're going to be seeing some tricks and treats coming through from the likes of a Citadel and, of course, their opponent FlyQuest today, and definitely excited to see how they go. But Citadel, they have been looking so strong. Just look at the intensity coming through from them right there, you know. This was them focused up before the LAN, and they've got that sheer determination and focus heading into the LAN as well. You know, they have been the favorites, one of, heading into the LAN. They're having a plethora of experience, you know. I feel like Alex, definitely one player to highlight there in the strategist lineup. Really able to bring a lot of veterancy, I'd say, into their role there. But obviously, as a whole, they're looking pretty solid, and as you can see, some of the strong reactions coming through from their big victory yesterday. Obviously having a couple of 2-1 results, and you know, those are the nail biters, the tough ones, and you can really tell it just means that much more when it goes the distance, doesn't it?
And now up against Citadel, a smart team on their own. They have to take on FlyQuest, who we saw can bleed a little bit on their match against OUG. They were able to secure the series 2-1, but not with OUG coming out with a blow of their own. But now FlyQuest, it really is a big question mark. Both of these teams are still undefeated here in Group B, and it's going to be a big question mark of can FlyQuest take over Citadel, or will the ghosts of Americas haunt them back again?
Yeah, we'll see if they are going to be hearing something go bump in the night, so to speak. You know, obviously going to have to deal with the spooky, scary things in that sense, but definitely excited to see what kind of energy they are going to be bringing today. And, you know, speaking of energy, that's one player to highlight on the FlyQuest side there. But we're taking a look at our maps right now. We're starting off on Hell's Heaven Domination.
Hell's Heaven is a great map. Gives a lot of options for both of these teams. Citadel, obviously a very smart team. Not only are they very smart about their picks and bans, they have a playstyle that really benefits them in the current meta of Season 4.5. This is the first tournament that we see these teams play out in this new season, and so far, both FlyQuest and Citadel have been adapting very well, but Citadel, we argue, do have that upper hand at the moment.
Yeah, it feels like they just have a bit of an edge coming into it, don't they? You know, it feels like they're a bit more focused. Their adaptability towards the meta has just been impressive. Like, they're the team to kind of set the benchmark, so to speak. You know, I feel like it's them and obviously VP on the other side of the groups there that have really been the benchmark for yeah, the squadrons on either side of the group. So very eager to see if they are going to be able to take another impressive series here. Obviously, FlyQuest have been looking a bit more mortal, but let's see some of that mortality come into play into the draft right now. We already got a couple of strategists saying goodbye.
Yep, Loki and the Mantis, but it's going to be a one-sided Mantis pick in the likes of FlyQuest, so they will be able to take that 12% damage boost and try to take full advantage of it. But whereas Citadel do take out the Loki, do take out the Adam Warlock, who have been really, really strong hitters during these domination kinds of maps. And now Citadel pick up the Jeff for themselves. A common pattern that we've been seeing. If one team saves the Jeff, the other picks the Mantis. So far, looking good here as Citadel. Also taking out that Bucky that has been so strong.
Yeah, a lot of teams have been playing into the strengths, you know, being able to pull their opponents into the back line there, just taking advantage to single out those KOs and now getting the Emma Protect through as well. You know, love to see a bit of love between Jeff and Emma there. Their favorite, their baby, so to speak. Yeah, love it. But we're going to be seeing Adam take it away, so not going to be able to play as heavy into the resurrections there on either side of the coin.
Hopefully we get to see that emo come in, right? The
Surely,
Jeff and the Emma Frost. If it does come in, that would be so adorable to see on the biggest stage, but for now we do have to progress further and further into the picks and bans, and it looks like FlyQuest were able to secure the Jeff in the end. It looks like Citadel didn't really see much of a deal to take away that Land Shark from FlyQuest, so they opt to focus on other things, most notably that Bucky ban, which really has been a very common option, but now the options get limited as that Hela gets taken away, and that quite literally denies FlyQuest from that Hela Namor composition.
Yeah, they've been playing into that pretty commonly, haven't they? Like, it feels like they're one of the only teams at the LAN that's kind of been putting a bit of focus around that. I feel like the other teams have shied away from it. They feel like it doesn't have as much strength as maybe what FlyQuest are trying to tap into here. So, interesting to see that they're kind of targeting the bans around what they perceive as FlyQuest strengths here. And we'll see how they adapt in kind heading in into domination here. Map number 1, Hell's Heaven. We are going to be loading in right now. Both teams going to be primed up, ready for action right around the corner.
Hell's Heaven, also a map with a lot of moving elements. Some going up and down, some of them going side to side. So it's all a question mark. This is the one where things are moving side to side. There are walls that come in and out of the map depending on how the map is played. And Citadel and FlyQuest need to adapt to that environment to their utmost advantage, most notably Spark Chief on that Angela can get some environmental knockouts.
Oh yeah, we love to see a bit of Angela action, taking them on a bit of a vacation off map, and we'll see if they are going to be able to find a little bit of that coming into it right now. Mission area going to be unlocked in the next 25 here, and already Spark Chief, we're going to go for a bit of a hunt here. I like to see this, you know, I see some pretty similar plays from Caps, but here we go.
Citadel are opting for a dive composition. We are seeing Daredevil yet again, combined with Melio, who will just try to dive right on in. Vest does take the opening knockout, but not until Polly takes out Cooper and sends them right down to the abyss as Enzo does come back thanks to the BRB. FlyQuest are down a man, but looks like Citadel are crumbling to their demise as FlyQuest looking to take control early as Enzo and Energy both trading back and forth, and so far it has been a dead even fight.
That's it, a bit of a stalemate, but we'll see if they can change it up in a second. Polly somehow holding on for dear life, you know, just playing around the angles, and they will be able to strangle their way back in, but Energy has found Enzo, so that already minimizes some of that Vanguard potential there. It's good that Ken can still manage to keep them popped up, you know, keep them healed in the back line. No one been able to focus them down yet, but Ken is taking a bit of damage now. Things could change though before our very eyes. It's Jeff right around the corner here. Could be a change, but Valio going down is a great start from Energy.
Energy does find the pick. Valio does come back, but Vess will find Enzo during that skirmish. But now Citadel needs to find a way to retake as FlyQuest were able to take control of the site early as Ken swallows up the fellow Mantis on FlyQuest. But it looks to be Citadel crumbling, but it looks like FlyQuest still having some fight in them.
Yeah, still having a bit of grit, determination, and they are going to be wiped out there on the Citadel side. So FlyQuest, nice start, building up a bit of early percentage, and Spark Chief looking to lead the charge on that Vanguard there. It's great that they can rely on Vez in the back line, you know, they can keep themselves just propped up nicely on towards the mission area. But now Citadel are looking to see if they can swell things over around the side. Spark has been spotted and Energy wanting the same.
Spark and Vest have their ultimates available, so does Vision, but Citadel have options for themselves as well. Here comes the CYA, the Cosmic Yarn, weaved for Citadel as Vision and Spark Chief look to go for the Wombo combo, but the sea of blue on the feed in favor of Citadel! Oh my god, what a Jeff from Vision! He saw the angle, he saw the opportunity, and he swallows up the rest of Citadel, and it's all but two, but somehow, some way, Citadel were able to take over. Not until FlyQuest opened up the portal to try to regain the control. They so barely lost.
And they will be able to swing it back. It's time to let the devil out as well. Now Tanuki trying to see if they can swoop in and get some of those KOs through. But with the boundary up, it ain't going to have the impact that we're seeking there. So they are going to have to take a fall back for a moment. And the fights will continue to rage on. FlyQuest getting closer and closer towards the OT time. Perhaps Citadel need to re-establish here, and already they've found an opening engagement. Could look for another round.
Oh my gosh, a skewer!
Nicely done. Oh, Polly barely escapes there. That got hot.
Oh my gosh, that got really, really hot indeed. So close to the fire, but the flames do not consume him as the overtime meter comes into fruition. FlyQuest were able to retake the site, but the Soul Resurgence might be sealing the deal here as Citadel don't have a strategist ultimate of their own. Enzo, as a desperation ploy, will use the Galactic Legend, but it's all for naught as FlyQuest, off a heroic Jeff ultimate from Vision, will take over map number 1.
My goodness, blink and you'll miss it. They will fly away with the Super Soldier Factory and move on to the Eldritch Monument. So, another map of revolving doors, so to speak, you know, evolving platforms, and eager to see how they will be able to take it high or low and move up with the flow.
Whole lot of verticality available for both of these teams, especially with Polly and Spark Chief. Both players on the Angela are able to take full advantage of it. Tanuki as well on that Daredevil. Oh, never mind. Already gone. We'll switch over to the Bucky this time around. That is the adjustment that Citadel looked to make here, as Bucky, a very, very strong pick, is a very well-rounded pickup for Citadel. You can never go wrong with that Bucky.
That's it. You can never go wrong. You can always go again. And let's see how they run it down in a 2. The push right now. Mission area unlock in 30. And we're going to see if they can keep things clean. Don't want to get dirty in this one. They are going to be swooping their way over to the mission area, looking to take it from afar. Good to rely on the clones into this one so they can get a decent amount of healing through, while the squad looks to take it up to the sides, take the high ground here. FlyQuest are already aware of them, and they do have It's Jeff available again from Vision.
It's Jeff available on Vision, who, like you just saw, had a insane ultimate. But can he do it again is the big question. There is a chance for an environmental knockout available for both of these teams as Citadel and FlyQuest look to scrap it out in the middle of the site as Vision comes out with 3! Vision, how in the world do you pull this off again and again? He sends 3 to the abyss as everyone on Citadel follows suit. This bulwark of Citadel falls and crumbles right off the get-go.
Yeah, I love the environmental KO coming through from Spark Chief at the end of that as well. Just, you know, last little sweet one coming through there. So that's going to be a great way to elevate themselves onto the mission area control, and Citadel are going to have to find a way to respond. It's great that they're playing in. You know, they got the Groot they can rely on. Melio can bring out some of the clones as well with Enzo there and the team up. So they've got options here. They've got a few ultimates as well, but we'll see who's going to start to pop the weasel first.
Wombo combo available on Polly and Tanuki. The Strangling Prison into the It's Jeff could be devastating for FlyQuest, but it's a matter of when they pull the trigger. Zelos and Alex will form a Venn diagram onto the site as Energy takes the skies, tries to find a pick, but can FlyQuest make the hold happen? The point already halfway into their favor, already 1 map ahead. Citadel have a lot of work to do, but they do have a lot of ultimates to work with, but Polly does go down. Enzo will follow suit as they still have yet to pull the trigger on that Wombo combo.
Yeah, great to hold on there for the sake of the ult economy. Obviously, it is going to get to more desperate times soon, though. Obviously, with having 70% there, Citadel need to consider the pressure ahead of them, but at least they have tools they can rely upon. I mean, speaking of tools relying upon, Vision's getting close to the Shark attack again, and we can see it's Jeff right around the corner here to switch the tides up, but they're taking it slow for the moment, trying to find the right angle, the right timing here to see if they can pop it through with Strangling Prison and maybe go even further beyond.
They're waiting for Melio to make the rotation happen. It looked like Citadel were looking for a high ground advantage, but they were just all but waiting for Melio to strike first, and that allows Polly and the rest of Citadel to try to flood onto the site. The retake is on, and the overtime meter comes into fruition. Polly does find the opening onto Spark Chief as Tanuki finds one member of FlyQuest as Tanuki will just settle with that trade as the rest of the fight continues to rage on as Vision finds the two vanguards of Citadel, and they are sent straight down 60 feet under as FlyQuest look to pick up the pieces, but it's still an even trade overall. 2 for 2 so far, but now Citadel somehow got in control.
And they do have Strange now, so they can portal back onto the mission area if required. And we'll see if they are going to be wired in. Alex keeping them up with the barrier as well. Looking to see if the boundary is going to be maintained. One and the same. It's time for the Psionics deduction. Enzo trying to zone them out. They're taking a ton of damage, but they will be pumped straight back up. So nobody going down without a fight here. And the fight is raging on.
Fight raging on indeed. Citadel look to build up the castle that already crumbled in the beginning stages of this round as Zelos shuts down Polly. A man advantage in favor of FlyQuest. No resurrections, no resources available for Polly, Enzo, or Tanuki to come back into the fight to regroup as overtime comes up yet again, but this time in favor of FlyQuest, and everyone on Citadel cannot find an option in. FlyQuest take over round number 2, and they will crumble Citadel on Hell's Heaven.
Amazing stuff coming through there. Super Soldier Factory, Eldritch Monument, both mission areas. See ya later. It's going to be a convincing first map coming through from the FlyQuest side there. Vision's taking the MVP. I mean,
well deserved.
It's just well deserved. Jaws incarnate on that one. Like, take a bow on the Jeff action there. I would be expecting that one to have a heavier focus coming into the next draft if I were them, but who knows?
There's a reason why FlyQuest decided to save that Jeff. Holy crap, Vision. I don't think we've seen Jeff play this insane here in the Grand Finals yet until now. That was some insane plays, not only doing it once, but he did it twice. He got so many multi-man it's Jeffs and sent so many people down into the pits of hell. And Vision, man, he is becoming an absolute problem right now.
Yeah, they've got all division, all online, all day. You know, 11 finals into that one. Pretty close behind was Vez there. Definitely doing an impressive job on the Vanguard as well. You know, Citadel, it just felt like they weren't able to compete into this one. Like, Tanuki got the most KOs through for their team on the Jeff as well. Don't get me wrong, but it was definitely a difficult time, to say the least, for them. So, definitely keen to see what the adaptation looks like into the next portion.
Yeah, FlyQuest easily take over map number 1, but now map number 2, Citadel obviously have the map pick advantage, and that becomes a playing factor here as some of these teams have maps that favor them, some maps that favor others. But now we head into a little bit of a higher reel because what in the world just happened?
Well, they let the devil out in 2 ways, I suppose, but we will see just some of that combat coming through, you know, the Angela action, but mostly it was the Jeff show into this one. Environmental
right there.
KOs
Bam!
all day long.
Oh my goodness, Vision. What a play. He saw the opportunity. He saw everyone available for consumption, and just like that, the jaws of Vision clamped down onto Citadel, and quite comfortably FlyQuest really just steamrolled over Citadel, who we've been touting them as one of the smarter teams in this entire tournament. They were able to adjust to what's been played, what's been picked, and were just able to somewhat innovate what is this current 4.5 meta.
That's it. You know, I feel like all the teams here are kind of adapting on the fly. They're figuring out their mojo, figuring out what's working well for them into this meta, and you know, like we've seen FlyQuest try and play into the Helena Moore team up there. Not everybody's opting into that, but definitely excited to see what else is going to be in store right on the other side of this.
Yep, FlyQuest are in a commanding position, but do Citadel go back to the drawing board? Do they cook up something new of their own? We'll find out after we come back for Citadel versus FlyQuest.
Ones have what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is going to happen right here, right now.
Hey, we're FlyQuest.
We're here in Atlanta.
And you're watching Marble Rivals Grand Finals.
Welcome back to that Grand Finals. You just saw a glimpse of FlyQuest there, who did take over Hell's Heaven like we saw just now off the heroics of Vision, most notably. Who knew that a shark could be this impactful in this kind of environment?
Yeah, I think Jaws has a new competitor there. You know, Jeff, I think, is the real shark in town, and definitely keen to see a more Jeff action through to the rest of the series as well. I think that there's going to be a lot of potential, you know, on what could be on the horizon here. You know, we could see a bit of convergence. I know teams have tended to play into that direction. You know, a bit of Central Park has been pretty commonly played over towards map 2 here, but I mean, wouldn't surprise me if maybe they wanted to dive in a little different direction onto Convoy, Yggdrasil Path, the one we could see, maybe even...
Oh, what? Look at that! you willed it into existence. Yggdrasil Path.
And my goodness. I'm just magic. Call me Dr. Strange.
You got away with words. You were able to say it loud enough for the people in the back to hear it. And now it seems like, yeah, FlyQuest will have to take on Citadel at Yggdrasil Path. A map that is very, very comfortable for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I think it's got to be, I guess, one of the default convoys, right? A lot of teams that like to play in Yggdrasil Path. It's pretty smooth. There's a lot of nooks and crannies they can play into. But first and foremost, we are going to see our bands online already. And unsurprisingly, Jeff is gone. But so too is Mantis. So I'm not going to get the damage amplification there and not going to get the impact out of Jeff from FlyQuest. But Citadel, they're more than happy to take that for themselves.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of an adjustment, a little bit of pizzazz coming in from both of these teams in that map number 1. But now it looks like we've just reverted back to what we've been seeing. The patterns coming in yet again. If one team picks Mantis, the other picks the Jeff. And here it is no different. But now FlyQuest will change things up, take out the Venom relatively early in the draft, whereas Citadel denied the resurrection capability on FlyQuest.
Yeah, not going to allow that in any way, shape or form. They still can play into Rocket if they want to, but will they? I don't know about that. But another band is going to be on a line right now from a Citadel, and curious to see where they take it this time. Will they shut down another Vanguard? Will it be another strategist taken out of the mix here? You know, they still do have access to potentially take away something like, there you go, the Groot. So not going to be able to play into the walls this time.
Yep. Vess really is one of the best Vanguards we have seen so far on the biggest stage. Funny enough, I've touched up on this a little bit back when they played their first match. Vess is actually from Atlanta. He's literally from this area, so come playoffs, if FlyQuest are able to qualify into that knockout stage, he is going to have a huge crowd behind not just him, but his fellow teammates on the likes of FlyQuest. As the draft does finally conclude, FlyQuest saving the Loki Mantis, a great stall combination in favor of FlyQuest, whereas on the side of Citadel, they went towards the Jeff and Emma Frost again.
Yeah, they've got that on play, and they also were hovering over Storm, so we could see Jeff NATO to try and rip it through FlyQuest's defense here. You know, I can definitely understand it, especially if they were thinking maybe they were trying to play into something of the Iron Fortress, if you will, you know, the triple there, but obviously not going to see the light of day at this time. We're seeing the 3-2-1 composition come through from FlyQuest at this time. So you're going to see how Citadel's offense will fare against the defense of FlyQuest, because they're playing into the Punisher, which definitely brings a lot of damage. That final judgment is something that you can rely upon, but hello, Tanuki jumping in with the Iron Fist. Ooh, and Milio's changed it up as well.
If that comes into play, I am all for it, because we've seen Iron Fist doing some serious work, especially in that match back on OUG. Versus FlyQuest, and it looks like Citadel might have taken a page out of OUG's playbook, as we will see the push come in for Citadel. Can they make it towards that chicane, or will FlyQuest boot them right out?
That's it, bringing out Kunlun's finest there, Tanuki. Gonna be looking to bring out the fighting fist, the fighting words for their team, and we'll see if they are going to be able to capture something for them. Right now, FlyQuest just waiting around the first choke point here. Ooh, diving into the back line, see if they can focus up on the strategist, take out some of those clones there to minimize some of the healing, but they aren't dealing the KO blow yet.
Nothing just yet. Ken is very close to the God of Mischief ultimate, but Energy is also close to the Endsong Inferno as well, but he gets taken out. Polly, Spark Chief, all following to get as much momentum as possible, but Energy does come back thanks to the BRB, and Citadel are down 2 members as the invisible boundary going to be popped by Alex, who is going to be responded on FlyQuest with a God of Mischief stolen Soul Resurgence from Cooper, and now FlyQuest just taking on over yet again. Vess will extend that lead.
Yeah, great response coming through there, just getting that amplification through for their team, and they managed to push away a Citadel into this one, so already seeing a bit of a change up. Tanuki onto Star-Lord could be great for them here. I like how Polly has the Strangling Prison available as well, cracking impact there, but it's going to be FlyQuest to pop first. Double Strategist ultimate into this one, one of the same for Citadel. They are looking to take aim, but it's Spark Chief to claim 2.
Spark Chief with the tendrils is able to strangle what is left of Citadel with that, thanks to the CYA coming in from Vision. The 40% damage boost is absolutely devastating, and FlyQuest will take full advantage as Spark Chief finds one more for good measure and will stagger Citadel even further. And now Citadel, they've made so many adjustments already. What more do they have in them?
Yeah, they're just trying everything at this point. With the Galactic Legend, it does relegate them into the dark room there, but the Meteor could be good as well. Tanuki trying their best to scurry away, not going to be able to get through it today, and Events goes down in the meantime. So Citadel finally making FlyQuest feel a bit more mortal here. They are pushing it through straight towards the first checkpoint.
Vest has switched over to the Strange, is going to try to find a portal in the nick of time, is going to cancel it immediately and will reposition over to the next spawn room and go right back to the Magneto. FlyQuest will not be able to secure a first point, but they were able to burn a lot of time on that clock, which is really the goal of these defensive rounds. Although FlyQuest didn't go for the triple Vanguard, triple strategist composition, they still did as much as they could to try to keep Citadel from moving on further.
Yeah, they gave it their best here to see if they could keep them out of this one, but ultimately they do get it over the line in the end. So they found a recipe that works, and we'll see if it's going to work once again. Already relying upon the BRB there to keep spark in the game, and energy going to be bringing the Ensong Inferno, now playing into the invisible boundary as well. It's going to be responded now with their own boundary, Strangling Prison now, and everything else is coming online as well. So it's Jeff gets at least one of them. That's going to be big impact finding the Magneto. They are looking to take him on a nice trip off map.
Oh, looks like the frag didn't come in yet. Yep, there we go. Citadel will find a pick, but in the end, it's only just Vest going down. Citadel lost 2 members during that entire skirmish, so a lot of ultimates, a lot of resources used on the side of FlyQuest, but Zelos still has that Soul Resurgence, where on the flip side, no one on Citadel really have a strategist ultimate to rely on, so it's all up to Melia and Tanuki to just try to just use their ultimates dry.
I think that they can play into that though, and so having the Psionic Seduction around the corner definitely will help, especially with the Galactic Legend there. They can pump up a lot of damage there if they need to. They can rely on the Kraken Impact, so there's pieces that they can play off of. As you can see, Psionic Seduction already coming now, Soul Resurgence in response, but at least they might be able to push past this one eventually. You know, they're just countering each other, complementing each other accordingly. But there you go, Galactic Legend into the Ensong Inferno, Meteor coming out. It's Jeff as well. Ken might get a good catch out of this.
Another quick 2 picks in favor of FlyQuest, make it 3 as half of Citadel crumble yet again as Ken does swallow up 1, but it's just going to be a 1v1, but a great sleep coming in from Zelos and will seal the deal. Lights out for Ken as Citadel have to go yet again to that drawing board.
Yeah, love that response for the Sedate there. Just really turns the tides on them, staggers them out. So it's going to be great for FlyQuest to just stall a bit more time here, and a minute and a half to go into this one. And there's going to be more fights to come out of this. Spark Chief already taking a high ground, trying to see if they can zone out Tanuki here. We'll force them back. And Citadel, they're getting closer and closer. They may lose a strategist if they're not careful here, but it's not on till it's on. Here we go. Amped up.
Is that the damage combo?
There.
Yes, it is.
There it is.
It's the CYA with the Feast of the Abyss, and Spark Chief with his fellow rocket will say CYA to Alex as that one-shot potential comes in to fruition. But Citadel, they still have that man advantage and will move on forward. Melio jumps right up to try to shut down Spark Chief before he's able to do any sort of damage, but he's just going to use it to try to move on forward, try to disrupt what is left of FlyQuest, but now the push comes in. Energy uses the portal to try to come in and try to disrupt what is left of Citadel. So close to that second point as Enzo pops that Psionic Seduction, and that will start the domino effect of ultimates being dumped right in FlyQuest. How much do you use? How much are you willing to give up? How much control are you willing to use to seize what is left of Citadel? Will the fortress stand tall, or will they crumble? Tanuki wants to write that legend for himself. Everyone staring right at him, but the eye of Agamotto stuns up 3. Will take 1, but Polly, with that Strangling Prison available, is not going to be able to use it. But FlyQuest don't have many cooldowns to work with unless Vision is able to find that CYA in time. But Melio, does he find any sort of opportunity to come right back? No, it's going to be Vision coming in with that bonus HP.
They have their own Seer online now. Enzo had the Psionic Seduction, but it's going to be zoned out entirely by Vision into this one. Just so much power from the FlyQuest squad here. OT Timer is running its course. The portal's up, but they set sail through. And what a hold coming out there. FlyQuest just so impressive in the initial stage here.
FlyQuest are looking to just end it right here, right now. They lost a map to OUG. It could have been a little bit of a wake-up call, you could say, when they had to just witnessed OUG just run rampant over FlyQuest, but now FlyQuest look to be ready. The warm-up is over, and now we go to the next round. The Citadel now on the defensive side, FlyQuest now on the offense. Citadel looking to lean more on the triple Vanguard, triple strategist combination. We'll see if that'll come into fruition later, but right now, with FlyQuest just in a commanding position, can Citadel hold? Can they stand tall here?
Yeah, it's been difficult for them. Like, they've found moments of grace, moments of greatness there, where they've been able to push the convoy forward a little by little, but FlyQuest have just found all the right answers. Now, jumping into their own attacking phase here, it's going to be interesting to see if maybe Citadel are feeling it more on the defensive side, obviously trying to play into the 3-2-1 as well initially, so you're going to see how it all goes down for them, but ooh, FlyQuest maybe looking to change up the vibe here. 3-2-1 in a different direction this time. And it looks like it's just going to be 2-2-2 stock standard. We ain't playing Spider-Man, not today, maybe later. But let's jump straight into it.
Yeah, so far Spark Chief has been an absolute nuisance for Citadel. Citadel really even adjusted towards Tanuki on the Jeff, Alex on the Invisible Woman to try to deny any sort of push coming in from Spark Chief, who has just been terrorizing the backline of Citadel, and here looks to be no different as Tanuki gets taken out early, and they're on the defensive side, so this Jeff really needs to start sprinting over, and it's going to take a little bit of extra time for the Man Advantage to come dead even yet again.
Yeah, they just have to bide their time at this point and see if they can pick things up where they left off. Sparkle looking around the back already, trying to see if they can take away the Loki there. Coop already has brought up the Soul Resurgence with the God of Mischief, and there you go, Ken's down. Boundary coming up from Alex there, so they can at least respond, but they have lost one of their other key strategists.
Bad news for Citadel right now as FlyQuest look to move on forward. They're looking to not stop at all. A man advantage in favor of FlyQuest. They lose Spark Chief, but it all seems like Spark Chief has done the job. What a shot coming in from Energy to take out Enzo, who just burned the Eye of Agamotto. Will the portal come in time? We'll see about that, but Citadel looking to try to make a retake happen, but with the staggers, with the picks from FlyQuest, it's looking like an uphill battle, but the Jeff comes in and swallows up 3 members of FlyQuest. Can Tanuki get to the edge in time? It looks like the answer will be yes, but it looks like no one going down. It might have been a little bit greedy move from Tanuki to not end his own life, and Citadel though still will be able to disrupt that fight, sending half of the members away, leaves the other half in a very, very vulnerable spot.
And it looks like the response is going to be the Queen of Hell has entered the battlefield, and we'll see how that team up will fare between the symbiotic shenanigans there, obviously having a little bit more presence with their temporary stun there, but let's see how things go for them now as they look to play into this one, pushing up, applying a bit of pressure here. Polly falling back, and here's the feast into the Kraken impact. Boundary going to be up in response there. Cooper's ready as well. Meteor coming down. They are committing everything towards this one, trying to get it past this first checkpoint.
Best got a crucial pick onto Alex, ending the invisible boundary relatively early, and a sea of blue for FlyQuest. Energy slams the gauntlet down as FlyQuest finally break through Citadel. But now here comes the test. FlyQuest don't have to go towards that second point. They can go a little bit shorter and they will seal themselves the map. But can Citadel find their footing, find their way back in? Enzo does have the Eye of Agamotto. Everyone, or actually Enzo, Ken, and Polly will soon have their ultimates. Tanuki as well.
Jumping straight into it right now. Spark just been so conniving, so menacing up the back there. Got a death coming online right now. Vision trying to dish out a bit of damage. Nicely done. KO and Amelio zoning out some of the clones as well. Everyone else out of Vision for now. So just got to be keeping it calm, but at least they found an impactful KO onto the impactful duelist there, so they can push the mission vehicle just that little bit further forward. They have tons of time as well. They found Alex round the back. This is huge for them. Psionic Seduction coming up front, and it's Jeff.
Is Chev going to try to swallow up members, but it looks like it's not going to provide too much value as Tanuki already in the thick of it. Here comes the gauntlet slam from Melio, is able to find Vest. Can Citadel hold? Can they try to deny FlyQuest from a map to win as that point gets so close, but it's not quite enough for FlyQuest, and they will quickly play a disciplined move, will quickly fall back, regroup, try to find a different approach to this defense that Citadel are trying to desperately make and hold.
Yeah, it's cutting it close, isn't it? But now FlyQuest with 4 ultimates may yet be looking to force their way through. They've only got a couple of strategist ultimates to deal with on Citadel side, and they've already found Enzo. That is a great way to push their way in. Apolly going to be the only one up front. Tanuki's down.
No.
They are looking so much more mortal. Alex is in trouble as the boundary up to keep them online a while longer. One and the same. Ken can continue the chain there. The boop comes through. Melio's down, and it's another boundary into the Kraken Impact. They are trying to send this one through.
Oh my god, he stalled
as well. They're back.
Polly was able to just stall for just enough time for the rest of Citadel to just try and find a way to make the defense happen. But FlyQuest, they have so much time to work with, a whole minute and 20. But can FlyQuest make the push happen? Citadel, it's getting intense for them. Things are getting stressful, but the time runs slow. No one able to touch onto the site. Citadel crumble and FlyQuest fly high yet again.
Oh my goodness. Can you believe it? FlyQuest take it away in a sweep there, 2-0 in their favor, defying their odds against Citadel and sending them packing out of this series.
One of the more faster series here is FlyQuest has just been absolutely dominant here, despite having their main bread and butter composition, the Hela Namor team up, not being available to them. FlyQuest, they proved to the rest of the world that, okay, you could take away the Namor, you could take away the Hela, but we can do other things. So, FlyQuest, the depth is really there right now.
Yeah, they're just so adaptable, aren't they? You know, you think you're taking away some of their key strengths, they say, yeah, we're good at that, but we're also good at this. And it's just so great to see that they are able to be such an adaptable roster, like I said there, and really is showing a lot more strength into this one. You know, they had a lot of mortality into some of their last series. They were losing maps where maybe they shouldn't, but now they're back on track. They've taken that one in a good way.
They're so locked in right now as we head into a highlight reel of what in the world just happened here on Yggdrasil Path. And not only that, in Hell's Heaven as well, just a series as a whole. It felt like one of the more faster ones here in this Group B matchup. We touted this as the match of the day, but somehow, some way, it was just Citadel not being able to find their footing, not being able to find a way onto any of these maps as they just kept slipping and falling into the pits. Thanks to Vision back in map 1, and then in map number 2, they just kept on sliding all over the place and were just not able to get any sort of control going, albeit by some very labored effort.
Oh yeah, it was quite the strenuous series, wasn't it? And they definitely had a lot of issues to deal with there. One and the same, you know, Spark Chief was such a menace over the backline. They just could not afford to not look behind them because Spark was always there when they least expected it.
Yeah, this in the first map, it was all Vision doing all the heavy lifting and the heavy dropping, if you could think of it that way. But here in map number 2 on Yggdrasil Path, Spark Chief was the main star of the show as we look ahead in the standings. FlyQuest now 3-0, undefeated here in Group B.
That's it, 2 undefeated teams in this group right now. That's Na'Vi and FlyQuest. That is all going to be changing, evolving over the next few days here. So eager to see which teams will be able to come out on top on the end of the group stage, which teams will be sent packing. It's all going to be make or break for these rosters at this point of the game.
Yeah, today is day 2. We still have day 3. So much unknowns right now as things start to heat up. The battle is starting to ignite even crazier as Crazy Raccoons and 100 Thieves will be the highlight for our next match. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back for more Marvel Rivals action.
welcome to an exclusive little interview here with Crazy Raccoon. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, we're feeling great.
Yeah. If you could describe your team's identity in a single word, what would it be?
I'd say fast. Yeah.
우리 팀은 약팀이다.
Has there been any team that you've been really keeping an eye out for?
좀 다 센 팀이라 좀 무섭긴 한데 개인적으로 해보고 싶은 팀은 버투스 프로랑 해보고 싶고 만나서 꼭 이기고 싶은 팀은 이제 뭐 북미 유럽 그냥 다 이기고 싶네요. 마음 같아서. 뭐 다른 팀들도 똑같이 뭐 저희 아시아가 좀 약하다고 생각하는데 최대한 특히 막 중압감 그런 건 없고 최대한 고춧가루 뿌리고 가겠습니다. 그게 제 각오입니다.
Was there a reason why Crazy Raccoon wanted an American duelist?
The player pool in Asia is like pretty small, right? And like sometimes you do have to look elsewhere. I was personally pretty comfortable playing on ping in like the weird time zones. Everyone was speaking a little bit of English before I joined, I believe. So I slotted in pretty well and we're learning a little bit every day.
Yeah.
The true leaders in our team are, Blaster and JMac.
사실 여왕원 때는 저희가 이제 재미로 대회를 나간 거라 좀 진지하게 임하진 않았는데 이제 라쿤에서는 이제 팀이다 보니까 이제 다 열심히 하고 이제 그랬던 것 같아요. 그냥 분위기가 라쿤에서 할 때 좀 더 진지하고 그랬어요.
Hyan, you were part of the Crazy Raccoon since stage 1. What feels different about the team when you compare it to stage 1?
저희 팀 같은 경우에는 이제 그 시즌 1 때는 사실 거의 이제 아마추어 선수로만 이루어져 있었고 그 뭔가 다른 다른 이제 아시아 팀 젠지나 리젝트 같은 경우에는 되게 마블 와서 우승을 했거나 아니면 다른 게임에서 잘했던 선수들로 이루어져 있었는데 저희 팀은 그런 선수들이 아니었어서 이번에 증명하게 된 게 정말 기쁘고 그리고 또 시즌 1 때 저의 부족함이랑 여러 팀적으로의 부족함을 많이 느껴서 그만큼 또 시즌 2에 보강을 많이 하고 그만큼 또 좋은 선수들이 저희 팀을 믿고 와줘서 우승까지 하고 또 미국까지 올 수 있던 게 정말 기쁜 것 같습니다.
Thank you guys so much for joining us, Crazy Raccoon. I think that'll be it for us for this interview. Be sure to check out Crazy Raccoon, and we will see them ignite the battlefield.
Which ones have what it takes to become the best of the best?
The fight is going to happen right here, right now.
We are back. We have more incredible games coming up for you today. I am once again Tetcher, joined by Ryan Central, and we are getting ready. We've almost gone for a little bit of an endgame Thor and a little bit of a Loki situation going on here.
What are you trying to say? I
Absolutely nothing. It's the beard.
I made like the cardinal sin mistake of a caster by putting this on the wrong side, so you learn a bit of the tech secrets as well. But this should be like a decent series with what we've seen so far. I'll let you talk it through while I switch this around because I'm an absolute fool.
We've got some incredible matchups coming in. 100 Thieves coming in with some insane matchups, putting on incredible performances versus multiple teams, but they haven't looked clean. Whereas the Asia teams started off a little bit rough at the mid-season, have come in swinging, with Reject in particular actually doing some insane stuff, being able to perform in their group quite well. That's of course over on the other stream, but we're going to have a look at our group to see what's exactly going on there and how important this match is. Crazy Raccoon, they are sitting at the bottom of the table here, 0-2. The only team behind them is OUG, who have made everyone they've played against work for those losses. But Crazy Raccoon, they need this win in order to push themselves up the board here. If they do, they'll even themselves out with 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves are currently sitting at a 1 win, 2 losses. No, sorry, they'll actually overtake 100 Thieves. Because Crazy... No, because 100 Thieves will move over to 1 win and 3 losses if Crazy Raccoon beat them, which could put Crazy Raccoon in contention to snipe the American champions for that spot.
Well, now that we're getting to the end of day 2 and day 3, like permutations become important. What I assume as well is if we do see teams equal on score and it's like a potential qualifying, potential elimination, I imagine head-to-head's going to be the thing that defines it. It usually is, right? So I think at this point, like trying to do the science of it, you've got League Ops people, mathematicians, very smart. They're trying to work out all of the different almost Doctor Strange type permutations of all of the things that could happen. Here it does sort of generally feel if Crazy Raccoon loses and goes 0-3, their chances of actually qualifying for playoffs on Friday are pretty much brought down to 0. But it depends on how other teams do, where some of those cheeky wins come from. If OUG can do some damage to the likes of Citadel and stuff because they haven't really had a chance to play them yet, it's like those moments, right, when some weird stuff can happen and the group is opened up again.
You're talking about where those wins come from, and of course we always start on domination. And we have been informed that our first match is going to be Bernard T'Challa here. What can you actually tell us about the history of these teams on these maps?
Yeah, I think it's because it is domination best of threes typically that we start these tournaments with before we get to BO5s. It is a randomized map, so it's not as if you see a particular lean, but even then, when we get to best of 5s where some teams might pick domination, generally people don't choose this map. It's just a little bit more trying to get comfortable in this area. So for both, it's like 2 wins, 3 losses, 50-50 for both sides.
So we're going to be jumping into the highlights for these teams here. We're starting off with the American champions, 100 Thieves. They are the 3rd place team from the mid-season finals, currently running in with Terra a little bit under the weather, but they're continuing to throw everything they have at trying to make it into these playoffs. They have some of the strongest duelist setups. Delena has been extremely impactful at trying to find openings for them, as well as Millennia, while joining the team at those mid-season finals in terms of the main spot here, has really evolved in terms of how they play the game.
Yeah, it also feels as well for like Terra, fantastic first map against Na'Vi yesterday, was just like the MVP clearly, pretty much Tanuki was put in his pocket and he went from there. But it's because it was a long series, it was the last game of the day, they played the first game of the day yesterday too, and like you said, like he is unwell, like he's still performing and playing well, which, you know, kudos to him. It is like, it felt like he ran out of steam a bit of it. But also Delania was hard targeted from the looks, from like speaking to people. It felt like there was a lot of just almost try and make Terra the carry because there's only so much that he could do, despite how good he is. I just don't think the Crazy Raccoon are going to be able to deal with that regardless. It was just Na'Vi knowing how to put too much strain on one player to be the difference maker, it felt like.
But we're going to have a look at Crazy Raccoon as well. While you don't think they might be able to do it, they have already shown that they are here to play. They didn't make it to those mid-season finals by 1 series, losing out to Gen G, but they are going to try and fight their way through this time. Crazy Raccoons are playing incredibly right now. They've gone through some crazy adaptations, even in their own roster, with their coach coming into play, and we've already seen what an impact they can make. They are the first team in this tournament, and I believe the only team to bring out the Black Widow. This team is very hard to play against. They actually seem to fit in sort of that little box that seems to have been created by OUG of being the only team consistently running Iron Fist and being very hard to draft against. Because of that, Crazy Raccoon having that star hero, that sneak pick where you can really catch people off guard.
Yeah, I mean, just like the Japanese organization has been in so many different games, and I think, like, regardless, like, Japan as a region in, like, hero shooters or just FPS games full stop have been, like, behind West, behind maybe China or Korea especially, but it feels like what we do see from Asian teams is cherry-picking good ideas and good strategies, and like you said, sort of just leaning in like, hey, we have a really good Black Widow player, teams don't get to practice against it. It's not the most optimal, but sometimes you can really throw a curveball at big teams by playing some weird stuff. Case in point, the Iron Fist that we saw a little bit from OUG. The best teams can sometimes struggle with it because how often do you realistically, if you scrim a team playing Iron Fist or Black Widow, you're blacklisting them straight afterwards. You're never scrimming them again.
Who even thinks to practice against a Widow Mantis rocket combo? Because when's that gonna happen? And the answer is right here at the at these grand finals here for Marvel Rivals Ignite, and that's what makes Crazy Raccoon scary. They are an X factor in what is already a terrifying group that could really cause some upsets here. And starting off already on the Bernard T'Challa with all the incredibly varied setups, with every single section of the map being probably the most different out of all of the domination maps. We've got some great setups here.
Yeah, so Bernard T'Challa is where we're going to go to. It wasn't decided by any of the teams. We always start on domination, so like when we get to best of 5s, you might see teams try and pick it up a little bit later. But if we do go for a full 3-map series, we do have to go through all of the different game modes, the Convergence, the Convoy, but we always start
We saw a Heart of Heaven game earlier.
Yeah, we did, which I think was crazy, and it was a team that Crazy Raccoon struggled with a little bit yesterday, just in that 2-0 loss. And it felt like in that one, Crazy Raccoon, the excitement and the power that they showed up against Citadel, I think it was, in their, like, the second game, their first game, that was just completely missing. And it felt like the NA teams were just a little bit more like, we've seen what they can do now, we know how to shut them down. But moving into it, 100 Thieves versus Crazy Raccoon, it doesn't feel like it's an elimination game for 100 Thieves at this point, but if Crazy Raccoon, they're clinching onto tournament life here, if they get a win, it could really put some strain on the top seed out of America.
100 Thieves sitting on the brink. We're starting off with those Mantis bads. Vital is already giving us a little bit of a tease, hovering the Widow, just a bit of a shove to the crowd here. And like you say, the Captain America ban, trying to remove that backline pressure. And this does mean that 100 Thieves secure themselves a Mantis. If they can get Terra onto that Winter Soldier or any of the other characters like Phoenix that they are insane on, then 100 Thieves may have just found themselves an immediate opening.
Well, so yeah, like the second ban onto Captain America is a little bit unorthodox, but it's clever in the sense of Crazy Raccoon having their coach J-Mac playing. And J-Mac's typical hero pool has been a little bit of a comfort pick going onto the Captain America. So 100 Thieves sort of know, okay, you have a player that's not really a player, still very good to play at this level, but not quite the main roster for Crazy Raccoon. Being able to actually take him off of his comforts and making him more of a weak link. You even have the protection onto the rocket to allow that sort of triple strategy setup, which 100 Thieves have been very in favor for so far this tournament, when a lot of teams have moved away.
They love that triple strategist, they love that double damage boost with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier and the allied Inspire. Ironically, exactly what Crazy Raccoon used to set up for that Widow. But again, this is domination. The sightlines on this map are significantly lower for a lot of those points, meaning that Widow is unlikely to be seen. And Winter Soldier taken away. We saw just how good it was, and that is the reaction that we saw from Citadel when they were against 100 Thieves earlier. When they were struggling, they adjusted and they took away the Winter Soldier from Terra, and then they were started to really creep back up again. And also, with the Invis removed as well, removing that anchor heal. If you're going to do triple strategist, we want to make sure that you don't get the highest priority strategist.
You have the protect onto the Emma Frost, which is one-sided for Crazy Raccoon, and a protect onto Jeff, which isn't one-sided. It wasn't actually banned out in the end. So you're looking at like a couple more bits and pieces, really. The Hella ban right at the end. More of a mix, I suppose, that 100 Thieves are trying to select certain targets to make sure that people can't get comfortable. Vital's hovering over the Black Widow. I don't know, but taking out the Hella is not only a good option, but making sure that that team-up can't really come into favor with Namor means that there's only so much a Crazy Raccoon can rely on with some of that coordination.
My concern, again, is very much just due to the sightlines on this map. For example, the inner areas, you're not going to find a good position for Widow outside of that one high ground, which can be easily countered by stuff like a Star-Lord or a Phoenix really coming up, or anything melee coming up to you. If you're in the center area, you can see here, again, there's one high ground position that's going to get you some good value, or you're once again vulnerable to any dive Vanguard that can really punish you. This isn't really a Widow map.
No, not at all. It's also similar to what 100 Thieves have been doing, I think, where in the series against Citadel, it was very much like neither team banning out the same character, that it feels very selective on their opponents. For example, you've got Mantis, Cap, Venom, and Hella available on one side for 100 Thieves. Meanwhile, Emma, Adam, Bucky, and Invisible Woman is available for Crazy Raccoon.
Crazy Raccoon also, they had the hands on the rocket that 100 Thieves didn't. Well, they're not going to roll out with it. What they did do is pre-armor up the team with that rocket network for the Penny, so that they are already going to be coming in with a slight advantage over 100 Thieves. That's the fact they have that bonus health on board for 100 Thieves with that Hella Namor. And with that double strategist here, utilizing the damage AoE boost on to the Deitific Vitality team up, they now have a great setup. Good sleep onto J-Mac, though, as they tried to creep around from the side. No first blood yet.
Trying to go in for a little bit of a pseudo dive with JT over on the Strange to begin with. I think there was a portal play to begin with. He's actually going to be the first that goes down in this series. Delena is going to be playing on the name or just taking pod shots more from a significant difference. And TTK's kind of found themselves on his own. That's a hell of a fadeaway shot onto NX, though. It's like, well, I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me. He was completely isolated on his own, but instantly 100 Thieves with a more like bunkered set down, not high mobility comp, able to peel for him.
Delena pushing up to the choke point, going to try and keep Crazy Raccoon locked down here. Crazy Raccoon's burst potential here with this Psylocke and this Angela is absolutely insane, but it doesn't matter if you can't get set up and can't weaken your opponents, because 100 Thieves are already trying to create a concave enclosure here to make sure that they have every angle covered. Vinny diving on in, not going to go for a tether, just once again going to harass with the frenzied arrival.
Going for the dives, and sort of seeing that one of the strategists in the backline is separated. Symbiote Resistance is going to come in and allow Vinny to almost just get out very casually We do see the regeneration domain used, but because of how open this part of the map is, Techa, it feels that this composition 100 Thieves is working on couldn't be better set. There's so many little crossfires, you're playing from a good amount of distance, and Crazy Raccoon are just almost chasing players individually one at a time, goose chases, which is only buying time for 100 Thieves as they now reach almost 50% on the point.
Delena's on flank, just continuing to do exactly what Namor is incredible at, and that is quick burst. While he is a great static defender, if you land that quick burst setup with the right click, you can really set up beautifully with the Dance of the Butterfly from Vital, trying to set up for Crazy Raccoon to create an opening, but Harvey shut it down with the clone, while Tidal Judge is used for the zoning. It's Jeff able to grab one, but taken down too quickly. Terra with the reaction. We'll see them ascend to the sky, siege on in, and that's going to allow them to hold this point. We're already at 71%. 100 Thieves not allowing anything for Crazy Raccoon yet.
No, Crazy Raccoon haven't really even touched the point outside of a couple of players, but it's never really been that progression. Now we're starting to see stuff come through as the Ensong Inferno is used from NX. Switching on over, unfortunately you've lost a little bit of your front line as JMac has gone down over on Angela. 2/3 were almost grabbed from Crazy Raccoon, but it's starting to dissipate all the way back just as 90% has been reached. 100 Thieves pretty much pushing all of this back, and Crazy Raccoon not having much to actually break through. Meanwhile, Vital switched over towards the Adam Warlock.
Realizing they can get back through the portal, they can drop a Soul Bomb, which is essentially a strategist ultimate in its own right in terms of how much damage it can actually resist for your team. They can also try and build up to a Karmic Revival if this fight continues to extend down. This is the overtime strats, bringing out Rocket, bringing out Adam, making sure you can contest for as long as possible. Jung-Hoon is dropping as much healing, trying to build up to that 100% for a Fate of Both Worlds. Meteor M, Delena takes out Vital, who's brought back with the Cocoon, but now if they go down, there's no revives, no backups, as they're getting focused down. It's Jeff to try and remove them from the board. Frenzied Arrival takes out Loki with the bubble for the retreat. He's just going to try and yeet them off the edge there.
Able to try and back out a little bit more as Crazy Raccoon finally get to the point, they get control, and it feels like it could be a repeat of what we've seen from Crazy Raccoon. I don't think they've been able to actually pick up a map on domination, but the first one always tends to be 99% to 99%. However, you've got Delana that's absolutely cutting through Crazy Raccoon. It's going to be 17%. There's not really going to be any chance for people to be touching on the side of 100 feet of Crazy Raccoon because that portal was used up. So the first point taken pretty decisively for 100 Thieves in the end.
100 Thieves with the lockdown here. They need this win to set themselves up for a 2-2 in order to really stay in contention. It's not going to put them out of the running if they go 1-3, but it will certainly make it extremely difficult to make it out of this group. So that was an incredibly important round win, and they got to keep this momentum up.
But I guess the best way to put it is it's out of your hands if you go 2-3. You're relying on other teams almost doing you a solid, which no team ever wants to be. And Terra has not been eliminated once, 11-0. That was TTK, but it's not really getting the final hits. I think Delane has actually shown up quite a lot just in this 2-2-2 setup, which for 100 Thieves they have been leaning a little bit more towards triple strategists, not only historically, but not as much as some of the other NA teams, but certainly in this tournament thus far.
Looking at the ultimate charges here, JT3 almost charged on that Meteor M. NX, 82% for an Ensong Inferno. So they're building up towards that big one-shot combo. But who do you target here? TTK could potentially absorb it if he times an Iron Bulwark correctly. Vinny just needs to make sure that they're not going to get caught in it while they're in Symbiotic Resilience. And Delena has the Aquatic Blessing, which isn't going to be taken out, one of the few protective abilities that will not be destroyed by Ensong Inferno.
I think for this one too, because Terra hasn't gone down and we've sort of said like all of these sightlines, I want to stay on Terra's POV as much as possible to see just how much Crazy Raccoon actually dive onto him and try and deal with it, because he has been getting away with stuff scot-free. He is going to be pushed back, but immediately you got the regen domain and the Magneto with the Iron Curtain just blocking some of the damage. They have an inclination of where Terra's playing from, and they don't necessarily want him to be set up with these fights. Unfortunately, however, whilst they were positioning, Vinny's been able to cut through into the backline as the Venom.
Ensong Inferno going to be coming out. That will pop Terra out of that Goddess of Death, but they did not get the one-shot because JT3 was dropping the Meteor M too early there. They tried to send it to the backline so they could try and split the attention and force a mistake on 100 Thieves, but no mistakes are being found as Terra chases them down with TTK, and once again they forced Crazy Raccoon back to spawn.
Point taken, some of these fights that we see, maybe not so much a Benim T'Challa, I don't know what you think about this, but like Celestial Husk, you have like 3-minute fights on the point to begin with.
Yeah,
here it's
definitely not
very
as much here.
Easy for 100 Thieves to just take the point first, and Crazy Raccoon trying to save some of their ultimates. I think Vital's had that Adam Warlock ultimate to work with for a good amount of time. but there's never really been a good instance to use it naturally because they keep getting picked off one at a time. It's not a full team wipe.
On Proteus into the backline that sets Delena up for the pick up onto Vital. Once again, that's going to create more of those undead monstros for the setup into the backline to try and pick up the strategist. Only going to get Mantis. Meteor Ram nukes the fish with the help of Harvey, and Lastro will not find anything this day.
And there's so much 100 Thieves are still sat back with 3 players on the point, 3 ultimates on the point. For Crazy Raccoon, it's just the lack of initiation. You're losing plays one at a time. One of your strategists has gone down with the invisible boundary, so Sung Hoon has to wait. And even Vital switched away from the Adam Warlock. That Camera Revival's not going to get used. He wants to go for something a little bit more offensive because 100 Thieves have been sat so pretty and just been picking them off one at a time. That's why this comp is so good that 100 Thieves are running.
It's just too much sustain, and if you get caught after dropping that Karmic Revival in a Tidal Dirge, that anti-heal basically means you're going to be sitting ducks for that Hell in the Mortal composition either way. And X finally going to take down Terror. It's starting to feel personal at this point as Crazy Raccoon starts to try and push on through. Delena falls right after him, all the damage output is gone. They're still dropping ultimates to try and secure this point, to not give time for reinforcement. Able to get the focus onto Vinny on the Venom, but Vinny is not going to let them go down that easy. Retreats using the mobility of that character. Here comes the clone from Harvey into the Mantis. Locks down. Iron Bulwark almost saves them, but they still fall to JT3 as Final comes in with a Kraken impact. Terror's on the flank though, making sure that they're in a safe position. Meteor Ram is a big burst onto Vital, and 100 Thieves are still holding this. The Eye of Agamotto locks them down, but JT3 has no follow-up.
It gets Melania though, so one of the strategists has gone down here. Goddess of Death though, Terra has just had free reign so far, and similar to that first point here on Benim T'Challa. Crazy Raccoon throwing the kitchen sink to try and take the point right at the end, but only to get team digits potentially. Yeah, they're going to try and throw in whatever they can at this rate. Vital's going to have to switch over to the Strange to go for the portal play, but it's back in the hands of 100 Thieves. That progression for Crazy Raccoon has gone down, and look at overtime. That wick is essentially gone.
Angela's been brought onto the board instead of Penny to make sure that they have someone to try and knock them off the board. They have the Loki of their own regeneration domain. Everything with a low cooldown that can try and contest to buy that extra time. Angela pushing onto the flank, trying to go for the assassin charge. Will not find it. They got the flip, but this is Crazy Raccoon just hunting them right now because they can't just take the point because the 100 Thieves just walk back in and take it afterwards. They needed to get someone to find a stagger there, but they just can't do so. Horde of Proteus into the backline, but it's not finding targets yet.
Forced out the regeneration domain, however, and NX now wants to try and go for the counter-attack. Able to at least catch on to Melania, and so these picks are actually working out quite in favor. And whilst it was Crazy Raccoon maybe getting up to 20% before, they've now reached 50 and have managed to reset 100 Thieves back. Terra's switching over towards the Punisher now, just to have something a little bit more forward-facing and an ultimate to just clean up house as and when needed.
They're set up beautifully here. Crazy Raccoon is starting to creep back in up to 61%, but like you said, with that Punisher built up already at 69%, they are now in a position where a final judgment and a Dance of the Butterfly, it does not matter what Crazy Raccoon do, they're likely going to get first, meaning that they have to win the fight before those are used, and they've already been able to take down TTK. It's Jeff into the back line. Then you've dropped the Punisher culling turret to try and just focus down Jeff, who's fleeing towards the edge, looking to try and take out Delena. Off the board. Melania's going down as they chase them off the board.
Might be able to get their first domination point so far this tournament.
The interrupt!
It was interrupted, so TDK doesn't have that option. He has to switch away from it just as Crazy Raccoon are hitting 95%. Vinny has to dive in order to touch to make sure that OT is hit, but they lose Delena in the same process.
Locks down, Vinny is picked off, overtime's ticking down, here comes the charge. Harvey is trying to rush onto the point using the clone of the Angela to just try and reach the Heaven's Descent, to try and just rush on through, to touch that board as overtime ticks on down, and Crazy Raccoon are evening us up.
Oh, it's a fever dream, really, for Crazy Raccoon, because so much of the time there was like a really good first point, 99% to 99%. The second point, Crazy Raccoon would just lose it whole-handedly. But that portal play in the end working really nicely. And you've got to say, J-Mac being able to switch over towards the Emma Frost, granted that you have stuff like the Captain America being banned out to try and essentially shut him down, make him uncomfortable as the coach. He was playing some terrific Emma Frost, and then you also have JT3 that switched over to the Angela and did so much to create space. 100 Thieves had to make adaptations, and it seems that they're going to try and stay on this Punisher-Psylocke combination.
And even better news for Crazy Raccoon. They forced out the God of Mischief. At the end of that round, Harvey copied onto the Angela just to try and reach the objective in time. So now they're down an ultimate just to try and touch and recontest. And that is a rough situation to be in when you burn an ultimate and don't flip.
It doesn't, like, if it was the third point, sure, that makes sense. But I think doing that on second just feels a little bit unnecessary, no? Like, it's not too much of a stress. Dropping a point on a domination map can be a little bit annoying for the most part. Terra has got the final judgment, but he just gets absolutely focused by it down. He isn't given the space that he had on the first and even the start of the second point of this map. Instantly, they spotted him, and 3 people just ran at him and eliminated him.
And this means positioning is going to be taken by Crazy Raccoon, who used the Jeff to arrive on the point a little bit quicker as well, so they took that defensive position and forced that mistake. Dive into the backline with the frenzied arrival, but now the lockdowns, the knockbacks. Vinny still picks up Seong Hood, though. Even through all of that, his Jeff has to be used for the defensive purposes to let him with the extra burst. And Lastro, though, is going to make sure that they at least trade out something, able to make that a 2 for 2.
Yeah, just making sure that there's no place he could
NX.
jump off. Crazy Raccoon showing a bit more like Spunk, honestly, just a little bit more firepower. This is the top seed coming out of the Asia region, and people weren't really expecting it. I think they would even say that Rejects are probably the team that you expect to go further from this region. But Crazy Raccoon just have a lot of tenacity to actually prove a lot of people wrong. It would be a statement in itself if we see Crazy Raccoon pick up their first domination win against 100 Thieves. That's just how crazy it is, but 100 Thieves, they haven't had the best results recently. They're sort of expected to win this one. It would be a disaster start if this goes wrong.
Dylan's able to get 2. Terra pushing forward, still holding on to that final judgment, not needing it yet though, as they just take the neutral. The push up is calm, it's collected, and it's all the pickups they need. They're still running this Hela, even without the Namor. It's just working for them with that extra damage, especially as they have that Symbiote Soul Drainer combo, so that they can just lock people in place, meaning Punisher's going to get even more damage output, and they now have double damage boost potentially with Loki and the Mantis being able to set Terra up to land those damage boosted headshots.
You got Vital also moving back to the Adam Warlock for the Camera Revival. I feel that was the one thing that was letting Crazy Raccoon down on that second point. Now that they have to go back to that solo duelist for NX to do that damage, you do have the ultimate available, but you're trying to find a good position to go in for this fight. What's going to be the initiation tool? You do have a Psionic Seduction almost ready for J-Mac. They haven't quite farmed up yet, but it's the final judgment that's coming in just from the side, just as 100 Thieves were trying to back off. They created so much space for Terra, and he's carved right through the Asian team.
But the Karmic Revival is going to come out. Vital will fall, but they can cocoon themselves back to rejoin this fight and keep these reses coming in. Everyone except Seong Hood, but they're just going down once again. The positioning of 100 Thieves takes the momentum, and they flip this 54-35 in favor of Thieves. Crazy Raccoon are putting on the fight, but again, they're just getting pushed off the point.
I'm going to now have Crazy Raccoon are going to make some adjustments now because he went for the Adam Warlock, he used the Camera Revival. Is Vital going to switch over to anything else? No, he wants to stick towards this triple strategist setup that they've been running. And now it's had those ultimates before. Eye of Agamotto is going to be nice for JT3, but it's whether you can actually get into good positions to separate 100 Thieves. And 100 Thieves, just with this comp, are not going to be playing close together. So a multiplayer stun is going to be a little bit more challenging than it would be on some other ideas the teams run in.
There's also the risk of that regeneration domain that could suck them down. The AoE from
but
that
Harvey goes down,
making it very hard to deal. Harvey will get taken down, so no regeneration domain. Here comes the Ensock Inferno into the backline. NX looking for a setup, tries to take the duel, but it's too much. Terra able to take the duel. Eye of Agamotto locks them down though, but where's the follow-up? Once again, every single Eye of Agamotto we have been seeing. But it's Jeff comes on in to try and remove people off the board, but Lastro is bopped off the point. Vinny's in the backline. Vital's dropping low, utilizing the shield of the Strange, but it's just not enough as Terra is still uncontested. And with JT3 on the board, they can't portal back, Ryan.
I mean, how many of these picks that Terra's been able to get have been with the shotgun? He's not even playing from distance. He's just getting stuck in and involved. For Crazy Raccoon, it's heartbreak again on domination, as 100 Thieves dropping a point, able to take up this first game mode in this best of 3.
What a setup. What a close game in those first and second points, but it really felt like 100 Thieves were able to lock back in. While Crazy Raccoon took that first fight on the waterfalls there, it was just full control out of 100 Thieves, just bullying them in neutrals every single time. The ultimate fights weren't even important. They seemed to really use ultimates just to make Crazy Raccoon use theirs. They dropped the final judgment just to do the Karmic Revival, and then just won afterwards anyway.
So looking at the stats, we sort of expected Terra to be the golden child as he has been for 100 Thieves, but I think Delana quite rightfully
continuing to show
MVP
up.
in this one, and it's nice to see them be able to sort of go for this 2-2-2 with the Loki Mantis. It makes a lot of sense to sort of go for this Soul Resurgence, just high tempo, keep the damage boosts up, keep these fights going, and also when you've got triple strategists on the other side, maybe even able to sneak an invisible boundary in some of these cases might have been good. But it just feels that for Crazy Raccoon there, you've got the Eye of Agamotto that was used that gets free from JT3, just as NX went down playing the Phoenix. And so it's one of those times where your main duelist, your only duelist when you're playing this comp, that is expected to do a lot of damage onto these free targets because they're CC'd, they're gone. They're out of the server for a couple of seconds. So who's going to be the one to sort of follow through with the damage?
We're going to have a look at the highlights from that last match, as it was still quite intense, even though 100 Thieves are taking the lead in this. Crazy Raccoons, very similar to all of these Asia and Chinese teams, compared to their performances in mid-season, they are really making everyone work for it, and they're proving that they are a threat. You can see on this first point, though, it was just too much. This first point with the positioning of Delena and, of course, of Terra, just catching every single angle that Crazy Raccoon tried was just too much to deal with. But it's on the second point where Crazy Raccoon started to bring it back with some very good adaptations that allowed them to sustain through a couple more fights.
Yeah, and they tried a lot of different stuff. It seems that every highlight you look at what Vital's playing in is a completely different character. There was a brief Bucky involved here. He was the strange to try and go for a portal play, able to fight in, and a fantastic interrupt onto TTK. It shows the Crazy Raccoon, like, the Asia region is generally overlooked and underrated, but they know how to play in these fights. It was just like here, I think, as soon as 100 Thieves were able to take this point when Crazy Raccoon were at 35%, this ultimate was great because the dive came in from Crazy Raccoon towards the left of where Terra was, and he just absolutely cabs through the backline because you give him that space. He's got a little pocket and opening, and he knows what to do with it.
And also, we've got to bring in the factors. We keep mentioning the Asia team, and of course, NX is also American. So bringing him out and having him continue to perform is just continuing just to show how much Americans are creeping up after falling just so short of that mid-season finals championship. But the real story of this land has just been how much the Asia and Chinese teams have improved. And Crazy Raccoon, they're not out yet. There's so much potential. There is going to be a substitute in that next game. We'll reveal who it is, though, after the break. So don't go anywhere. We still have 1 or 2 more maps coming up after this. what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is gonna happen right here, right now.
Hello guys, this is 100 Thieves Marvel Rivals, and we'll see you at DreamHack Atlanta.
And there's a really solid chance that they might see us. They may be players of their word, as 100 Thieves now sit 1-0 in this best of 3 series, but not without a little bit of drama.
That was pretty well coordinated, I'd say, for trying to say the whole thing
good, yeah.
together. So that's sort of expected, what you'd expect from the top seed out of America, that there is that coordination in play. But yeah, here it is a curveball that Crazy Raccoon are throwing, because they did lose that first map. They do have the choice here. Has to be Convoy or Convergence. And they've gone for Central Park, which is very different. We sort of expected to be Jalia, because it's a decent map for Crazy Raccoon in Asia in particular, and it's been the map that they've picked twice when they've gone down a map, but it hasn't gone well outside of that win against Citadel, and it's probably what 100 Thieves were expecting. So this is a bit more of a curveball. Neither team have really played it that much in Stage 2, like once or twice. There was one loss for 100 Thieves actually that they had in Stage 2.
I do also want to update everyone that we did have that substitute. We are seeing Vital subbed out for Hyen, which does mean that Vital have a little bit more time to go on a voyage to Astonish. As once again, we are in the spooky season and we are in our Halloween event. You can once again just make sure you play the games, enjoy it as best as you can, and make sure to not get too picked off by those malevolent spirits. But you can unlock yourself some wonderful skins, including, as we see here, Blade Knight, which will be gorgeous. Those who have seen Marvel Zombies, I'm sure, like me, a big fan of Blade Knight coming in as well. And of course, for those who are an absolute menace like myself, Penny comes in as well.
Yeah, Penny's been on like a golden age, quite literally, I think, with the color scheme that Penny's had with some of the skins recently. Like you mentioned, Wastelander, this one, like, and then, you know, credits to the chef. What is it? What do you say when it's...
Compliments to the chef.
Compliments to the chef, that's it. Because I think that the team that have been designing some of these skins for Penny, because it's been a little bit of a drought up until probably end of I've forgotten the months, end of September-ish.
What year are we in? Where are we?
Yeah. It feels like that at the moment. We're just in our own little pocket universe. But regardless, a fantastic skin, and as a Hull City fan in football, the amber is a very nice colour, and I'm a very big fan of it.
We love to see it, but once again, make sure that you're jumping into Marvel Rivals to celebrate the season and to enjoy all of these wonderful skins that are being delivered by our wonderful, malevolent, and ever so slightly currently possessed due to the Halloween season developers.
I mean, and the amount of time it takes to make these things as well. It's got to be weird to be making like Halloween holiday themed stuff, like probably like February, March of a year.
Yeah, they've been working on this for a while for sure.
Yeah, but like going back into this series, it could be just the biggest nightmare for Crazy Raccoon. It really does feel like we don't have the exact permutations, but generally speaking, if they lose this map, they lose this series, we're not going to be seeing them in playoffs starting on Friday. That's going to be at DreamHack Atlanta.
We've already mentioned that like 3 wins is the soft secure to get yourself into those playoffs, but 4 wins is 100% guarantee. As you were talking about earlier, you never want to find yourself at the mercy of other teams, and 3 losses is putting yourself at the mercy of basically everything, because you can't hit that 4-win ratio once you've hit 3 losses.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally because we have the 6 teams round robin, 5 games most, so you kind of want to have a 50% plus win rate. That's
at best
the general consensus. Otherwise, I'm not too much of how sure it is for the other group. It is going to be a lot more close with teams being able to tick series off of each other. Like, we don't really know who's going to be like maybe behind Virtus Pro, maybe Dark Zero, like Chopper Mag, right? Like those teams of like who's actually going to be qualifying as the top 4 out of Group A. Here it does feel like with the results so far, I don't know if we can show the standards at all. Like for OUG and Crazy Raccoon, because they haven't been able to pick up a series win yet, it feels like it could be chopped at the end, quite literally for OUG because they have 2 chopped players, but for Crazy Raccoon, going 0-3 would be a disaster.
We're going to be having a look at those standings as we've just been informed. Like you say, OUG in particular, with those chopped players coming in for substitutes as Dream Plus players sitting at the bottom of the table, they are in about the most deadly position they possibly could be right here. They're so close to elimination, they really are relying on the performance of other teams to basically do worse than them at this point in order to have any hope of going through. Crazy Raccoon, they need this win to not be in the same situation, because while this round robin does give the opportunity for miracles, you don't want to be relying on a miracle unless you're going to the Heart of Heaven.
Are we casting Crazy Raccoon OUG tomorrow? You remember
I
off the
don't
top
know
of
off the
your
top of my
head?
head. I'll have to look in a bit.
Because I feel like it might be me playing for just bragging rights, not being the bottom team out of the groups for these two, depending on how the other results go. But like that's just going to be a fun series. Whimsical is probably the best way to describe how those two teams would play against each other. But I'm also a little bit worried. Like you sort of think of it here, if Crazy Raccoon actually do pull themselves back in this series, 100 Thieves will go 2-2. Citadel Gaming, I predicted them to lose against Navi because I think Navi's going to win this event, and I only think that because of the Navi interview that I had with them. Just the vibes are immaculate, and they're a terrifying team online. They've been perfect so far. But it's like if Citadel Gaming go 2-2, 100 Thieves go 2-2, Crazy Raccoon, they should go 2-2. If OUG is pretty much down in the mud, they would go 0-5 in their groups. Yeah. Crazy Raccoon would be able to pick up a win there, especially if they can get some like momentum and feel like they've got something going for them.
Yes.
It could sort of be between like Crazy Raccoon, 100 Thieves and Citadel Gaming in a world for who's going to be qualifying.
We are casting both those teams tomorrow, but not facing each other, unfortunately. So we won't get that opportunity for that matchup, but that will of course be on this stream, so you can make sure to tune on in and see if we get to that situation where Crazy Raccoon are able to take that win. It will come down to, will OUG potentially play spoiler? That is the risk that could come in here, and OUG have very nearly spoiled everyone's day so far, as they've come so close to winning every single series they've played.
Yeah, they've made Midtown terrifying for EMEA teams.
Just a bit, yeah.
Which feels like every time we see like EMEA Midtown, we know that we're in for some form of cinema because some of the games have been outrageously crazy. But here we're just sort of waiting for the sub-in, tech issues, making sure that we can actually make our way through so far. For here, I do think the seeding is going to be a little bit more important because assuming the Virtus Pro are being Virtus Pro in the other stream, there's other games going on at the moment, so you can be watching Group A action as we're talking here. I think it's just like, let's try and avoid Virtus Pro for our first game if we get out of, like, into playoffs. Especially its first game on stage, right? Like, it's going to be in DreamHack Atlanta. There's a very nice stage and stuff. You don't want to be playing up against the winningest team of EMEA.
No, absolutely not. There's a few things you don't want to be doing if you're trying to have a long and fruitful life. Don't play against the best teams in the early rounds of your playoff bracket, and don't run into Daredevil when you're trying to do crime. Let's learn a little bit more about the hero while we wait to get those teams set up.
Hello everyone, Guang here. It's great to see you all again. In Season 4.0, Dr. Doom's plan to seize the heart of the dragon has been delayed by Shoulau's clever tactics. And as the Shenlong tournament preparation unfolds, Daredevil is set to join the battle. Is his true goal to help the Ice City regain its place among the capital cities of heaven, or has he already decided to commit a necessary evil for the greater good? Be sure to find out when Daredevil joins the Marvel Rivals roster in Season 4.5. As a duelist, Daredevil's iconic radar sense makes all evil visible. Nothing escapes his sight. In combat, he can pick a priority target based on the situation, use his agility to close the gap, and unleash rapid attacks with his speedy clubs. When facing tough opponents, Daredevil taps into the Beast's power, amplifying his martial arts for even more deadly strikes. Activate his ultimate ability, and Daredevil fully unleash the Beast. Any enemy who dares look at him will be gripped by fear, awaiting his cold justice. This update brings another round of team-up ability adjustments. We are removing Ragnarok Rebirth and taking Nemo out of Gamma Charge. Two brand new team-up abilities are coming: Bestial Hunt.
Here they are, the fools.
And Deep Breath.
The deep. Namor does not lose.
Season 4.5 will also introduce an exciting new mode, with details to be revealed at the Titan Game Show on October 17th. Plus, we've prepared a special Halloween event and themed costumes so we can celebrate this mysterious and lovely season together. We've heard the community's requests For cross-platform progression, we have made it a top priority, and it's been frantically cooking in development behind the scenes. We're excited to share that the feature is now ready. However, to ensure a smooth launch, we'll first invite a small group of players to test and provide feedback during Season 4.5 before officially launching cross-progression for everyone in Season 5. You will be able to link your accounts from different platforms in Settings, Other, Account Linking. Once you set the main character from one platform, you will use it across all linked accounts. You can switch your main character, but there will be a cooldown between changes. Please note, your rank and leaderboard position will remain separate for each platform. When you play on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox, your career battle stats and rank are tracked independently for each device. To meet player demand, we're introducing home screen background customization. You can freely set previous season's main page animations and music, and even download high-res image of the login and lobby screens. Zhiyong is still hard at work on balance changes. Stay tuned for upcoming balance announcements and detailed team-up ability adjustments. And as always, ignite the battle.
Forgive me for what I am about to do. I see you. You've been judged. Face the devil. Wrath of the beast. Hellfire. On the hunt. Let the devil out! Ruthlessness is mercy.
My birth and past are tainted. I fight to reclaim them each day. For heaven! Straight to hell! Glorious! Thoughts and prayers! Blessed blades! Fury! Now is the time for salvation! Heaven! Fall! Weaklings! Overconfidence will destroy you.
ones have what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is going to happen right here, right now.
Apologies for the delay, but a little bit of magic has been cast, and it looks like we may be heading into our next map, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're excited. We've already, I believe, revealed what the next map is, because we're going to Midtown.
Central Park, we sort of highlighted a lot.
Central Park, sorry.
Yeah. It's the spooky map that's spooky all season, because you've got Dracula just setting up camp in Central Park, just, yeah, making it his own little home and castle. But this is Crazy Raccoon's map choice. It has to be something that isn't domination. And if we do go to a map 3, because it's convergence that we're seeing here, it would have to be a pure payload convoy map that 100 Thieves would have the choice of. But it feels like Crazy Raccoon have tended to go towards Jajalia, which is a similar type of map in the game mode, but 100 Thieves, I don't think they would have expected this map when it comes to prep, but they also haven't really played it that much.
No, I don't think so. Like you say, they haven't had a lot of chance to play it. You were telling me just before we started that this stage has been about as least as they've possibly done. They've played it twice, and they are 1-1 on it by the looks of it.
Yeah, for Crazy Raccoon to, like, as a choice, and then 0-1 for 100 Thieves. Sort of does depend on who you're playing into. 100 Thieves have had to sort of fight a bit more tooth and nail, but that's because all of the Americas teams have been focused in. But looking at the draft, Emma Frost is going to be taken out first for Crazy Raccoon, sort of very similar to what they were doing on that first map of Venom to T'Challa. And protecting the Captain America this time because, yeah, J-Mac wants to play on the character that he's most comfortable on. As a reminder, he is the coach of this team, having to sub in. And speaking of sub, Hayen's now in the sub instead of Vital.
Hayen has jumped on in, and they're currently hovering a little bit of an Iron Fist. While we're not, of course, on that Midtown that I mistakenly called us earlier, this is a map where we have seen a little bit of Iron Fist in the past. The verticality of this map is actually something that Iron Fist can take a pretty good advantage of, especially on that first objective point. Adam will be taken away. I don't expect we will see the Iron Fist, just to be clear, but both teams are hovering it, at least for star points.
It just feels like it's going to be the... You know when you have some characters that define esports events? It's just
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, do you remember Iron Fist at like DreamHack Atlanta? Assuming that like everybody's going to do their best OUG cosplay with it. But actually a lot of like PG characters actually taken out from Crazy Raccoon. They've gone for the Protect over onto the Jeff again like they did last time.
Very
so they
late.
at least have that to work with. Meanwhile, it is the Mantis and Bucky protected from 100 Thieves, which is a little bit different because they protected the Rocket last time.
The very late Jeff protects means that they were trying to force 100 Thieves to take away that Venom, and they don't bite. Crazy Raccoon, if they are comfortable with a Venom of their own here, they can get themselves that Simba Shenanigans team-up that really has not seen much play up to this point.
Not too much, no.
It's just been banned every game.
I mean, understandably so, I think. And I kind of like the idea. So I think it's like Hayen's been like a main player for this Crazy Raccoon roster. He's been unwell, right, for the first couple of days. That's why he's not been playing.
Yeah.
So it feels like maybe it's because, you know, tournament lives are on the line. It's like we have to put him in at some point, like especially when he could still have impact. It is just a little bit like unfortunate, really. But 100 Thieves are also playing with an unwell player, so it's a little bit like
it evens out.
Who's the most sick person that could come out with the most sick plays? As 100 Thieves are going to be defending first, as Crazy Raccoon chose the side as well as the map. They're going to go on attack.
The sickest player in more ways than one. We are potentially about to find out. As Hayen looking to potentially start us off on Adam Warlock here. Could be pretty exciting. I did not know we could camera tilt. That is very cool as we are heading in towards Squirrel Girl's portable base set up for this main attack onto Dracula's castle. And 100 Thieves, they've put themselves in here with a 2-1-3.
Black Widow. Oh, just for a second. I mean, that's what we sort of expect more from Black Widow players, but we have seen Vital at the very least show off a little bit more. It is just more the pot shot, sort of expecting 100 Thieves might be a little bit more forward facing, see what kind of comp, try and take some of this high ground space easily or as quickly as they possibly can. Vinny trying to provoke some impact here, but he needs to be careful about the hook that NX is trying to put together. It's just mostly taking pot shots, sharing out damage, sharing out ultimate charge. But Crazy Raccoon doing a good job to actually get in onto the choke, but unfortunately 3 of the backline players haven't managed to turn around. The focus has to go onto Vinny, who gets pulled back from the force physics, but the healing, the bulwark, all of that mitigation, able to get him out scot-free.
Not able to find the pickup yet. Both these teams seeking an opening. TTK drops low, but the healing output is solid. Making sure to stay on through this. They once again have that Mantis and that Loki team up, but they don't have the Invis. It's already been taken down. Terra coming in with the Kraken impact. Damage boosted for the first attempt at a reset. Does not find one. And as such, Crazy Raccoon could look for an opening here. Go for it. It's Jeff to try and grab the defenders. Gets 3. Trying to send them off the edge. And that's going to be a double. Delayed triple. Going to be picked up by Lastro. And Crazy Raccoon cleanly take the first point.
Able to absolutely set up shop, but the protection onto Jeff was a big one. You've got J-Mac that's still over on the Venom, and you can sort of see why it's such a focal part. It's not even the most focal part. It's not their first protect they're going for because they want to make sure that J-Mac has something comfortable to work with as and when needed. But so far, he's been solid. Ayan is over on the Adam Warlock. Camera Revival is available. And really here, it's just a case of like whether Crazy Raccoon can try and take this tempo, keep it moving, push back 100 Thieves. But the composition for 100 Thieves is a little bit more divey. It's a little bit more better with the higher mobility. They want to go for these fights as early as possible.
Beast from the Abyss into the back line. J-Bank looking for an opening. Eye of Agamotto from above for the setup, and Harvey's not going to get caught. Can try and keep the team topped up as Harvey with the cloak from the God of Mischief into that Soul Rejuvenation, forcing Hyatt for that Karmic Revival, brings back NX. J-Bank nearly falls as well, but if they go down the next couple seconds, they will be returning. JT3 will be lucky enough to get caught in this with the Invisible Boundary for the chain on the end of it, so they can keep sustained after that revive through the fight, matched by Millennium, but Delena still has their own Soul Rejuvenation, and with all the defensive ultimates used by Crazy Raccoon, Terra has become the terror of the skies.
Starlord is going to be so strong on the second point when you have all of this verticality, and it's not available for Crazy Raccoon to try and go for a similar play. It's just been completely irritated. Him and Vinny trying to coordinate onto targets, being as nonsensical as they possibly can. For Crazy Raccoon, they haven't really managed to push this payload much further outside of this second point. The Jeff players come in and is able to grab 3. I don't think there's going to be anything able to catch him. Yep. Astro's going to take himself out just because there was a little bit of follow-up from 100 Thieves, but the whole team has pretty much been taken out in an instant.
TTK was also sent off the map, not even by Jeff. They got a quadruple environmental there with the Jeff, and I don't even know how they took out TTK. I would guess just a knockback. But wow, this is Crazy Raccoon absolutely walking up to the gates right now with 100 Thieves. They haven't even reached the door.
Really seems to be the biggest win condition for Crazy Raccoon is getting these big It's Jeffs off. Regen Domain has been used quite early on, so J-Mac might want to be looking for the Piece of the Abyss quite soon now, especially when you have like the Soul Resurgence from Delena on the other side. There hasn't been any eliminations that have come in from 100 Thieves, but you can see just how far Crazy Raccoon have had to be pushed back. They're respecting this space that 100 Thieves are trying to fight in Claw 4, and a Meteor M might be the thing that's being used instantly as the Kraken's impact. It does get a connection. There's not going to be that reset. It's a great hook, but that's a great shield coming in from Melania on the Invisible Woman.
Eye of Agamotto not going to be landing due to that Iron Bulwark onto Terra, meaning they can keep that fight going. JT3 will fall and Karmic Revival, but they've been caught. They're rumbled as the damage output comes in. Harvey takes 2, but they're all coming back. Seokun will not be reviving though, as they were already revived first in this, meaning no more healing from Invisible Woman. Lastro though does have it. It's Jeff. They can try and maybe get a little bit of extra sustain from that as the Blast Barrage comes on in, and there it is. It's Jeff to try and zone into the backline. They've got 3 literally every time so far. Looks like this time it's just a single focus, but Invis is a wonderful pickup.
It's the main focal target, and really 100 Thieves have not been able to actually chase him up. Able to survive. Melania's thrown in the jump up and also the Invisible Boundary to keep people going alive, so 100 Thieves are holding on as much as they can. There's still just under 2 minutes on the clock, Tetcher, because of how quick Crazy Raccoon were to take that first point. There's still plenty of time for Crazy Raccoon to get past second.
Beast from the Abyss. The damage output just too much for Hyatt. They tried to set up for a little bit of some strategist patty cake there to try and heal through that anti-heal from that piece of damage, but it's just not enough. And the pressure being applied by Vinny here takes out Seokun, and they are set up for a spawn hold. Finally, 100 Thieves getting some momentum back.
Seems for Crazy Raccoon as well, subbing in Heian instead of Vital. They did try to play the Adam Warlock composition on Domination a little bit earlier, and it wasn't quite working. But hold that thought, as a Galactic Legend from high in the sky is mostly just chipping down onto damage. He's able to get the elimination onto Lastro just as he gets the It's Jeff too, so it's going to stall out Crazy Raccoon a little bit longer. It really has felt outside of those amazing like multi-picks from Lastro with the Jeff. There's been a lot of lacking damage from Crazy Raccoon.
NX has been doing a great job. They actually used a Trooper's Fist at one point to dodge out of the main damage area of Immediate M to survive it. But again, like you said, they haven't been as big of an impact as we've maybe seen them in the past. They're sort of being the setup for their team. But when you're the solo duelist, you need to be starting to make these plays. These Kraken impacts need to start resetting.
Crazy Raccoon, only 30 seconds left. Time is whittled by pretty quickly, and a Kraken's impact would be a great way for this to start off. They're trying to make sure that Vinny gets punished because he has been getting away with diving in, diving out with this Venom. Ibagamoto, I don't think catching onto anything from JT3, but the Meteor M connects perfectly onto Lastro. Yet again, just as It's Jeff was used, he tried to use it to get out, but he gets taken out. No picks this time. And a counter revival has to be used from the Adam Warlock. It's brought back a lot of players, and an invisible boundary means that there's a final fight here for Crazy Raccoon.
Galactic Legend from the sky with the Helmet of Soul Rejuvenation from Harvey, cloning with the God of Mischief, Blaster Barrage with the Iron Bulwark. Jung-hoon falls once again, Invisible Boundary not enough for to sustain, and Crazy Raccoon are losing all of their sustain right now, meaning that there's no way they're going to be able to keep this fight going for much longer. With Regen Domain available for 100 Thieves, it's just one by one, and it looks like this push from Crazy Raccoon will finally be stopped.
A decent spot, but I think when you look back at it for Crazy Raccoon with how quickly you took first, which can take an awful long time, maybe all 4 of the minutes that you're allocated right at the start, you sort of expected to make more work with it, especially when you're able to get another like multi-pick Jeff ultimate. But 100 Thieves managing to come out, fight back, some really good moments from Terra with the Star-Lord, which, as a reminder, is one-sided. 100 Thieves, as you can see from the drafts, taking it out from Crazy Raccoon, but they don't have access to the Psylocke or the Mantis either. Some of the 100 Thieves have been building around a lot is that Mantis, and then Emma's not available on both sides either.
The situation where Crazy Raccoon have set themselves up, but they've got so many of these big hyper carry characters removed, they're sort of forced to lead onto that Winter Soldier. But they've decided against it this time. Looks like even though we're not on Convoy, they might be considering a 3-0-3, with so far no duelists locked in for Crazy Raccoon. 100 Thieves, though, we're seeing Terra sticking with that Star-Lord. It's making some good work for them. Millennia likely going to fill out the ranks with a third strategist here.
We have much in common.
And we got the picks, yeah, just... I'd say it's also like with Crazy Raccoon, they protected the cap for J-Mac, who's now going to be playing it. Didn't play it at all on their attacking side, but they also one-sided the group too, so NX is going to be using it. So it does feel like with whatever the plan was for Crazy Raccoon with the draft, it seems to be more of a focus on their defending side as opposed to the attack. J-Mac's going to scout out a little bit more information, safely can go out, make sure that the bridge is broken and stops 100 Thieves from using it as a perch to just create a little bit more pressure. Crazy Raccoon, it has to be one of their best defensive sides, otherwise we're not going to be seeing them at playoffs.
They need to even this up to get themselves back into this. If they can just hold back 100 Thieves, they might be in a good spot. But Terra, bringing out the Wolverine, and Delena, bringing out the Winter Soldier. They've seen that triple Vanguard, and they've realized that it's time to go for lockdown. Already, J-Mac forced to retreat back in a way. Terra forced back with the Mag Cannon. Knocked back onto the point, but they're still able to march forward into the objective with the Fury. Regeneration Domain is already going to be utilized, which is one of the big defensive abilities available for Crazy Raccoon. And JT3 is sent packing back to spawn.
Yeah, Terra switching over to something that's a little bit more close quarters. I mean, with the Punisher, he was running in with a shotgun, so he's sort of more used to it. But Delena's now combining the cleave is so good into these tight areas. And it was the read, I suppose, of knowing that NX might have gone for the group, means that this is just the prime target for Wolverine to be fighting. There's nothing that NX could do. He gets cut through. And now you've got the Strange for JT3 running back. He's instantly taken out with just a focus. And look how easy it is for Terra. The last stand is absolutely carving through the Japanese squad. And that's a blisteringly first point take from 100 Thieves.
When you run a triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, it's often because you're trying to go for big holds onto Convoy maps. In this case, though, 100 Thieves just realize if you get forced off this main objective point, you can back up on Convoy and take a second fight a bit later. You can't do that on Convergence because you lose that first point and you lose too much percentage. If they retreat to the choke point, which is where Wolverine just finds everyone, gets massive percentage damage, and 100 Thieves march on through that. They're already halfway towards a victory here through this second point.
They have so many strategist ultimates, such as supportive bits of utility for 100 Thieves to work with. It feels that the win condition is going to be that Galactic Legend coming through.
Wow.
They need trading out the picks as TTK goes down to NX, making sure that the Adam is going to go down, but the Life Cocoon passive is going to bring him back. If anybody else goes down, there is the Camera Revival, but we're starting to see a lot of stuff used from Crazy Raccoon with the ultimates. The copy over from the Lokis, the Kraken's Impact, and Meteor M. Crazy Raccoon are using pretty much everything that they have all in one go.
They really do have to because it's already too close. They need to get momentum back. The Invisible Boundary coming out. Meteor M into the back line with the bonus helmet. Still enough to take out NX. And with J-Mac trying to keep the team topped up, Hayed has to use that Karmic Revival because they just don't have time. They don't have opportunities to try and wait to hold out these abilities. And the Galactic Legend seems in from above the regeneration dome. May buy them a little bit of extra time. Junk Hood falls though. Brought back for one last Karmic Revival, but it's just picked off a second time by Terra, who melts through. And this is 100 Thieves marching on in. There's no portal available for Crazy Raccoon, meaning they just have to charge it.
It just felt that Crazy Raccoon had to be a little bit more like conservative. They wanted to get control of the objective, but because of how this map works, it's so hard to keep a hold of it because of all of the high ground to work with. So Crazy Raccoon used everything, invisible boundaries, to copy onto an invisible boundary for Lastro. It just makes Terra's job so much easier with the Galactic Legend. Alright, if you want to use everything, I'm still building up my ultimate. I'll just use it as soon as all of your stuff is gone, and it's a complete clean sweep. Royal Flush potentially, and he's halfway to building up another one.
J-Mac delays for at least a little bit. That point is being held, but Freeze from the Abyss once again bursts through the strategist. That Soul Mod is just not enough, and J-Mac is just going to have to try and stand on this jumping on and off, but they stepped off for just too long, and that is going to be 100 Thieves moving on, and the hopes of Crazy Raccoon have essentially been scuppered.
It's down to like single-digit percentages at this rate, I'd imagine, but 100 Thieves, you did really expect them to be winning this series 2-0, honestly. I think it's just the kind of case of like with how well FlyQuest managed to just dismantle Crazy Raccoon yesterday, 100 Thieves being a higher seed, it generally felt that 100 Thieves just got the read, okay, they play like this is how FlyQuest dealt with them, we could sort of do the same. But Crazy Raccoon had some moments, able to take a point on domination for the first time in this tournament, and some like really good attacking side to work with. It's just when you have Terra going 36 and 3 for one, but also just a better performance with the triple strategist, with Delana being able to play some duelist on domination. Here with the three strategists sat back on it a little bit more, it was business as usual.
They had the flexibility, they had the tools, and a big shout out to Vinny, by the way, 11 final hits, 27 and 2, just piling so much. When you're running that triple strategist setup, you need to be able to survive the Venom. The Venom is the threat, and the fact it was let through seems to have been a key factor. That anti-heal Feast from the Abyss with a bit of damage boost, especially from that Mantis, was too much. It doesn't matter if you have a Soul Bond, you're still getting detonated.
Yeah, especially when you don't have the Jeff ban at all, so you have that combination, and I don't even think he wanted to use it or needed to use it, really. It's just, there's a lot more stuff left on the table for them. I saw somebody saying that like Vinny's just one of the best like dive vanguards from North America alongside like Spark Chief, and I can see it. Like, obviously, we haven't casted much of America because we're not American, we're in Europe. We tend to focus a little bit more on those guys. But just seeing vanguards, especially Vinny and TTK, just lead the line, it's been a good day for them.
We also saw the flexibility out of Delena and, of course, Terra, with Delena being the real carry in that first round, and then, of course, Terra picking it up in that second with the help of Vinny. Crazy Raccoon, they did make them work for it, but that second round felt significantly different. Crazy Raccoon got a good push. Watching their push compared to 100 Thieves just rarely felt like they even put the brakes on.
Yeah, I mean, they never would want to anyway, it feels like, and I imagine that Terra's starting to feel more like himself every day, every series, and just getting acclimatized to also playing on LAN, because for not much of the 100 Thieves roster, but like a couple of players from both these teams, it's going to be their first Marvel Rivals event offline, I'd imagine. But for 100 Thieves, yeah, here, it just sort of felt like they had the read, they had the draft, they were being very selective on taking characters out from Crazy Raccoon because of substitutes playing in, and Crazy Raccoon really wanted to try and make those Adam Warlock, Jeff, triple strategist comps work, even bringing in Hyan instead of Vital to try to make sure that Central Park was a little bit better than Benim Chichala did, but it still just wasn't enough. 100 Thieves know how to play against stat, they know how to dismantle it as and when needed.
And with that, 100 Thieves sit at 2-2. They are still in the danger zone, but with OUG and Crazy Raccoon both sitting at a 0-3, that is basically The best that OUG and Crazy Raccoon can do right now is tie with 100 Thieves. If 100 Thieves lose their last game, they sit at 2 and 3. If OUG or Crazy Raccoon, it has to be either, because they play each other later. If either of them win all their remaining games, they will tie up with 100 Thieves, and then it could come down to maps, it could come down to versus. That is the only way 100 Thieves aren't making it out of the group, if OUG and Crazy Raccoon are able to secure 2 wins.
Yeah,
and of course, if 100 Thieves lose.
Yeah. I think so far when it comes to actual stats of whether people have been qualified or eliminated 100%, I think it's Iconics that have definitely been eliminated because they're 0-4 currently. And Vets Pro definitely are going to playoffs starting from Friday because they're 3-0, 4-0. So it is going to depend on how these other results go. Certainly this next game, which is Citadel versus Na'Vi, that could actually be eliminating or setting some teams up for the playoffs that's going to start in DreamHack Atlanta on Halloween.
A little bit of an EMEA rivalry coming up. We are going to be heading to that break, but when we come back, like we said, it is the EMEA Clash. It's a mid-season finals rematch. This is one that we've been very much looking forward to. We're definitely not biased. Definitely not. We can't be biased. Both the teams are ours. So we're going to be heading to a break, and when we come back, it is going to be Citadel Gaming versus Nartus Vincere. what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is going to happen right here, right now.
The EMEA Showdown is coming in for us right now as we have Citadel Gaming versus Na'Vi coming up. And these teams have been going at it since Ignite basically began.
Yeah. I mean, they've been playing beforehand as well. Both of these teams we saw in the Invitational back in February, which is feeling like an ancient decade ago really at this rate. Yeah. But under different organizations. In fact, some of them changing the organizations. Despite the fact that they won the first international event with Na'Vi picking up that X-Rad roster, this one feels that there's just a lot of stake in it because it could be, naturally, who's going to be top in the group potentially, but also these teams have back and forth with the results, typically trading a win either side. There really isn't a way to separate them going into this event and going into a series like this.
Here are the group standings to see exactly where they are going, what the setup currently is. Both these teams have met a little bit of hurdles, but so far Na'Vi have been able to overcome theirs a little bit more solidly. Currently sitting at a 2-0, but with a game in hand, Citadel are sitting at 2-1. They have so far had played one more series, and they will play two more series. Still have played one more series after this, but it's a question of whether Citadel can basically secure a slightly higher spot than 100 Thieves by putting themselves in a 3-1, which would set them up a little bit higher than Na'Vi as well, putting them into a 2-1 spot.
Yeah, they'd only have that one series tomorrow, so winning this one would pretty much sort of confirm your position for playoffs. It would just be a case of seeding, both for your own volition of how you perform tomorrow. For
three wins is now a guarantee. In this group, 3 wins is a guarantee.
Yes, so you're pretty much cinched in, but I guess it is just a case of going for that seeding. But there's just so much weight added into this one to go through exactly what happened, because Citadel beat Na'Vi to qualify for this event, and they did it in style.
And they've managed to qualify in style, but what they have struggled with is once they've got here is actually securing some of these victories, as once again this is considered to be an extremely difficult group, and that showed with one of the best EMEA teams really struggling when it came to FlyQuest, who came out swinging here with multiple Jeff pickups, with insane control here, and you can just see the difference on some of these points of how much control FlyQuest had and why they're considered by a lot of teams to be one of the bigger threats along with Citadel, but Citadel came up short in that matchup.
Yeah, for Citadel, they were pretty much the domination gods when it comes to the King of the Hill game mode, but it hasn't really come into the fray so far this event. But it's more so them losing on Yggdrasil. It's their most picked map when they're on the back foot, and they ended up losing it for the first time in a very long time. It seemed to be just their golden map to choose, and FlyQuest kind of dealt with it very easily.
They really did. They were able to take them pretty convincingly. Like you say, I can't really come up with another synonym for that. But Na'Vi, on the other hand, while a lot of their matches have looked a little bit shaky, although they have had some very convincing maps in particular, but they are currently sitting at 2-0. They have not been taken down yet. They have been convincing, and they are still shaking off, it seems, a little bit of concerns coming into this. They are ready. You are backing them all the way for this. And currently sitting at 2-0. You may be on the right side here.
It feels like going into this event because Na'Vi came in as the 3rd seed from EMEA, considering that they were the world champions at the mid-season finals. It just felt like stage 2 didn't go their way. And certainly when you're looking at Trust Me, who's sort of at the center of the screen, now he gets hidden by, I think, production taking away his coffee mugs. He is the person that tends to deal with a lot of the drafts. And it was this series when we did see Citadel qualify for the grand finals here in Atlanta that Trust Me was like, we threw the draft. I threw the draft. That's GG's. That's where it went wrong. Now they get a bit of a rematch on a whole different type of meta. Both teams stylistically sort of choosing different options too.
And a quick reminder that either of these teams, 3 wins, due to the fact that we have 2 teams with 3 losses in this group, whichever team wins is going to playoffs.
Yeah.
But then it's just a question of where you're going, who you're avoiding from that other group, which is being shaken up extremely aggressively. While, once again, a little bit of EMEA bias here, because we're casting 2 EMEA teams who are allowed to do it in just this game. Virtus Pro are doing very well in that group.
Yeah. And they don't have to deal with the other opponents here, but Celestial Husk is going to be that random decided map for domination, and it is a bit of a scary map for Na'Vi. The 2 series that they've played so far have started with this map in particular, so it's 3 out of 3. Pretty much Atlanta has been very kind to them over on this map. For Citadel, they haven't played it so far in Atlanta, but both teams are 5-1 since the start of stage 2. So outside of a couple of losses, and that one loss that Na'Vi had was against Citadel, for Citadel to qualify for this event.
They're both coming in with an exactly even ratio, but like you said, they have clashed here in the past. But a lot has changed since then, just both in terms of meta and also in terms of just how these teams play, and also rosters in some cases, with Stage 2, of course, having a... Let's address the elephant in the room here.
Oh, Melio.
Melio moved from Na'Vi to Citadel after winning the World Championships at the mid-season finals. That is a heck of a move, choosing to go from the World Champion team to the team that came fourth in that same tournament is ambitious, but so far it does seem to be proving to be a pretty prudent move here.
Yeah, I think so far it's worked out wonders for Citadel. Neither team were the top seed to come out of EMEA because they're in the other group as they were Virtus Pro. But it does feel like Melio, just the vision, the idea, the philosophy behind the teams, he seemed to suit a lot more for Citadel than what Na'Vi were doing. But like from talking to Na'Vi in like the interview, you saw a couple of those from like Crazy Raccoon earlier with Dan. Like Na'Vi, I was sort of expecting them to be a little bit more splintered on like, no, we don't necessarily agree on this stuff, but they're all in it together. They really back each other how they want to work. And naturally so, I think it's just a key of like whether Trust Me can have a better draft he feels this time against Citadel.
Well, let's have a look at what time it is. This isn't a watch, it's draft time. We're heading on into our next matchup here, and it's the beginning of the EMEA showdown. Citadel Gaming versus Na'Vi, starting on Celestial Husk as we head in to our first bans.
So Na'Vi, different from what we saw in Stage 2, being a lot more key focused, and Prezi Rezi, shout out to him, he's been tracking all of the stats, so shout out to them. Na'Vi have been focusing a lot more on 2-2-2 instead of the triple strategist, whereas Citadel very much been leaning on that. The ban onto Jeff makes sense because not only is it good if Na'Vi wanted to go triple strategist, you got Fate, who's one of the best Jeffs in the world, but also Na'Vi do like to sort of play that Rocket Jeff, heavy dive, Zootopia approach, so making sure that the Jeff isn't available and a one-sided Mantis is on your side, it's going to be key for Na'Vi.
One-sided Mantis, one-sided Jeff, or Adam could be secured by Citadel. What do they value more? Do they want to give Ken or Tanuki that Jeff power to potentially roll on out and try and force a Venom ban out of Na'Vi? Or do they want to secure Melio potentially, or even Naga, as we've seen a little bit of adjustment here? That Adam, sorry, not Naga, the mix-up here. Are they going to potentially secure Melio, that Adam? No, they are going to go for the Jeff secure first, try and force that Venom ban out of Na'Vi.
I mean, no matter what, Citadel are going to want something like a Jeff in there. Tanuki has been terrific with some of the Sharknado plays. Not going to be on this map potentially, but it is also worth highlighting. This was also the map where Polly went nuclear on Captain America. He had he had one of the most dominant performances that we've seen. And here for Na'Vi, I think actually taking out the Star-Lord is good. It's a very good map for Star-Lord, full stop. But we do know that these teams like to sort of play around what we just saw from 100 Thieves, right? Try and force as many strategist ultimates out, and you have the freest Galactic Legend to just clean up house. Making sure that you're not just building around those easy win conditions as a triple strategist, one duelist team. Na'Vi just don't want to let that happen.
Na'Vi are going to take a gamble here. They are believing that the Venom isn't that high of a priority in this matchup. Adam is let over to Citadel, so they now have the Adam, Jeff, potentially Venom if Na'Vi do not choose to ban it out here. But that is interesting because while Polly and both Enzo also plays a little bit of Venom on this team, they have flexed it from time to time. We're seeing Na'Vi take the gamble. They believe that with these characters in play, the priority could come in to Captain America, and it pays off for them. They're able to get away with that Venom ban significantly later into the draft.
I mean, it works when you have got the one-sided Jeff, just making sure that that team up isn't available. It just makes the lives a little bit too easy. And knowing at this point as well that both Polly and Enzo can pick it up, no matter what they want to try and play with. Protection onto the Loki. Might be seeing what we just saw from 100 Thieves a lot with the sort of the Mantis Loki combination, just in a 2-2-2 setup again.
The damage boost plus the wider area on the regeneration domain means you'll have extra safety and extra aggression for defensive positions. It is strong. Going to be a dual ban on the Venom. Neither team will be getting that character in for any setups, either onto a Hela or onto a Jeff here. But Citadel, they've shown that they are more than happy to play Jeff even without that Venom. They were in fact the innovators of it, as well as this more Captain America style of play. Thanks, Polly. Melio looking to potentially set us up here with the Winter Soldier. And currently Alex is looking to be playing the Adam, the main strategist player, with the fact that they have their second duelist being kind of a Jeff master.
Yeah, I do like the final ban that came in from Citadel to make sure that Fate can't get that Venom. because he's a very good Venom. Like, it's very easy to sort of highlight the combination with Jeff or just some of the Vanguards on the side of Citadel. But trust me, he's very good at sort of leaving the dive. He is the IGL. He's sort of the one cooking up the majority of the drafts. He's the one leading the charge. He has to do that. He was going to do that on Captain America. It seems like he's going for something a little bit more brawly with this composition. It is just Jerky that's going to be on the bookie as they sort of dedicate to this triple strategist. Something that's, for this event at the very least, they haven't really been that much of a fan of.
Naga was looking at a potential Star-Lord, but they're deciding to once again run triple strat and set themselves up. Fate is going to be looking at a Cloak and Dagger here. We'll see if they roll out with that, as we're going to be heading in to Symbiotic Surface for our first setup here. This is the map that a lot of people are excited to see Rajaro on that Magneto. Trust me, on the group. They're trying to split him as the portal engage comes on out. Absolute classic from Citadel as they get the double immediately. Vintage.
It's what you would expect at this point, but even then, if you have that sort of suspicion that the Citadel harass hostage-taking play is going to be in the frame, there's still not really too much that you can do about it in the end. But here it just means that Citadel take that early fight, and because of how this point works, Enzo should have the portal again if we do get into overtime and we have teams contested. So he's happy to throw it out quite early. Navi's still trying to stick to this composition with the triple strategist.
Enzo's a lot of flexibility here. We have the full Mantis team up here with the extra the Vibrant Vitality and the Deodemic Vitality. Fate trying to look for any of those Terror Capes for the vulnerability combined with the damage boost from Naga as Polly continues to try and harass Navi, prevent him from getting set up to utilize those damage boosts to great effect. Into the backline, Soul Bond comes on out, but it's going to be Navi who are just getting disintegrated here. It's Ken who picks up the majority of those finishing blows, but Citadel Gaming have locked down this first point, and the stagger on Rajaro is brutal here.
It's so mean, but it's so good for Citadel to just buy some more time. 50% is going to be on the board before Navi can take a fight. And look how aggressive Polly wants to get, how much space he wants to try and take. Just farming up that freedom charge. And there's so much more that Citadel have in the bank. In fact, all 6 ultimates are pretty much good to go in this engagement. Not really having to dedicate much so far because of how clean these fights have ended up being.
Crook's going to try and create an opening, colloding onto that Eternal Bond of Fate so they can try and dive into the backline, starting on that Cloak form so they can use Dark Force teleport the background out of the Agamagamoto is coming on out, interrupted but at the half cooldown as it's Jeff not finding a huge target, so Nuki forced to retreat. Jerky is able to get a double pickup here, creating an opening for Na'Vi to try and push on him, but Melio commits to the counter fight and gets absolutely punished.
End up trying to take the fight. And it was Navi actually using their ultimates sort of prematurely. Not prematurely, but they were just the ones using it to sort of initiate. I think it was level 1 Krug that went for the God of Mischief first. Now that you have got these sort of very bunkered down Vanguards to work with Trust Me on the group, with Rajaro on the Magneto, it's going to be very hard to sort of move them apart now. And Enzo is actually still sticking on the Strange. Now the Freedom Charge is going to be the way that they want to try and take this engagement, and Fate gets taken down. Tanuki's finding a lot of first eliminations in these fights, and it's proving dividends.
Magamoto actually going to be coming out this time. It's going to be interrupted, but Rajaro sets up for a meteor on the counter, blocked by the shield as a step for him. Rajaro's trying to get onto the fish, but is able to retreat as Polly is still harassing the backline. Rajaro's shield is pointed forwards, but the danger is behind.
It's been pretty dominant with some of these fights that Citadel have won, and they've only had to sort of do it off the back of the Freedom Charge, Invisible Boundary there. So Navi having to sort of find a pick. They're able to actually get Tanuki, but they still have to try and touch the point. Trust me, he moved over towards the Stranger, then instantly back towards the Captain America. I don't know if he got interrupted. I don't think so. He just maybe wanted to hold on to it for a little bit later on, as they feel like they have some bodies on the point, able to at least touch for overtime. And now Naga's trying to go in for this one-sided Star-Lord to see what kind of picks he can get. Jerky now in this 2-2-2 setup actually does take down Polly.
No portal available for Na'Vi. They used it, cancelled it like I said, well, they did swap to it. So now we're just seeing Na'Vi taking a simple front to back, seeing if they can just push them off the point in this overtime, try and take it from 99 to 99 themselves. Trust me, it's able to take out Ken. Alex falls, Enzo falls from a Kraken. Impact from Jerky that I'm not 100% sure was necessary, but they've still set themselves up for the defensive spot.
What kind of setup are they going to try and play from at this point?
Their team's capture progress has passed the
Really is just now waiting for Citadel. They should have the Strange Portal to work with for Enzo, but he also now has the Eye of Agamotto. See just how much the high ground has been perched upon but it's not as if Citadel have a composition that can't leap up and take the fight, certainly off the back of the Captain America ultimate, but it's from Trust Me this time. Ayabagamoto connects on to Crook. There is no damage at all that follows through on the back of it, but the Meteor M is going to start to come through.
Tanuki using his Jeff to evade him by disappearing underneath. They've got both daggers here by grabbing the cloning Loki as well, heading off to the edge and sending him down. Both strategists of Na'Vi are taken down. Tanuki, the original Jeff Menace, is continuing to take down Na'Vi, and it looks like Citadel may be able to secure this first point. Melio dropping that last Kraken impact just for the star points and because they had a free cooldown, as we are setting ourselves up 1-0 on the first map for Citadel Gaming, and they are looking extremely strong.
Starting off well, considering that their domination game earlier did not go in their favor in the slightest against FlyQuest. But Citadel, it is worth reiterating, in that, like, the last time that these two teams faced, it was a best of 5, it was the qualifying game for the Grand Finals event here in Atlanta, and we sort of expected, because we were casting it, there'd be a full best of 5. Like, yeah. Both teams taking chunks out of each other kind of stuff. Citadel completely dismantled Na'Vi. It was not close. It was incredibly one-sided for such a big game with that
They were
accolade.
frustrated about that.
Yeah, naturally, because Na'Vi just didn't seem to have a foot in the race, and they blamed the draft. Obviously, there's all sorts of different parts. But here, it is like both teams leaning towards like meta-stylistic differences, whether you're sticking on triple strategist, no matter who's a part of it, or whether you're going for more of a 2-2-2 like Virtus Pro really sort of made famous in the ME88 end of Stage 2. It is both these teams thinking that their read on the meta is better, but how's it going to work on domination is the question.
Adam's going to be coming out for Alex. Citadel giving themselves a little bit of a revive setup here. Very similar to the draft that Na'Vi actually rolled out with on the first point here. Whereas Na'Vi are actually looking a bit more similar to Citadel's, with Naga moving on to that Starlord, which is one-sided as it was banned out against Citadel. But Jerky sticking on that Winter Soldier.
Yeah, there's no Emma, no Venom available for both sides. You have got Naga with that Galactic Legend handy, but you feel like you need to force out the invisible boundary. It's a case of trying to have a recollection of what ultimates were used, what's going to come through, and a Cloak and Dagger actually is going to be in the hands of Krug, trying to go for that Eternal Bond to make this a very clean fight for Na'Vi with all of that extra damage and support. Means a Citadel lose out on a pretty clean fight just off the back of that one ultimate being used, I think.
They burn through a little bit of time though. This is going to give more time for the respawn, meaning less percentage will be grabbed by Na'Vi. That's why Polly sacrificed himself there, because they're one of the fastest characters to roll out, and they may have been considering a portal. So it's not really a lot lost other than giving your opponent's ult charge from actually burning through a little bit of that, time and preventing your opponent from building percentage onto the board. Freedom charge on the opening for Polly to look for the backline as Melio takes out Crook, pushing on to Trust Me, trying to lock them down as Rajaro finds himself incredibly isolated, but they're pushing away from the rest of their team. Doesn't matter, because they are winning on literally every single front.
Yeah, they managed to sort of pick apart Na'Vi, all playing from different positions. It's going to be hard for Na'Vi to try and set up some like coordinated fronts here, especially with that space. And yeah, Citadel, they had the portal play to work with, and we sort of seen this a little bit. I think it's when they win the first point. Hold on to it. If they lose that second fight, they go for the portal play straight afterwards. So now for Citadel, able to turn things around just as Na'Vi have hit 30%. The Freedom Charge is going to be used from Trust Me to allow this fight to go in. Ayabagamoto doesn't connect onto anybody. It almost felt a bit premature from Enzo trying to stop this push from coming in. But the Meteor M Kraken's impacted. They're going to try and focus on the same target. No, but it's not needed. Ken goes down.
Here comes the Jeff onto the backline. Jerky's able to get the double, but Melio is trying to duel him here. Up to the high ground. Jerky takes him down. Uh-oh, you don't want to be here, Alex. Gonna try and take the evasion. Eats the Kraken impact. Eats the roster some shots, and Jerky is able to bring Na'Vi back onto the point here, and they are evening up here, trying to chase down anyone who is retreating, trying to chase down Tanuki. The fish is fleeing and will be able to get away, but Na'Vi even up to 41 and keep climbing.
Yeah, Melio's trying to reset and make sure that Citadel can get back into the fight as quickly as possible. And so far now for Citadel, like you had Alex actually having the camera revival, had the live cocoon, wanted to try and reset because a couple of players got eliminated from Citadel. There might be a chance to pull out that ultimate, but Na'Vi were just on it instantly. Jerky knew exactly where he was playing from, had the Kraken's impact to just keep those resets in. Means it's an easy pick in the end. But just as Citadel were trying to look to go in for this fight, one of the backlines been taken. It's Alex again. He doesn't have the live cocoon, he has the camera revival. That's a great pick for Trust Me to get.
And Na'Vi is starting to pull their way back into this. They've got the momentum on this point. Alex is just, like you say, not finding positions for these Karmic Revivals. Tanuki is once again just getting chased all the way back, forced to heal back up, and they do have the opportunity to try and go for a flank here. Captain America's going to pull an end game here and can do this all day against each other, but trust me, will back away. More important opportunities are available to them if they can find that fish.
Find the fish. Find a win condition potentially for Citadel, as this comp pretty much builds around Tanuki's ability to do so much work on the Jeff and how these strategies can combine together. Invisible Boundary is going to allow Na'Vi a little bit more of a forward hold, and they take out Tanuki, who has the It's Jeff. That's a big pick to go down again. Agamotto, zilch again from Enzo. The Invisible Boundary is going to be used on the other side, so you have the Venn diagram and everything else now starting to come through. Alex with the camera revival, at least able to bring back Tanuki just in the moment that it looked like he was actually going to be back in spawn. It's Jeff now going to be trying to be used, as 99% has been hit from Na'Vi. The point still hasn't been flipped for Citadel here, and it's still Na'Vi cleaning up shop. Jerky has found so much again with his Kraken's impact. He's cleaning up this Citadel roster, and it's looking like we're going to see a third point here.
We absolutely will. Na'Vi bringing it back here, evening us up on Celestial Husk. We are heading to the vault to see who could unlock this first point with, of course, the Sword of Null, awaiting for the winner to see if they can build their way into a lead. Remember, winner of this series is guaranteed for playoffs.
Jerky, 12 final hits to work with. Able to just have a little bit of a lead for Melio, but when it comes to actual eliminations, it's even. Even the damage is pretty much identical outside of like 300 damage, so what, that's just like a couple of shots here or there. But it is like kind of what we sort of expect. It feels a little bit more like it's chaotic because it's domination, but there's almost just sort of like a certain pace to it. It's like the macro, the mind games. There's a lot of theory that comes in from both of these sides. And so even though teams are like taking absolute swings at each other, you could tell the mind games. I wonder if they're going to go for the portal play again for Strange for Enzo.
Build it up.
Because it works so well. It's basically 2 for 2 so far on this map.
Sending Trust Me out ahead so they can go for a flank. They can now hit from both sides with Rajaro with the setup. Enzo prepared for him to see if they can find a better angle. Both teams portal. It's just going to be Citadel trying to take a high ground while Na'Vi takes the main position on the actual objective, meaning that Citadel have to go for a wraparound, see if they can find the right harassment angle here as Polly moves into the backline.
This is a hard point to play if you're Na'Vi, if you're going to try and go for something that's a little bit more divey. It's so spread out, you have all of these individual plays happening, but never mind. It's a very quick and early Galactic Legend from Na'Vi, having the read that there was not really too much for Citadel Gaming to use with the ultimates because so many were used in that final fight on the second point. They were like, I have Galactic Legend, let's just make this a decisive win for us. And there's no portal counter-attack from Enzo available this time either.
Able to secure that very nicely, and they are pushing this in beautifully. Citadel Gaming trying to build up some ultimates of their own. They're almost at an Eye of Agamotto, but Na'Vi, they have a great defense here. They're already up to 23%, almost a quarter of the way through this third point. And Na'Vi sitting without a loss could continue that streak if they keep pushing in here, but Jerky is going to get sniped by Polly, who once again is where he's unexpected to be.
Enzo's managed to find a pick onto Crook at the same time. Eternal Bomb's going to be used to allow this fight to keep on going. But then you lose Naga at the same point. Agamotto, he's catching on to one, but it was Fate this time. He's able to disengage for the time being. With that added help of the Freedom Charge from Trust Me's Captain America, they're able to at least hold on for a bit more time. 50% has been matched, and it is forced now a lot more ultimates from Citadel Gaming. It looks like they have the advantage here, Tetcher, but they still don't have the point. Not yet, at least.
Nuki trying to take them through the hole. Dark Force teleport! Bringing Fate back into this, but can they hold the 1v1 versus the Jeff? Moving back into the Dagger form for that Dagger Storm to keep themselves healed up. In the meantime, Melio pushes on to Rajaro after getting the first pickup here, takes them down. And Citadel, who've still not capped this, despite taking so many caps in that, so many pickups in that early fight. Na'Vi delayed that all the way up to 74%. And finally, after one more delay from Trust Me, Citadel are able to get the flip.
It took so much from Citadel to actually get that switch over. Time, resources, Na'Vi not having anything to work with now, but the ultimate cycle is not too bad. Certainly when you look at the fact that Naga is very close to having a Galactic Legend, he must have an inclination. Fate Both Worlds from Alex was used beforehand. There's an Invisible Boundary for Ken. Surely he knows, he sort of expects the timing so that ultimate's going to be available. And Polly using a Freedom Charge pretty early on in this engagement. It's a bit of a weird one because the fight is happening completely off the point. Enzo is on his own, and Invisible Boundary is going to be used to help him, but the rest of Citadel Gaming's fighting on another part of the map.
They're taking two separate fights here. The Invisible Bounty is going to be expiring immediately. We see Na'Vi start to move on in. Galactic Legend, Alex getting targeted down. The Strategists are playing patty cake to try and keep themselves topped up as best they can. It's going to be Enzo, the first to fall, as they cannot reach anyone to get the hitting as they had to back away. Molly is getting topped up closer. They still have a presence on the border, preventing the swap back over. Up to 52% as Meteor M comes on in, tries to just send it into the abyss. They need to be ready to protect their team from Melio. Comes back in with the Kraken impact, and they get taken down. Randro with the timing actually works out beautifully there. Fate with the Eternal Bond is able to avoid the Jeff with the Dark Force teleport, and Jeff just tries to get their own Invisible Woman out of danger here to pull them off the point to give Ken a chance to hold this. The portals come out from Citadel because with Na'Vi on the point, they are extremely close to that 99.
Oh, there's an Bagamoto here, so you can see that Enzo's trying to see if he can do the math to work it out. He's able to turn around and take out Naga though, but throughout all of this, it's been the same case again. Navi's been able to take back the point, so it's going to be reaching 99% before Citadel could touch it, and they had to use that portal, so if this doesn't go well for them, they still have so much time to make up. It pretty much is Na'Vi wins one more fight, they take this first map.
That's all they need. Trust me, we'll be able to rejoin the team pretty quickly. Captain America, one of the fastest characters in the game for actual rollouts, outside of maybe stuff like Venom or Spider-Man, or of course Strange, if you count portals. Then they have Freedom Charge to rejoin the team, and Citadel have the ultimate economy in their favor. Invisible Boundary, Aya Bagamoto, and Fate of both worlds for Alex, abandoning Adam for a little bit of extra strategist healing, and of course damage boost if they decide to swap here. Here comes the Freedom Charge, the first drop. Aya Bagamoto, even though you have that bonus, have to try and stop them, but they find nothing once again. Rajara has been so on point with that magnetic barrier. We're up to 99 for Citadel with the Fate of both worlds, delaying a through Crook with the Invisible Boundary, Kraken impact to capitalize. It's every ultimate being dropped here. It's Jeff, all three of their allies to buy a couple extra seconds, trying to get away with that Winter Soldier 20 seconds on the point to prevent any more resets coming on in. And as such, Naga takes out Sanuki, finds himself isolated from the rest of the team. In the meantime, Trust Me has got a brilliant angle, putting huge pressure onto that backline, and we might see a flip here as Na'Vi have control. Enzo falls, which means if they have portal available, they can try and reinforce him, but they need to be quick. Someone needs to hold this for overtime because we flip 98, 99, and Na'Vi take game number 1.
Oh, it was just on a knife's edge there right at the end. There was no chance for, even if Citadel had the portal available for Doctor Strange, with how that fight went, you saw the wick burning down for Na'Vi just as Citadel were almost about to take it. And there was like 2 or 3 plays from Na'Vi fighting off of the objective into that little alcove. And it's so difficult to play on that part of the map because you have all of these little mini engagements happening. But Na'Vi able to finally get their revenge, get that win onto Celestial Husk, 3 for 3 so far at this event. And Citadel, a team that we knew as being domination domineers, cannot get a win on it today.
Trust me, with the Freedom Charge to set that up, giving just enough time for Crook to charge up that Invisible Boundary. These two work so well in harmony, but even though they are the ones who were able to secure that last point, I can't in good conscience give them MVP because I've got to give it to Rajaro, my own personal MVP here, because almost every single Enzo Aya Bagamoto was blocked out by a magnetic barrier from Magneto. Rajaro was so on point with the reactions this game, was so good in the reactions. They yeeted a Meteor M into the Abyss just so they could be ready with an Iron Bulwark for their team, prioritizing their own team and protection over the possibility of maybe a bit of damage because Citadel were also split and protected.
I think as well you have to look at the strategist backline for Na'Vi, especially like Fate playing a lot of Cloak and Dagger, which we just don't see that much. When they've got
they're the one person who plays it really.
Yeah, right. Like you don't have access to like Jeff or Adam, but you still have like Luna, you still have Loki, you can still play stuff around it. But they decided to go for this pick. But it sort of reminds me of how Fate approached playing Jeff at the mid-season finals. They were like ahead of the curve. I'm not saying that like the meta is going to be defined by Cloak and Dagger because it just doesn't feel that's the case. But they sort of know that like the small roster changes or hero changes, that could be like the difference in those kind of engagements, because I can't imagine Citadel are expecting it as much.
And while Citadel may not have been expecting it, we could be expecting a continuation of this epic series. This is already a nail-biter, so make sure you save some nails for our next map after this break. ones have what it takes to become the best of the best.
The fight is going to happen right here, right now.
Hey, we're Na'Vi.
And we're here in Atlanta to win the Grand Finals in Marvel Rivals.
It's time to go 2 for 2.
Looking to be players of their word. Na'Vi currently up in this series, continuing an incredible run. They came in, we talked to them earlier, they just said they're tired. They were a little burnt out. They hadn't had much of a break so far. But honestly, any rust that they have seems to be being shaken off as they are in the lead against their EMEA compatriots.
Yeah, so Citadel Gaming down a map. We sort of expect we know where we're going to be taking them, right? It is going to be Yggdrasil's. I think out of the 9 times that we've seen Citadel choose this map since the start of Stage 2, they have picked it 7 times. It really has just been their place to go, and it was also a map that they recently beat Na'Vi on to qualify for Atlanta. We're sort of following the same map pool, it's just not a best of 5 this time, but 8-1 so far for Citadel Gaming. That one loss was a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, they've literally had that one loss today, but this is still one of their best options. Yggdrasil path will be our setup here. We are heading into Eastgard for our setup, and this is where Citadel have done some of their best work. And a little bit has been due to something that we may not see bad out. Do we start to see that Jeff prioritized even more, while a lot of teams seem to prioritize the Mantis? That Jeff Nado has been a really big key for a lot of Citadel's domination victories.
Yeah, but the fact that like we can talk about it, we know it means that like Trust Me is going to know.
They know as well.
Yeah, like, it's a factor for them, but they were pretty happy to let Tanuki have the Jeff and the Adam with that triple strategist set up beforehand. Maybe they did catch a little bit of what FlyQuest did to Citadel Gaming earlier, whether they had a read of like, okay, this works, this interaction, this synergy seems to be able to pick them apart. But it just means that it could be a really rough day for Citadel. Their chances of going to playoffs is pretty much still like set in a good position. But today, going 0-2 in big series against FlyQuest and then Na'Vi, when you beat them last time, beat them decisively, would it be the best day 2 for them for groups?
It's going to be tough, it's going to be stressful, and you really want to have a good day 2 as we are going to be heading into the draft for this second map. Will Citadel be able to bring it back? It's time to pray to the Asgardian gods, because that is what they may need, because Na'Vi are looking very strong, looking to continue their run that didn't just start here, it started in the mid-season.
Yeah, Citadel Gaming banning out the Jeff, probably going to get the one-sided element for them
is.
to work with, and the Emma Frost is going to be taken out, which again, it feels like naturally, we saw it a lot, but not too much from this event specifically.
But statistically, on this map in particular, the majority of teams that do seem to come out on top are the teams who have been able to secure the Emma on this map. It has been extremely viable. That includes Citadel. They do like playing the Emma on this map, so seeing that taken away means Na'Vi have looked at the statistics and seen the common denominator there, as we will see a one-sided Emma secured for Na'Vi.
Well, it's sort of, again, it's sort of, we mentioned, yeah, Jeff Nado seems to be the win condition for Citadel Gaming to really create a god-tier composition on this map, to the point that they haven't lost really any convoy game. Like, they have a 92% win rate across all of them, including Midtown, Araco. Here now for Na'Vi, they sort of know, okay, we're expecting them to go for that. It means that we do get the free Emma Frost on the other side, but Adam is going to be taken out from both teams now that we go into this double elimination for the third ban. Rocket from Na'Vi is going to be taken out.
Rocket is very sensible. If you're going for those defensive setups, then Rocket with that Battle Rebirth Beacon is a free extra character in a lot of those battles. So being able to take that off the board is very sensible. But how far Mantis slipped through that draft just shows that we're not surface level for these teams. They have been playing against each other for all over a year at this point, and they've learned so much that higher priorities will start to appear than what is the usual first bans.
Seems that, like, because the Jeff was protected, making sure that they don't have the Rocket as well. But it would make sense the other way around, I suppose, because Na'Vi were very early adopters of the Rocket-Jeff combination. Citadel Gaming, they can do that, but it is mostly alongside something else. Groot also made sure that the likes of Na'Vi can't run it this time around, taking out some of the more like scrappy, brawly, deathball-y compositions that Na'Vi might want to try and run here.
That'll be one of the best Groots in the game. In fact, both these teams have some pretty goated Groots. As we see a one-sided Mantis secured by Citadel. They now have the Mantis and the Jeff. If they do want to go for that Jeff Nado, they could, in theory, damage boost it.
Loki banned at the end as well.
Smart, Mantis on the board.
It's a smart ban, but I feel having a one-sided Jeff, one-sided Mantis, that should just be
kind
GG's
of a
for
dream
Citadel.
for most teams.
There's like, if Citadel lose this, it would be a shock because that is the like, you want to run triple strategist, you have two of the best for that role.
Yeah. And look at this setup here. Polly is literally trying to decide how greedy do they want to be here, hovering onto that Venom. But Captain America is also available. But of course, if they can damage boost Venom with a Mantis, that's basically a one-shot onto any strategist. They have the opportunity for that Doctor Strange that they're leading on quite heavily here. That could also do huge work with the damage boost, being one of the highest damage vanguards in the game. They've set themselves up with what is an absolutely insane draft. They're hovering Torch, but of course that is likely due to scout through the window as they are on attack here. Once again, pay attention to what they play once the doors open. This hover, unless you're seeing a rocket or penny for armor boost, isn't as impactful, whereas Na'Vi on defense, they are 100% locked in, and we're going to see heavy on the defense here. They're not going for a triple Vanguard, triple strategist. They are going to bring in that one duelist in the form of Jerky on the Psylocke.
Yeah, both teams, I think, have been very averse to trying to run the triple Vanguard, triple strategist lineups like this event. Like, most of them would have done it beforehand. Certainly when you have, like, Virtus Pro coining it, at least seems to be the one defining it. Here, both these teams have been very against trying to run something in that style. The Citadel Gaming attacking first were unable to get past just before the second checkpoint against FlyQuest. Here, they want to try and set up a blistering start, and they have Enzo over on the Strange to begin with as well.
Pressure, Polly looking for an opening. If your opponents are going for a heavy defense and you want to split them away from the strategists, it's the power of the group trying to break those line of sights, but already taking quite a bit of damage, taking the burst from that Psychic Spear. No initial pickups as of yet. And once again, they did abandon the storm. Tanuki on the Star-Lord for this setup here, not going for their usual style.
So much damage that Rogero has been able to put out. If we're looking at a potential like MVP for groups of Na'Vi, it might just be that underestimated tank, I suppose. It's very early. It's Jeff from Ken, able to at least grab onto the Lunar Snow on the other side, spitting out the group to make sure that the fight can still happen. But they do lose Rogero in the process. Mirror back means that he's going to be back into the swing of things. And Citadel Gaming, with a minute already gone out of this 4 that they're allocated, haven't really gone that far on this first point.
They're creeping forward. It's the Tortoise versus the Hare. They're making their way towards that final point, and they are getting there step by step as Jerky will fall down here. Rogero has that side of seduction, and we're going to see the clone into that rocket here so they can go for that Cosmic Yard Amplifier. Once they go through the corners, the portals will be coming in for the reinforcements. Forward side of Na'Vi, there's that damage boost of Straggling Prison to try and burst through the front line to prevent the setup. The Diamond Form is buying the extra time as the Eye of Agamotto. They're trying to go for the Carbon Crush to lock them down, but the kick is enough. Dance of the Butterfly from Jerky is wiping Citadel, and even more time is going to be taken off that board.
Just right at the edge there, and it seemed that we were like looking at a domination game mode of Celestial Husk beforehand. The stall's a little bit rough. And it was Polly that was looking to maybe take that first checkpoint with a really nice Strangler Prison. It was a great fight in them in the end. When you have a Strangler Prison that connects onto that many, Enzo hitting free with the Eye of Agamotto, you would have said that that was curtains for this first point, but Na'Vi actually having a really good portal play, and their own Eye of Agamotto almost available for Trust Me. They are really dealing nicely, going for a portal play. Citadel trying to see if they can do what they like to do in domination.
Counter portal coming in with the final judgment. Soul rejuvenation for the extra health. They're going to try and get into the back line. Take it out, Crook. Onto the extra pressure. Fate with the fate of both wants to try to keep the rest of the team topped up. They're trying to juggle who's taking the damage with the Eye of Agamotto. Perfectly timed. Locking down the Punisher as that final judgment ends. Trying to stop Tanuki going down, but they were able to get the damage output to prevent Rogero from stunning them out here. And Tanuki creates the opening. And Citadel Gaming are able to break through the gates.
This is a really cool composition of Citadel Gaming are running. And of course, there's a pause just to give us a moment to break down the action specifically. But here I think it's like, okay, so you have got the Soul Resurgence, you have a damage boost, and then you also have like the speed increase when you're combining it with Melio on like the Punisher, Final Judgment. And then you have got the Jeff as well with the speed bubble, so you are just sending Punisher in at Mach 10 speed to absolutely decimate anybody nearby. But I guess the coolest thing about that is it forces out any defensive utility that Na'Vi would have, which means it's a very easy job for the Star-Lord with the Galactic Legend to just clean up the rest of like the shop there, which both these teams are like looking to almost play chicken, right? Just get as much of the strategist utility out as they possibly can. Big ultimates, but obviously big cooldowns with like Loki and Adam Warlock, etc. And then it's just, okay, these ultimates that tend to just eliminate a team in one single swoop, I can use it now. Hooray! I get to look cool, and I just press Q and I go hold W and pay the big bucks for it.
But if you don't have those ultimates in terms of the defenses to deal with stuff like the Star-Lord, for example, then we do see stuff like that Emma. While Punisher is crowd control immune in his final judgment, that's not the case for Star-Lord, that Galactic Legend. So we instead saw, while Rajaro did try to stun Tanuki out of the air, it was the reaction from the team being like, here's our win condition, it's the Star-Lord, focus that Emma. And they were able to take Rajaro down, and then they were able to clean up and sweep through the remaining players. So we're going to be heading back into the game very shortly for this continuation, with Citadel breaking through that first gate. Once again, without the Storm coming in here, they're just going for more of a dueling, brawling style with that Star-Lord.
Yeah, I almost sort of expected to be seeing it at a point. But I think for both these teams, certainly in comparison to like Virtus Pro that tend to be very like where you're taking those engagements, where you're taking those fights, certainly around the objective, both of these teams love scrappy engagements. They love to be brawly. They can be down a player, 2 players, and still able to hold their own. And even dedicating ultimates in fights where it just looks suboptimal because they feel that they have the difference. And sort of know that sometimes when you have 2 teams that know how to play the macro, know how to do all of the theory, doing some zany shit, frankly, is enough to catch out the enemy team. Melio switched away from the Punisher over towards that Bucky for the second point, and it works nicely when you have Polly with that combination. He is going to use the Strangler Prison on his own, but it feels again, that's 2 for 2. The Citadel have gone off the back of the Squirrel ultimate and found very little.
Jeff going to be coming in, seeing if they can catch anyone off the point. Jerky trying to burst through, but they know they're not going to get enough damage here, and Ken is going to have to sacrifice themselves here. There's no way they get the Venom, but they can't even reach in time, so we see the swing away. Ivakomoto going to be coming in. That felt really personal. Naga gets taken down by Enzo, and once again, it's just brawling back and forth. Both these teams losing members. The Citadel slowly creep forward as they do come out ahead at the end of that engage.
Oh, but the Beer back has brought Naga back, and there's no real strategist ultimates to look for here, and Alex and Ken are going to be the first 2 to go back down after the end of this Galactic Legend. Even if there was ultimates, it's Jeff and Soul Resurgence are not going to do much in this situation. So Naga making the pivot over here. It's a great ultimate to keep Navi in control on this defensive side. The payload for Citadel stopped pretty much where it did earlier on when they lost this map for the first time in a long-ass time.
Naga sending damage down range, keeping as much pressure onto the board as possible. Looking for openings. Crook has that fade at both worlds. It's currently the only strategist ultimate that is charged, although we're very close with Fate, meaning that Navi are about to have a double strategist ultimate lead piece with the Abyss. Take advantage of the lack of defensive tools for Citadel, drops them low, but Melio tanks on through, who's moved on to the Mantis, who damage was Tanuki. They're going to try and put all the eggs into the Tanuki basket.
You have got a Galactic Legend for Tanuki. And Silent Seduction for Rajaro's been very good to at least take out some of these picks now. It feels like it's resets yet again. There's 90 seconds left for Citadel Gaming to try to regroup and push past this point. I don't know if Enzo's going to have the portal. He should have it fairly soon, judging by the times here. But Navi just sat on so much. They look incredibly comfortable with this 2-2-2 setup, and it's a Lunar Rocket as your backline. It just allows them to be incredibly divey with this composition, and there's just so much movement. Citadel Gaming, if they want to try and link in onto a certain target, it's going to be incredibly hard to do so.
Trying to get some pressure onto Polly and Tross, who both dive backline simultaneously down to the butterfly. Beta both worlds has to be utilized. They also have a little bit of extra protection from those bubbles. Alex and Crook going for the mirror. It's Jeff into the backline. Only gets their own Venom, so they send them back to rejoin their team and go for this extra pressure as Raja is going to be taken down, even though the constant guard amplifier was used. It's not enough to stay. The Ivakomoto does not find much, so Navi are dropping Naga with that extra Galactic Legend damage from above to make sure that they come up diamonds.
There's been so much success off the back of these Galactic Legends from Naga. You now have got the Kraken's Impact used on the other side from Tanuki, and he's able to actually connect onto 2. The reset's going to be good, and now he's able to grab another one just as we're seeing Trust Me trying going for the dive into the backline. The peel is superb, and suddenly when things were looking a little bit down and out for Citadel on this attacking side, Tanuki on a character that we don't really get to see him on all that much, comes in clutch.
Portal coming back in for the last second. 1 meter and 25 centimeters away from the final point as Polly is just trying to siege in to keep them zoned away. Keep that pressure onto the door because they have to start diving through because that portal's going to disappear in just a few seconds as they dive on in. Frenzied arrival. Crook goes down. Melio was taken out in exchange, meaning they will not have the revive of the piece from the Abyss to try and burst through that backline, but the lockdown is just too good. They're taking through
Tanuki.
and they force Navi off the point. Tanuki Tanuki and Polly are back in business.
It's just done so much damage. Citadel Gaming were running 2-2 before, now they've moved over to triple strategist as Melio has moved over towards the Mantis, and this is something that we saw a lot from Citadel, mostly when Ultron was very strong in stage 2. We've not seen any of it so far from any team, realistically. But for Citadel, Melio has also pulled in some of the Mantis, one of the reasons why Pokey, who was on this roster, is mostly sat as a substitute to just allow this kind of composition to work and to feed in. Bagamoto doesn't get too much again, as Jerky is going to use the Dance of the Butterflies on the other side. Tanuki is taken down 80% away from having that Kraken's impact yet again, but it is just that one pick that's come through. It's a 5 versus 6 in favor of Na'Vi, but Citadel Gaming using this as a chance to try and reset, but they're caught as they're trying to go out.
A lot of pressure onto the board once again. Like you say, Citadel caught on the way out, unable to hold this, but they do have Kraken impacts. They will have It's Jeff, and they will have that Soul Rejuvenation back onto the point extremely soon. But Na'Vi, they have taken now the defensive position. They have this corner, they have the cover, and they still have that Eternal Taunt, Magic Legend, and the Silent Seduction is going to come on in with Timer just about to disappear off the point. Big pickup onto Alex as Kraken impact for Tanuki with the It's Jeff. Tanuki does not find a target, so just uses it defensively as they chase on down to try and take down Naga, forcing them out of the sky with a tainted voltage, but they're forced to retreat. The Eternal Bond is buying a lot of extra stain, but Citadel are melting off the point. Endo may have to try and portal, but they're already on the point, so they can't do so. They just have to tank through as best they can, but they are isolated and alone. Ken and Melio are rushing the point, but overtime ticks on down, and we will be stopped at 2 points, 54 meters, and just a handful of centimeters.
But is that enough? Because Citadel's defensive side, they're very good at stalling out points for a long time. I think I mentioned it on the broadcast yesterday with Fate saying like, oh, I don't really remember that game on Yggdrasil. It's like, oh, Polly stalled the point for 7 minutes. And he was like, oh God, yeah, sorry, I forgot about that completely.
My trauma.
Into some sort of like,
why would
yeah,
you bring
just
it
like
back?
a trauma shock. So it is that Citadel do have these moments where they can keep clawing back into these engagements, but the thing is, much like a lot of the times that we see these two teams play up against each other, either at international events, because it was them meeting up a couple of times actually in the mid-season finals, but of course in EMEA, these teams are very familiar intimately with each other, especially when you got Melio that used to play on the other team here, that decided to choose Citadel Gaming as their roster for Stage 2 as opposed to Natus Vincere.
Can't get much more familiar than literally playing on that team. Jerky currently sitting at the highest final hits with 12, and also as such will be at the highest KOs, 22 and 5. Least amount of time getting taken out in the entire lobby is, surprise, surprise, Polly, who's been diving in and diving out with such expertise. They've also managed to find 3 final hits and 13k damage, which I believe is up there with the top of the table with Tanuki, who's on 14k.
I mean, Jerky has had a really good map here. He's the addition. He is the Melio replacement alongside Crisis that we haven't seen actually play at this event yet so far. Sort of expected in some particular game modes, in some particular compositions. But Jerky is comfortable now with this new team of Na'Vi. And Citadel Gaming, they took their first loss in the Yggdrasil for months, even stages, mid-season finals potentially earlier on today. They don't want to lose it twice. Lightning can't strike twice, right?
Already a strike onto Rajaro, taking them down. Enzo with the defensive positioning here. Citadel need this to even up the score. Jerky drops low, able to retreat into the spawn. The pressure is proving to be extremely rough to deal with. Polly able to retreat basically for free without getting punished.
More Citadel just taking these kind of pot shots. Melio now over on the Bucky. Really wanted to dedicate to this triple strategist as much as they possibly can. Mostly it's just trying to work out where this dive could be coming from. Naga's trying to set up on the high ground, halfway to having a collected legend, so still a way off. But look at Jerky, 85% having a Dance of the Butterflies, and you've lost Tanuki on the other side. This could be a real easy sweep through onto the defense of Citadel Gaming, especially when people are getting picked off just before the Dance of the Butterflies, which is going to be used now.
Polly and Trust Me are both going to be taken down, but Jerky cleans on up. Trust Me returns at the Battle Rebirth Beacon, and Na'Vi just opened up Citadel. Portal is likely going to be coming out. It's already being wound up, but it's going to be, once again, a fight at that gate with 2 minutes and 38 seconds remaining. They're going to go for, once again, the defensive portal so they can use it for a little bit of cover. Have to touch it with just inches to go on to the point. Ultimate's level 1 Crook has that fate of both worlds, but Melio with Kraken impact and Tanuki could try and remove them from the board with the Is Jeff. All defensive abilities are are now available for Citadel Gaming, and Na'Vi need to try and find an opening. And actually, that is going to be the first immediately. So Rejuvenation is going to be the first reaction to try and sustain them through with that extra damage boost. If Naga can find their way to that Cosmic Yard Amplifier, but it's going to be picked off instead. Very targeted focus from Rajaro, trying to get Tanuki, who disappears underground to get away here. The point is being held, but we still lose Trust Me in that early point of the fight. Rajaro is going to be forced back, targeted, and it looks like Citadel will hold, but no portal left.
And just off the back of a Soul Resurgence and Invisible Boundary, like there's still so much that Citadel Gaming can sit back on and rely. Now they took a really good fight, they were able to get a couple of picks, and then you have a Dance to the Butterflies from Jerky that just seems to completely team wipe Citadel Gaming, but it does force out the portal play from Dr. Strange. And it also puts Polly on Dr. Strange as well. You've got Enzo on the Magneto with a Meteor M. Bagamoto, Polly's hit some really good ones in some of the instances that we've seen have to swap over and go from here. But a Kraken's Impact Meteor M combination is going to be used. It forces out the fate of both worlds on the side from level 1 Crook. And the Eye of Agamotto connects on to Trust Me. There is follow-up though. Polly's able to try and take him out, but it still seems that it's like a 4 versus 4 happening around the objective, as it's Jeff was used to grab onto Rajaro. He's been spit off the map, and so far Citadel Gaming are holding well on first with 1 minute left.
It's scrappy, but it's working. Citadel Gaming are able to just pick up one by one. They're buying so much time off the board here, and we're about to hit overtime. Na'Vi, they're going to have 1, maybe 2 pushes left with the right characters to go for faster rollouts. Citadel maybe about to take us to a map number 3, but look at those defensive abilities. 90% for the Soul Rejuvenation, 50% for Visible Boundary, 23 for It's Jeff. There are very few defensive tools for Citadel. Na'Vi, on the other hand, as Dance of the Butterfly is going to be utilized to open this up, taking out Kid and Alex and Melio, and Jerky has found the timing and found the opening.
Very clean in the end. Citadel Gaming holding on. It was looking like they might lose this first objective in about 90 seconds, but now it's only 15 left for Na'Vi. No chance for a portal play, no chance for a touch. It's just Citadel Gaming on this defense, pushing a little bit further forward, taking this high ground. You can already see just how quickly Na'Vi want to try and take the space away. They've seen a lot of bodies from Citadel Gaming on this defense trying to wrap around.
Citadel are going for the wraparound. They're going to try and take one more fight. Galactic Legend going to be coming in from above. Tethered though, taking a lot of damage from Polly. It works on out, but Trust Me is able to get Melio on the other side. Meteor M will not find a target, but Citadel are buying some time here. They traded 2 for 1, but they're burning through this clock. Enzo will fall. This will allow Na'Vi to push on up, but look how much extra time was just eaten on that engage.
Yeah, it seems crazy, right? Because some people might watch and be like, Citadel, you just lost the checkpoint. Why are you going for that fight and using ultimates? That's so silly. But it is just a case of forcing as many fights as possible. You don't want to just let Na'Vi get that space for free when they have the likes of Galactic Legend that they're just sat on. So you try to go for something a little bit more aggressive. Even a portal play is going to be used from Enzo to just stall out for another fight. Citadel Gaming want to make sure that there's as many engagements as possible on this defense to just force Na'Vi to go through the gulag over and over and over again.
Tanuki has managed to grab 4, trying to get over the edge, 1 already down, and yet not worth the risk. But look at the delay. That's some really good strategy coming in here. If you have loads of members inside you as Jeff, and you have an opportunity with your team still currently holding a point, you don't need to get back there urgently, then why run off right away? If you have more duration on that It's Jeff, then you trade your respawn timer for more of your opponents because you kept them out of the fight for even longer and taken time away from that clock.
I mean, it's perfect, really, because Citadel Gaming brought it down to 15 seconds on the clock, and they've managed to buy almost like 2 minutes just off of these fights, and look how far the payload still needs to try and travel. There is some trades on either side, though, so even if Na'Vi do end up winning this engagement, it is going to be overtime if Na'Vi want to actually hit this second checkpoint, which Citadel Gaming is going to use to their advantage. They don't actually have that portal available for them, but they're going to have it by the end of the map. They want to be incredibly high tempo with this approach. They have so much sustain with the triple strategist that they can afford to take fights that otherwise would be suboptimal, and it's now forcing Na'Vi to use quite a lot. There's 30 seconds left, and it's not a clear-cut victory. You've still got Jerky trying to build up that Dance of the Butterflies, but there's no clean sweep here for Na'Vi to try and push through. It's just stuck in the mud.
Hurricane coming in from Fate to look for the opening, and it's able to get a lot of damage from Naga, taking out Ken, taking out Alex. The point moves forward, trying to Jeff him out of the air. That was beautifully ambitious. I do love it, but it's not going to be enough. Naga is able to escape and continue to clean on up. We're moving forward. The finish line is on point 3. If you can get halfway through that, you are going through to the playoffs. But Citadel Gaming, they still have time. They can get at least one more defense here, potentially more if they have the right characters. They also have the Feast from the Abyss with damage boost, which could blow up a whole lot of characters here. Beta Pokemon's from level 1 Crook may need to be utilized. Beautiful freeze. Zip on a Brazilian for the setup, the tether to hold them in place. Feast from the Abyss for the blow up as Jerky zones out the backline. Melio is taken down. Ken is taken down. Jerky is finding everything that's needed as Crook kept everyone alive on their side. Polly found no opening here. Jerky gets Alex. Rajro takes out Enzo. And there's nothing that can be done for Citadel. That gate will open and we will be heading to that final finish line. Halfway through this objective is Na'Vi moving on to the playoffs.
Every duelist ultimate that has come out of Na'Vi has been perfect. They know exactly when to use them to bounce off of each other. And Citadel Gaming, they now have to switch over to something themselves. Melio is going to bring out the Psylocke for the first time in a long while. And while Citadel did such a good job to buy some more time, there's now a minute to push on through. And they're still losing numbers. Rajaro's gone and high tempo this approach with the Sonic Seduction. Citadel Gaming trying to buy a bit more time, but it's going to be pretty much on the precipice now as Jerky's able to clear a little bit more out. What, there's only like 20 meters left to go. Ken has to go over towards the Strange to go for a portal play. This is a fall apart from Citadel.
They have to go because the finish line's right there. Diving on in, Polly is immediately deleted. Crook picks up the finishing blow. Portal coming out for the reinforcement, though means they'll be able to come back in for this last fight. Invisible boundary, Eternal Bond, Dance of the Butterfly. Everything is dropped from Na'Vi, and they're choosing that this is the time to fight. The It's Jeff, Tanuki, they've removing a couple people from the borders, and Dance of the Butterfly comes out from Melio. They've been able to delay out every defensive tool from Na'Vi, and Na'Vi are being picked off the point. They have 20 seconds left, and no one is close. Trust me, is about to have to dive this to buy time in order for any chance at contention with 10, 9. Trust me moves forward to look for the opening, for the overtime, to keep them in this match.
They have the portal play if they want to go for Strange, but it pretty much is just out the front door with how this hold went for Citadel Gaming. Beast of the Abyss is going to be used from Polly, mostly to try and keep the back line of Na'Vi on their toes. There's a fate of both worlds for level 1 Crook, but he has the composure to hold on to it. The MVP from mid-season finals now starts to go in off the attacking side. The double duelists not quite there with their ultimates, but it feels that if Naga and Jerky get those online, both of them together, it'll be too much for Citadel to deal with. Overtime is being hit now. Tanuki has the It's Jeff. They have to be on their toes because they don't want to be caught out here as Rajaro takes out Ken.
Two friendlies being taken down. Here comes the Sonic Seduction to look for the opening as Na'Vi are locking them down, pushing on to take out Enzo. Polly is all that's left, and Na'Vi break the line, and they are heading to playoffs.
They get their revenge on the team that qualified over them to this event in a higher seed. Na'Vi, they blame the draft, they blame themselves, and they went into this event a bit unsure of themselves. But here in a series like this, taking a map that Citadel was so dominant on, 2 maps that Na'Vi actually lost to Citadel the last time that they played, able to turn it around into their favor and making sure that the international winners so far that we've seen in Marvel Rivals are on to a riveting start.
Na'Vi with 3 wins under their belt now, with 2 of teams in this group currently sitting at 0-3. That means there is at minimum 2 teams that can finish behind Na'Vi, guarantees them a progression to the playoffs in a well-deserved victory. With Melio moving over to Citadel, we had Jerky come in to step up and look at the performance. 55-9, with 31 of those being final hits. This is Na'Vi.
It was a ridiculously strong series from Jerky, just being able to go into that point and work well. And really, it was this case of like, you sort of expect the Citadel Gaming were going to be the favorites in this one, certainly when you look at the map pool, the way that the approach has gone. But Na'Vi ahead of the curve, it feels, again, when it comes to playing the 2-2-2, playing stuff like the Cloak and Dagger, which was very good into some of the Bucky comps that Citadel Gaming were trying to run, but a very different idealistic style of triple strategist versus 2-2-2. Na'Vi went for the latter, and it proved impactful to the nth degree to actually take this series and dismantle Citadel in the same way that Citadel dismantled them earlier on in Stage 2.
Citadel will be continuing their fight, continuing their duel. The lovely, speaking of duel, a lovely duel here between Ken and Fate. Two incredible Jeff players in their own right, but in this case it was Ken able to get that Jeff play for themselves. But Citadel unable to hold the line. Jerky with those Dancing Butterflies, trust me, in the backline. And of course, Naga on the Invisible Woman in that fight we're seeing on our screen, the highlight, just for the portal rollback. It's the ability to flex, the ability to react quickly and know what the correct play is when you're in those high pressure situations is what makes Na'Vi just so good.
It was everything that we could have hoped for, I think. And honestly, this isn't going to be the only time that we see Na'Vi versus Citadel Gaming later on in this tournament. But it does mean that alongside FlyQuest, Na'Vi are pretty much cinched in for playoffs. I think 100 Thieves technically are also in for playoffs because they have got the wins over OUG and Crazy Raccoon, so you're not going to lose that head-to-head. Citadel Gaming could pretty much confirm that spot tomorrow. But today, it was 2 losses for them. On maps that they typically are the most dominant teams on in the world, Yggdrasil especially, really put from them today.
What a beautiful performance, but also what is going to be beautiful is I've just received word from production. Our next 2 matches, aka tomorrow's opening matches, we start off with what might be the most important match in this group. OUG versus Crazy Raccoon will be the opening match, because now the only team that can really be scuppered by them is Citadel. If Citadel lose all their matches from now on, then and one of these 2 teams wins all their matches from now on, there is a chance that someone could sneak through. And right after that, it's the battle for the top of the group. FlyQuest versus Na'Vi will be the second game tomorrow. We have so many good games. We call this a terrifying group, and it's living up to it, Ryan.
It's pretty much as you would expect, really. It's starting to pull apart, I suppose, that higher echelon of teams that are looking to be making the playoffs. That's going to be on stage here in DreamHack Atlanta on Friday onwards. It feels like we have our 4 teams pretty much made up for us, but I think it's a case of who's looking the sharpest right now, especially when you've got teams like 100 Thieves that are sort of wanting to get up to speed for Friday. It's anybody's game.
It really, really is, and especially in this group, and especially in the other group as well. We got a little bit of news earlier that Envy lost their match versus Dark Zero, meaning that there is a chance they do not make playoffs. This is going to be such a good event. It's already proving out. We have 1 more day of group stage left, and then it's on to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think the final thing for me is just like, we're sort of seeing the end of groups. We have a good inclination for how Group B is looking for our 4 teams that are going to be qualifying for playoffs, just to see how the last day is going to go for permutations, for standings. I can't wait for playoffs at this point, so I'm really excited to see day 3 of groups.
We legitimately have the best job in the world to be able to bring you such incredible games like this, but there are more coming back tomorrow. Ryan and I will be back tomorrow, but the earlier games will be brought in by our colleagues, and they are going to be incredible. So make sure you set an alarm. There's so many good games coming up, and you cannot miss them. This is the event of the year, and you can't miss it. For now, though, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Jury! Execution!
Come on.
Bye.